All right. See, right now, if it wasn't with the problem with copyright for the music, this is when I would. I was just looking at this shot right as I'm going live, and I'm like, well, this would totally be my 80s, 90s DJ. You know, right, the perfect shot right here is probably where I got it from. All the times we saw so many great DJs, DJ Hurricane, just so many times over at the Sun Dome with Run DMC, Beastie Boys, LL Cool J, and Public Enemy, and just a special Saturday show. And, you know, I got to run it because I got to see if there's an issue with it. So if you'll stand by, it's a Cup of Ray on a Saturday from down here at the world famous Ferg's Sports Bar and Grill out here on Central Avenue, just below 16th Street. 10th Street. I'll try it on the other side. It's a Cup of Ray here on a Saturday. Share the show, please. I need comments. I need to ask you guys something today. All right, everybody, please don't forget this 4th of July weekend, this national independent celebration of the independence of the United States of America. Hit that share button. We got a share drive going. Right now, we're at 2 views, and we're just trying to, right now, let's take baby steps. Let's just get that to 4 views. Hey, thanks for joining me here for a Cup of Ray down here. And, you know, I want to ask you guys something today, guys and girls. How come, you know, the most tiny little things, you know, the Kardashians, sorry, can be a thing in all this media, and we can know everything about everything. But we hear the report this week, of course, something slipped out like it was a back channel. Someone handed someone a note and out the backside that the NFLPA, of course, the NFL Players Association, in association with the Deshaun Watson situation. Okay, so that's what it is. That's what we call it. At this point, it's been, 17 years? It's got many names. But their threat is to go back to the NFL, of course. And look, let me tell you guys something first off the bat. Please share the show. I appreciate you guys. We're still at 2, but we're pushing for 4. I know you can do it. I hope you guys are having a great start to your July 4th. I had a great morning this morning. I got to watch the movie Overboard with Kurt Russell and, of course, Goldie Hawn. Again, I said my favorite Hollywood just couple, always perfect. And then the movie, it was such the whole, and so many great scenes, and they hit every mark. Only could have been a movie that 2 of them did together. One of my favorite movies of all time. But how come we can know everything about everything that's going on in everything, especially in light of anything in the news today, this week, with regards to anything? And we just hear that the NFLPA threatens to go against it. Now, let me give you guys something. Let me tell you about Rich Dalrymple, right, for the Cowboys. Look, this cat, his background, he's a rock. He was great for the team, great executive, and a close confidant of Jerry Jones. Do I know why when he's walking at a public that he chooses to use the key card to just jump into the first room available, which happens to be the bathroom that's in the back? You have to walk through that Cowboy cheerleader locker room to get to, or if that extra 20 feet it would have taken to get to that men's bathroom, there was something going on there. And I'm not here to judge. I'm not saying, what I'm saying is that stuff like that, you do a $1.4 million settlement, it goes away. Okay, and then let's go secondly with the Robert Kraft. Of course, we waxed over and everything. They had video they could not use, basically no case. It stays out. But these things happen. And of course, I'm going to end it. Of course, I'm going to end it. Of course, I'm going to end it with Deshaun Watson. No, I'm sorry, not on the owner's side. I'm going to end it with Daniel Snyder and the Washington Commanders. And 10 years ago, and the sexism and the culture and we talk about how things change, especially here on 2022. God, I took it to a dark place. 2022 July 4th holiday celebration down here at the world famous Forks Bar and Grill. But we've kind of changed it up, talking about what the NFL is supposed to hold their owners to a higher standard. But then, of course, you had the 3 days of hearing this week for Deshaun Watson hearing his case, and the retired federal judge, is it Beth Franklin? Oh, I'm sorry. That's why I need you guys' comments, because I honestly almost am out of the loop on a lot of this. I'm just giving you what I know, and I think that we can agree or maybe inform each other on and fill each other on some of the other issues. But I know that the Deshaun Watson, of course, 20 of the 24 cases settle, but the talk this week is that if the judge imposed no penalty, just because she thinks the NFL is going to go too overboard with a season or more suspension, and comment if you think it should be a season or more. So it's not just about this situation; it's also about your actual thoughts on it. But trying to talk about how they would punish them. And so the judge is looking at it. Just remember, it was in a 2020 collective bargaining agreement the players and the owners agreed to, that says that this will be the mediation or the way it goes to a third party, and then it moves up. But remember, if she gives no punishment, Goodell can't touch him, and he walks, and he's still got to deal with, I don't know why they haven't started public relations sooner. We're up to 4. I knew it. Happy July 4th. He has answered. Yeah, no. Can we get it to 6? No, let's go for doubles. Let's get it to 8. Hit share on the show, and don't let me see it go below 4 again. But again, Justin Bieber's baby can fart, and there'll be 1.2 million TikTok views on it. Tom Brady can just walk out of his house, and not even get out of his house, just open the door and then close it, and it's 2.7 million, and I'm one of them. But the NFLPA said in the back channel that, this would be the way we'd fight it. And you got to remember, the end of the day, between unions and members of the unions, it's always going to be about negotiation, but it's always more importantly going to be about the money. And you got to wonder, of course, these 3 obvious, Dalrymple, again, I understand, Robert Kraft, I mean, we know, and then Daniel Snyder and that, everything. But if that threat to the collective peace that we've had in the NFL, and they're able to get that 2020 CBA agreed to during a pandemic, we're down to 3. I know I bore you guys to death. All I'm saying, and I'm not let's get to the comments, because somebody might say, Christopher Cole, my first comment. Hey, Ray. Hey, Christopher. Good to see you, brother. Christopher Cole, Watson situation, not good, George. 100%. I'm not sure. I'll come back to that. You tell me what you meant there, Christopher. Peter Blake in the house. What up, Ray? What up, Peter? Of course, I had so much fun last night. I got to join Peter and, of course, Harry the Greek on the over-under there on 1252 Sports on a Friday night, the over-under, and we had a great time. I came in toward the end, of course. Fat Mike from Chicago Sports jumped in there, and the moment I realized how quick that could devolve into a poo fest, I'm kidding. I really wanted a chance to talk to Mike, because I'd watched that 85 Bears did recently on ESPN Plus. Families, anyway. So I've watched that, and we've all seen it. We've all seen at least the end of it, but we all go back and we talk about Mike Ditka becoming a coach of the Bears. He played there. He was Offensive Rookie of the Year. You know what? I'm going to save that, because maybe I'll have someone pop in there that wants to talk about that. So I'll save that for a minute. There's Harry the Greek right now. Robert Kraft had a video and still got out of it. If they don't do anything to Jones and Snyder, they will have riots. I truly believe this, Ray. It's total. Watson should definitely be suspended. He is a sick individual. And here's the thing. Let me give, and we're down to 2. The telethon is going in reverse. I'm kidding if it's later on in the day, or someone you think may enjoy this over a cup of coffee on a Sunday morning, or even a beer on Sunday afternoon, or what have you, whatever they, whatever they go to that happy place with. Share the show, because I appreciate it, because, I'm really trying to look into these metrics, and I think Facebook is just burying millions of views on me. Robert Kraft. Okay, so no, 100%. And let me tell you something again. It's always in the media. It's always about what they're going to spin it. Money's always going to spin it how they want to. I mean, let's be honest. Most of us, we all agree. But when it comes to the end of the day, and I hope that this guest is going to pop in here at any time, because I'm going to lead in right with this. You can't tell me that Las Vegas, the world, the universe, people that are already colonized on Mars aren't waiting for the action they're going to be able to get with Deshaun Watson under center in Cleveland. It's one of the reasons why they gave him a $240 quadrillion contract. Stupid. Everything they've done has been seedy. For the first year, we're going to pay $17 and a 6-pack of Coors beer, and then in the last 4, we're going to inflate it. And we're going to give you this big signing bonus. All of this purposely to try to financially limit what a suspension will be. But I'm talking about now you're feeding it out there, and the moment they start, and I'm not saying the owners themselves were down to zero. Oh God, okay, that's sad. All right, so let's all take our hats off and have a moment. The moment the moment the owners realize that they can't even afford, or how far are the players willing to go down that avenue to use that as an example for the double standard. At the end of the day, guys, girls, these professionals, and I'm not just saying this with a heavy heart, but to those that much is given, much is expected, and we love what these kids are doing, and things are getting crazy, name, image, and likeness, and social media, and I mean, but hold on, I'm gonna bring this guy in here right now. I'm gonna bring him in because he already had a message in here. Let me see if I can bring him in here from 1252 Sports, and of course on Friday nights, as I mentioned, we had a great time with him, and Peter Blake, Peter the Greek, Mr. Harry the Greek. Harry, how are you, brother?
Hey man, how are you? I'm sorry for not the professional setup, but I can't resist coming on with you, Ray.
Hey, you're like me. You're out and about in the Tampa Bay area enjoying a Saturday. Let me ask you this: who's playing? You know the NFL owners, they don't want Dale Rimple Snyder. They don't want Robert Kraft's name on it, even though they've already weathered those storms and there's no, Ray Rice punching his wife video, so there's not that constant reminder. But at the same time, when the NFL Players Association insinuates this week that this is a double standard, and that may be an argument. How far, Harry, are the whipped players? Vegas don't want them to get into a fight about this. How far are the players willing to go to make a stand that the players would want and fight for a longer suspension?
You know what? I don't know if the players are going to fight for Deshaun Watson himself to have a longer suspension. And I don't think the players really want to get involved too much when it comes to complaining about the owners of the National Football League. Because let's be honest, thou who has the most toys win. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's always been like that. Is it fair? No. But you know what? It's their organization. But when you're in a public light the way they are, it has to be treated fairly on both sides. And it's, look, man, I've never been an advocate of a person feeling entitled that they deserve something because someone else has. And I'm not going to get political.
Well, Harry, okay? Can I ask you a question, though, for a second? So the NFL owners just completely don't want to agree. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. You finish your thought. Finish your thought you had.
Well, what I'm saying is I've never believed in someone having to be entitled to something, okay? And there's a reason why these owners have billions of dollars is because they've worked their ass off to get there. So in their own mind, they're entitled. But I don't think the players need to get too involved in it. I think Congress needs to get involved in this, especially if Deshaun Watson gets suspended, and rightfully so. Let me explain something to you.
Well, Harry, let me ask you though. I see where
Watson here.
I know you're not. We've had this conversation many times, and what I'm saying is the fact that what's the law. You start to talk about the trouble that this can kind of create in Congress, but do they want to, these other 32 NFL cities that make lots of money, and it's always about follow the money? Does the NFL want to see them lose? How many games are they willing to lose with Deshaun, knowing how big it's going to be when he does come back, and the entire world is going to be on him? But to me, it almost seems, and here's the irony, brother. Let me ask you this. It just seems like at the end of the day, it really is up to us as fans. Maybe a couple more years in the legalized gambling, we just don't bet. No one bets one Sunday. We have one Sunday no bet on. I hate to do that because you're a professional handicapper.
No,
it's fan stuff. Because if the fans don't do it, the NFL owners make money with the games. The players make money with the games and the contracts. Congress is just going to do what they have to, being supported by lobbies. And now it's back on the public court of opinion. Because I said this to Johnny Dean and Professor months ago. I said it feels like an 8-game suspension. They let the Browns take it, and the sell job is if you're 4-4 at 9 weeks, you get Deshaun Watson and see if you can make magic for the last 9 on a 17 season. And everybody, and Johnny Dean will say this, that he thinks it's a solid 1 season. And I think all of this lobbying back and forth in the media is because they want to sound like they're aiming. The NFL threatens to want to take him 1 or 2 more years. The judge doesn't want to take him that long, maybe. So really, actually, it's up to the judge in this case, and whether she understands and realizes that Deshaun Watson needs punishment for this predatory behavior.
Yeah. But Ray, look, I'm not going to defend Deshaun. He's a young man and he's got needs. Okay. 68 of them, I'm not too sure about that. And some of the stuff that I've read was absolutely sick. Look, I'm not going to try to bounce around too much, but just try to follow the path that I'm running here. I stopped really watching the NBA because it became too politicized. Okay?
Let me tell you why I stopped watching the NBA.
And that's not the only reason why I didn't want to watch the NBA. It's because the game really wasn't as interesting to me as well. And what topped it off to me is that it became too politicized.
Hey, hold on, Harry.
From that, I can walk away from football.
Let me share this, please. We're still at 2 on our share-a-thon here on a Saturday special cup of Ray from down here at the world-famous Ferg Sports Bar and Grill out here on Central Avenue, just below 16th Street. Take me home, Harry.
Right there in the edge of the St. Petersburg district.
I love the way you say it, in the edge district of St. Petersburg. But here's the thing I get. It just seems like they're setting us up. What are they setting us up for? I mean, if she doesn't rule, the NFL can't be too harsh. If she doesn't give him something, the NFL could push for 17 years and the kid will never play again. And what does the public opinion think? What does the court of public opinion come in on this? And I guess we're going to find out in a couple of days here when her thing comes back. But what if she shoots for 8, 9, maybe 10 games?
If Deshaun Watson doesn't play for a year, Daniel Snyder needs to be suspended and Jerry Jones needs to be suspended. If Deshaun Watson is never able to play football again, then unfortunately, I think both Jerry Jones and Daniel Snyder might be giving up their respective, in my opinion, their respective organizations.
I'm glad you mentioned.
Let me make one thing perfectly clear, Ray Kennedy.
Right.
They have to do something, and no matter what decision that they make, this is going to affect the viewership and the popularity of the National Football League that is held in this country. Just like it did with Colin Kaepernick, just like it did with Tim Tebow, and just because you can't make everybody happy. But on a moral compass, they need to do something.
I'm glad you mentioned. Well, Harry, I'm glad.
I walked away from the NBA for a reason.
I'm glad you mentioned, if you don't mind me going back there, because I don't want to, because the way my mind's working today, I'll probably forget it and end up talking, about Forrest Gump. But the fact that Daniel Snyder, okay, so here's what that happened there, right? This is kind of crowd that may have even, and never rightly so, happened in the 60s and the 70s and maybe into the 80s or some crazy stuff. But the type of behavior that was allowed from the sponsors of the team by Daniel Snyder, he should have had to sell that team outright, because it's not so much just, he got his hand caught in the 80s cookie jar. He should have had a different environment. He wasn't all responsible. He allowed it. He
should have sold it because he sucks as an owner anyway. Okay?
That's why I'm glad he didn't, because they're coming back this year. But the thing about it is, at the end of the day, you're talking about those girls whose lives they changed on that beach for that photo shoot where they were shooting for the Washington football team calendar back in 2010, I think it was. And after a year and a half, they come out, Daniel Snyder hires someone, a private attorney, to come out and give them an oral report, and they made sure nothing is written down. So you're talking about, so at what point now they keep pressing the fact that there was no criminal charges, no court. Again, that doesn't mean he didn't do it. We know what this kid did. You know what this kid's stupid of? Other than the fact that those poor young girls who are trying to just do their professional job and traumatizing them to never be able to ever get rid of that thought. I'm not saying they can't recover it. They probably could have smacked them in the face. What I'm saying is to do that in such a predatory nature. And he could have went around that town and got a Saturday night girl, because this is Deshaun Watson. Deshaun, it's not hard to meet girls. It's that fetish with the training thing and Okay.
I know.
I don't want to go there.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to implicate myself. I've been accused of being a sexist before, but let me make one thing really clear here, guys. I'm a little bit more old school. I just turned 56 years old. So if the word sweetie comes out of my mouth or darling, those aren't appropriate words. And believe me, at least I acknowledge it, and I try to the best of my ability not to use those words, because unfortunately, it can be offensive, especially to a lot of women. I'm not going to apologize for the way I feel, because I still hold a woman in a much higher standard.
I know how you treat your princess, and I can say that because your princess is right there in the car with us. Harry, can I ask you a question to drag it to get off of this subject? And maybe we come back to it. Maybe once we get a little bit off the dark end of it. Tyreek Hill talking about how to attack the law, and let's just go ahead and get this out there straight. every one of us is going to have like two pronunciations of Tua Tagovailoa correct once in our lifetimes. The rest of the time, we're just going to say Tua Tagovailoa. But Tyreek
Tagovailoa.
This kid, they just paid. They gave up 17 number one draft picks and are giving this kid money for Tyreek to bring the gifted receiver to bring the cheetah back down to Miami. And they want to. Here's the thing. Let's remember, guys and girls. Social media is about us getting all of our information. But we here at Bucs, no, I'm kidding. But it's not just about believing. Don't follow all the narratives. Of course, he's got to talk good. First of all, Tua's got a tight-ass throw. He came from a great program in Alabama. I like the way that kid plays. You give me those legs. You give me that Hawaiian, that competitiveness, that Vita Vea, that type of and I like the fact that this could be the quarterback, that they found their quarterback for the next decade there in Miami.
No, I've got to tell you, I completely agree. They built this team to win, right? But I could tell you one thing, they're going to be in a very same situation that another team's going to be in, and I'm trying to remember who it is. And
in the East?
No, it's going to be West. The NFC least, and it's going to be the Philadelphia Eagles. They are built to win right now, especially with the defense, drafting the two Georgia boys to go along with Fletcher Cox and picking up Brown from Tennessee as the wide receiver, and the draft that they had last year in the running game and the skill position players that they have. Well, let me make things really clear. If Tua and the QB from Philadelphia don't get it done this year, trust me, they will be looking for a franchise quarterback via the draft and via free agency, because these two teams are set up to win.
Shut up now. You're trying to feed the Tom Brady to Miami there, Harry. I see how you Chicago guys on Fall 52 do it. Of course you are, because let's be honest, if the Miami Dolphins, if Tua doesn't work, if Miami's looking for anything near a starting quarterback in 2023, Tom Brady's wearing teal and he's kicking the extra points himself. Like, what was the kicker's name from Ace Ventura? Someone share in the comments. What was the name? Anyway, go ahead. But
tell you right now, Tampa Bay, let me tell you something. Tom Brady will never put on a Miami uniform. I don't care what all the speculation is. Tampa's, listen, this is probably going to be Tom's last year. Okay. This is going to be the best team he has ever been surrounded with. And I said that even without Rob Gronkowski. Okay. That running game is going to run. They're not going to have to chuck and duck the ball all over the field. Tom Brady will be standing upright. He has a better chance this year of not getting injured than he has in the previous 2 or 3 years, because of the fact he's not throwing the ball 40 times a game.
You know what I love, Harry? Harry, you know what I love? I love that you have a seemingly rejuvenated Shaq Mason now at right guard. And, of course, won 2 Super Bowls with Tom in New England. But you got him there, of course, filling in for the loss of Valley Marpet. Wait. No, it's the left side, right? No. God, now someone call me out. Give me a comment, but share the show and call me out. But basically, the reemergence of that in the offensive line and the fact that this team, this defense, do we kind of think there's going to be some of that Tony? It feels like it, that Tony Dungy players go through walls. But this time we actually have an offense, and that's why the NFL should be scared.
You know what? Blasphemy. And again, look, this Todd Bowles team is going to be really good on defense. But that's blasphemy. You cannot compare it to Tony Dungy. That was a defensive genius. The end.
Yeah.
The man's a defensive genius. Todd Bowles is not a defensive genius. You cannot compare those two. But player for player, with the additions of Akeem Hicks, but they have lost a couple of players in the secondary. But it's not going to make a difference. If that front seven is going to play the way I think it is, you could take fresh kids that are undrafted free agents and put them back there, and they're going to look like superstars, because they are going to be all over the quarterback. And when I tell you all over, they don't even know who they're going to be able to block. I know you're doing the dental floss thing.
Question, Harry, question. I'm going to ask Joshua Cole Allen, of course, from Pewter Report. I got to get him to come on here. I saw him on with you a couple of weeks back, I think it was, or maybe it was on the Sports Web. No, with you and Peter for the pregame. I saw him down at the deck. But what I was going to say is the fact that I forgot what I was going to say. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm listening.
No, what I was going to say was the fact that this team, if you had to come up with a narrative from camp, a story, you're looking for the dirt, you're just going into the future. Is it Bruce Arians hangs around one butt place, he's running Byron Leftwich's offense? Is it Bruce Arians at one butt place trying to push Todd Bowles to be more free, open, and risk it? Or is it Bruce Arians providing that mentorship to the new head coach of the Buccaneers that he's known since he coached at Temple in 30 whatever, and the relationship and the family atmosphere, and the fact that those two together with this defense and still having Byron Leftwich and Tom Brady and you guys on offense doing it are going to put their third Lombardi in the case over at $1, the Advent Health Training Facility.
That's a great question.
Was there a question?
I didn't even know how to answer it, but I just want to go back to what we were talking about before. I like Todd.
Don't go to the NBA.
He's not Tony Dungy, man.
No. Two different coaches takes a lot more risks, right? With Tony Dungy, it was the Tampa 2, applying the pressure, covering everything over the middle. You start with a Hall of Fame defensive tackle in Warren Sapp, who was – everybody gets – I get hell for this. People always say, who's your favorite Buccaneer of all time? I got to sit on Leroy Selman's lap at the Chevron in 1980, whatever, 3. I love Derek Brooks and what he still means to this community, but Warren Sapp was always my guy, and it's just because he had that take-no-prisoner mentality that kind of reminded me of like an 85 Bears type of a defense personality. No, Harry, agree? You like that setup?
I'm going to tell you exactly who Warren Sapp reminded me of. He was a combination of a Dan Hampton and a Steve McMichael. Danimal and Mong. You put those two together, and you had a Warren Sapp. But let me explain this to you. It took 2 of them to be a Warren Sapp. Warren Sapp's probably the best D tackle to play in the game at all times. Even better than Aaron Donald.
Aaron Donald. I almost gave them. I can't do that till the Friday night Cup of Ray After Dark. But Aaron Donald. No, Warren Sapp, I still to this day, I think scientists at MIT are still breaking down the Zapruder film of the Warren Sapp career and trying to figure out how the hell Warren Sapp, 75% of the time, ended up in the backfield before the lineman got in the backfield. Every time. He knew this.
And the reason, hold on now. If Warren Sapp played in today's game, he'd even be more dominating than he was in yesterday's game because you remember the way you had the pass protect or run block against defenders were totally different back then.
Yeah,
it's almost like the way they treat wide receivers going across the middle. I mean, let me tell you something, man. Warren Sapp was an absolute beast. Now off the field, he was a dick.
He was an asshole.
He was an asshole. He really was.
But he was our asshole. I'm yelling asshole here, and Fergus is down here having a nice.
Let's call it what it was. But you can't take anything away. How credible he was on a football field. Just like baseball, a lot of people love. Yeah.
Oh, you haven't talked about how you're doing with the baseball. How's the numbers? I don't mean to throw a surprise curveball at you, but how are we still doing on the season with the betting on the home underdogs?
Here, let me switch gears. 93 and 50.
Jesus Christ. I could have my house paid off now. Thanks for calling a brother. I live 30 feet from you. Hey, let me ask you this. You talked about McMichael but look at the defense. You and we talked about this last night on a great Friday night episode. I tell people, go back and watch it. We had a great time there on the over-under last night on 1252 Sports. But putting Akeem Hicks on this defensive line with that mentality and bringing that new blood in along with the Vita Vea, and then don't forget NFL sack leader Warren Shaquille Barrett, and then I think Joe Tryon-Shoyinka is going to be cutting corners like a knife this year. This defensive line really has a chance to be a special defensive line.
It's not just the defensive line. Shaq Barrett's going to have a career year.
Well, he's a linebacker.
When Akeem Hicks is healthy, and he's in there with Vita Vea, not rotating him in. Those two together are going to give you 700 pounds of beef in the middle. And what people don't understand, he has probably the second or the third best percentages of getting to the quarterback for defensive linemen.
And Harry.
And hold on. The people that are going to benefit the most are going to be the linebackers. They won't even have guards or centers or tackles even touching them.
You know what's funny? Okay, first of all, he's also, I want to say this, he's got phenomenal backside speed. So you talk about the continuing to add to that, the lore of the Buccaneers run defense and how important it is to have that. But I just came up, you talked about Vita Vea and Akeem Hicks blowing up the middle, but making linebackers jobs like a day at the park. I just realized, and it's not just because of Vita Vea and his heritage or whatever, but I can see the nickname for those two in the middle is just the Eclipse. Because when those two are busting through the middle, anything inside the tackles on the offensive line, including a tailback, it's going to be an eclipse.
Yep. It'll even take quarterbacks like Carson Wentz that look like a giraffe to make him shrink about a foot because he doesn't know what to do. But you know what? I'm also going to make you another prediction. This is what's going to make this Todd Bowles defense as great as it is. You remember how often they would blitz?
Yes.
Okay. Your blitzing is going to go down dramatically this year because of the front four. They're not going to have to blitz as much. They can play back. Because I'm telling you, this is going to be a scary defense, man.
You know,
I could only imagine, but here's the difference. Tony Dungy could not coach this particular defense because they don't utilize players like an Akeem Hicks or a Vita Vea. They always use more agile type of players and a lot lighter, like a Warren Sapp sitting around 300 pounds.
I'm losing you a little bit, Harry.
McFarland.
Hey, Harry. Don't. I was losing you a little bit, so but don't forget Logan Henry, the rookie lineman from Houston. He comes from a program. The nickname of that Houston defensive line was Sack Avenue, and he comes in with his bull rushing strength. So not as long as Dotro Shranka, but also able to give you that fourth lineman or the third because you've got a linebacker, but that can get that bull rush along with a Vita Vea and a Akeem Hicks or a Bill Golston or a Nunez Roches rush up the middle. But we got so many teams in this year that are passing the game. You got a Patrick Mahomes. Of course, we're going to have to got Matt Stafford. And we have, we talked about it last night, Joe Burrow. They're going to be getting rid of the ball so fast. And you make a great point that being able to free up those linebackers as well is going to allow us to cover the short stuff and let us create havoc. Ooh.
Yeah, the linebackers, they're like the kids that can't be. They really are. I mean, when you have a front four like that, that's going to be put.
And I think I lost Harry. So this could be actually me because usually it is me. Harry, hold on a second here. I'm just going to take you out.
No, it's not you. It's me. I'm in a dead zone. Ray, we'll hit you up later. I'm in a dead zone.
All right, brother. Take care. This was awesome because I was just getting ready to say it was so perfect. Harry's riding along there, and you start to hear the distortion. Hey, what? And so you're like, it's funny because back in the day, if it wasn't for video phones and we were actually doing a StreamYard there, it almost sounds like someone's vibing like, I got to get rid of this. I got to get rid of this guy. Up, go here, bye. And then just hanging it up. But of course, unless he's really good and he actually used that video distortion to make it look like, but he was definitely frozen up. But, let's get to these comments. Thanks, guys. Please share the show just because I need comments. I want to talk today. I don't want to just talk. I want to talk with you. Tino in here, brother. What up, Big Ray? Thank you. Thanks for the birthday wishes, guys. Everybody, of course, yesterday I turned 103, actually 53. And having a great weekend. It's Independence Weekend, and we're celebrating again the independence of our country. But share the show. Let's get some comments in here. I really appreciate it. Stephen Glasker, good to see you, brother, on a July 4th Independence Day holiday weekend. Good morning. I forget. Good morning, right? It's 11:17 where Stephen is. So technically, good morning, gentlemen. Good to see you both. Hope you all have a great day. Brother Stephen, good to see you. Thanks for coming in here. Let's get together sometime. Talk it out. Tim Witherspoon up in here. Morning, y'all. You both look older. Thanks. Tim, you caught the over-under last night. Harry's birthday was June 30th. I almost fell. It's like I'm working on the stage. So yeah, I had a little bit of hair to the dog this morning. I had one beer when I got here because from my birthday last night, I had one too many. What is it called? Oh God, it was so good, but it was just I lost that thought. But yeah, we were talking about the fact that Harry was born on June 30th, me on July 1st, and we had a little thing about that last night. Ben Cornett rocking it up in here. Tried to join you last night, Ben. I'm sorry. But actually, I was having connectivity issues. You and Alec were locking it down, doing a little talk, but I was already at a place where I'd had enough beer. Maybe I didn't need to be in there. Hey, Barry looked like he had too much birthday fun last night. And actually, I'm the one because it was my birthday last night. So, yeah, share the show. But, when I was talking about, when I mentioned, sorry, hold on a second. When I mentioned the big news when the Tyreek Hill and they try to make that he's talking about and he's with them more. Come on. I mean, Patrick Mahomes, just literally the Brett Favre practicing, Aaron Rodgers with the off steps throws, the off, kilter and the accuracy. But I like the accuracy of Tagovailoa as he learns this offense. But don't forget now, it's going to be a new offense that he's working on. A defense stays intact. They keep the coordinator. But But you bring in a Tyreek Hill and you put them, and you already have the talented team down there. And all I was posing with that was, I forget where I was going with that. Let me go back to Ben Cornett's comment. Harry looked like he had too much birthday fun last night. I do see the numbers going up. Thank you. So I'll go ahead and share this again. And if you can comment on this, we're talking about the fact that the news that we hear or we see on like one dirty website that's on the dark web that we happened across is that the NFL Players Association is willing to play the Daniel Snyder, Darrell Wimple, Robert Kraft card against the NFL, and how the owner should be held to a higher standard card to try to make a light of the, not light, but making a defense of they're the NFL Players Association, whether they detest it or not. They represent the player. That's what a union is. That's what a union do. You guys and girls know that. Ben Cornett with the comment, Miami will definitely be fun to watch this season. Yeah, 100%. I think that I love it. And I love the fact that you got a great backfield. I like Mostart they brought in from, of course, after the injury with the 49ers, but you give a running game to the Dolphins and you give Tua the receiving talent that he has down there and Cheetah running loose. You could run Cheetah as a decoy, literally on every Tyreek. We know your hand is broken and God forbid. And to touch it hurts. Just keep your hand in tight and just run fast as heck on everybody. And just the decoy, the doubles, the rollovers to try to cover him, the zone defenses, and then opening up avenues for other players. But so yeah, I don't know. I forget what took us here, but talking about the reason why I said that is because Tyreek Hill says that about him, and of course you're supposed to say things about your new players. If you sign a contract, be it $100,000, $100 million, or $250 million with a new organization. It ain't got to be sports. It could be, you're with the Elephant Poop Pickers Uppers of America with the whatever, not Ringling Brothers and Barnum Bailey Circus, who used to go down here right to the Bayfront Center from 72 on. My grandmother Cusick, my grandmother Etta always got us tickets, and the circus would come to town on the train, and everything got crazy. And I forgot where I was going with that talk because I have another comment in here. Sorry, Ben Cornett says, by the way, Deshaun Watson is a crafty guy. That an inside joke, Ben? So yeah, I wanted to go ahead. So I'm doing a double show today. We're still up. The views are still up to 5. Now remember, we're doing a view telethon. I just need you to share and get one friend to share. And it's like that old the hair shampoo commercial, and they'll tell their friends and so on and so on and so on. But actually down here doing 2 shows today for Memorial Day weekend, just in case the first one's not bad enough. But kidding. I may have a special guest coming in here because I kind of wanted to get into that because it's not so much that I'm waiting with bated breath for the decision as what they're going to do to Deshaun. Like there's, you have millions of people standing around on the streets by speakers waiting to hear it. But you look at how both sides work it and how it's kind of put back to the people because we love the sport. We consume that sport. And we're still looking for those heroes, right? And I'm not saying you got to never let this kid play again. I'm not saying I think that the Browns became non-heroes from the very sharing. The Browns, when they sign this kid, lose all respect. But I keep waiting to hear that Deshaun's making a $50 million donation to the sexual assault awareness line or centers, or making good with settling these other 4 cases. If nothing else, to admit that whatever was going on, maybe there is not a court of law in the land that can take you into court on it, but it was a bit predatory, and we hope you got help for that. I called him, get him a Saturday night girl. That sounds terrible on a Saturday down here at the world famous for 7 viewers. 7. I knew you could do it. So this is the highest we've been so far, and it's a Saturday afternoon. I get it. I'll tell you what, driving down here from Bay Pines, Seminole Boulevard, and you get to the cut, and there's the 2 lanes that go underneath and out across Tom Stewart Causeway to Madeira Beach. And then there's the 2 lanes that go across top that take you over by the Bay Pines Veterans Hospital and then escort you over the bridge and to all points east coming downtown. I always take the First Avenue south. We always loved it because you used to get the one light at 66th Street or 58th Street, and then you did it right, drove the speed limit, you'd go green all the way down. To go to said circus that I just talked about, give me some comments, guys. Again, let me get this in here because Ben Cornett showing some great knowledge, and here sharing is caring 100%. Hope we get Harry back in here. We were having a great conversation about the potential for the Buccaneers defensive line in 2022 and the entire defense. And Oh, let me get back to my story about that. But, so Seminole Boulevard was quite heavy, the traffic. So we're all doing our thing, staying in a nice flow, not speeding, and get to that break. And I'm like, oh, here we go. Because most of the time, especially on a Saturday, they're going to the beach anyway. A lot of them were heading out to the beach for this Independence Day, this July 4th weekend. Of course, we celebrate our nation's independence, July 4th, 1776, when we sign the Declaration of Independence, declaring that we can spend the rest of our entire history of our country fighting about religion. That joke was not planned, but if you like that joke, share it. It's the Share Telethon. And I'm not trying to talk politics, but talking about this, and I said this, I'm rehashing some old stuff to a lot of followers out there, Cup of Ray. I'm just filling time because I'm going to be down here all day. It's a marathon from down here at the world famous, I'm going to get it right this time, world famous Ferg Sports Bar and Grill out here on Central Avenue, just below 16th Street in the Edge District of St. Petersburg. No, it just felt like it was. But everyone going out to the beach to enjoy the holiday weekend, and then hopefully, we've had a lot of rain as of late, and there's been some rain around, so I haven't heard anything about there being any not allowing fireworks this year. I know that people, expectations, I don't want to say should be not grand, because what does it take for firework? It's a special. It could have been a sparkler someone's waving, but if you were getting a kiss with that special person or holding someone's hand or having that moment or maybe cracking open this beer I drank last night was called Dank. Shows you where my mind was. I talked about racing home, and it reminded me to go back to the other thing. Someone comment, racing home from work at UPS to get home, mowed the entire yard before sunset, which is a win on a Friday, especially at month end. But people, I think, were kind of getting ready for this holiday a day early. Tim. Oh, wait. Alec. Dang, I'm late to the show. Alec, I know you're working, brother, but if you're not, get in here. If you need a link, let me know. Tim Witherspoon says, it's looking like our defense might be better than the one that won the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. Let's frickin' go. Tim, yeah, right. And where can we put our fingers on it? Because I've stated all along, oh, brother, then Alec, can you get to the show? Get in here. Come in here by a phone, whatever. Go to a porta potty. Come in here and let's talk. I wasn't able to join Alec and Ben last night. They were drinking a little beer. Again, I apologize for me being a little off today. I plan on this being a long day. Shouldn't have had that hair of the dog beer. It wasn't crazy. I didn't drive down here still wrenched, but John McKay. And then, of course, who can ever forget just the most defensive-minded coach in the history of the Buccaneers and had so much success in Lehman Bennett, bringing him into grit splits from Atlanta. I'm kidding. I always go back, man. You can't. John McKay locks it down, right? Gets that first to first. I got a 5-year plan. John McKay, why do you have a 5-year plan? Because I've got a 5-year contract. Gold. That's Tampa Bay 1977. They get to 79 and they get that worst to first, and then thereafter, obviously I'm just waving here. So talk, people. Alex says I'm off. Get in here, Alex. I got Alec coming in here. This is going to be awesome. Let me get this last comment. Ben Cornett says, since it was your birthday, I'll give you a pass rate. Thank you, Ben. How many of those did you have last night? Let me see if I can get this cat in here. It's awesome to talk with him. Trying to line this up all week. Welcome to the show from the NFL edition, Midnight Madness, or pop up near you, Mr. Alex Schomburg. How are you, brother?
My bad. I was trying to help Ben out real quick.
Oh, you want me to take you off?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
We've had this dialogue before, Alec. Does it feel like the fact that you got a Todd Bowles defense and continuity, because he was the defensive coordinator, now he's the head coach, and I say Todd Bowles defense because I think he takes responsibility for the offense and the defense, but we got Byron Leftwich on the other side, but of course we know Tom Brady's coaching the offense anyway. But the fact that type of a coach this year and a defense doubling down, that last comment, let me bring it back up in here. Wait, where was it? Right here. Tim Witherspoon says that it's looking like that defense might be better than the one that won the Super Bowl 55 a couple of years ago. But Alec, man, that was a pretty damn good defense. They locked that thing down, especially against those Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Yes, sir.
Yeah? So what do you think, though, about this Buccaneers? What do you hear about this defense that gives you optimism that they're going to be even more aggressive? Oh, there was a time in 1999 or 2000 where the Bucs defense was number 1 against the pass, and they were like number 5 against the rush, which is like crazy to show you how. And I'm riffing here because I'm not sure the exact numbers. But brother, let me ask you something. Tell me about Thursday night. What'd you guys cover on the NFL edition?
Well, Thursday we just covered just the basic NFL news that we do every single week. We did. Well, Johnny and Alex, they did their
Fantasy draft, redraft.
and then
Is that what you're going to say?
yeah, that's who we had about an hour and a half of just roasting Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, no, well, let's be honest, Alec. For those of you that haven't seen it, I've got the video. I can't show that video because it's not 10 p.m. That video should never see the light of day. You guys got pretty raunchy there Friday night or Thursday night.
I'm surprised it's still on YouTube.
You guys are, that's so funny. And again, I hope, Alec, I hope you can join me tonight for my double show. Ben's in the house. Ben, what up, brother?
How you doing, man?
Alex, I'm surprised.
Good.
On YouTube.
Let me get.
We got a little crazy on the Deshaun Watson roasts.
Ben, tell me.
Alec proved he couldn't do it live by himself. He's still
I couldn't do it.
Apartment. So
Bro,
I had one viewer. I was like, this is just.
Dude, I was just doing this show right here about a half hour ago, and I was watching it go 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, and then it went to 0, and I felt like I'd lost a friend. I was like, what? Where are you at? But we're doing a share telethon. It's going to be a doubleheader. Ben, if you can somehow join me again tonight, I might even get into that beer a little hard. I'm going to try to bring the reason I went with this shot is I got wind coming from all directions, and I'm not in the sunlight, so I think that was a smart move. No, Ben?
Ray, what time are you coming on? What time are you going to do that?
You know what? I'll just go ahead and just because I can throw pubs out to this guy because he deserves it anyway. I invited James Canada from the Big Game Sports Buzz to come on maybe today, but I also prefaced it with I hope you're spending family time. He was taking care of some stuff. He's going to message me back, but I'm just sometime I don't want to beer till midnight tonight. I'd like to drop something nice, find an air dare to do a spot. We got a lucky weekend. We're in that. And of course, Alex Schoenberg wearing that Lightning shirt. We're in that period right after the Stanley Cup where everybody's just like, cool your jets for a day, and then we'll get down here and root the Rays on. Of course, there'll be fans down here watching the Rays here. They play later on today. I have no idea who can. So
right now.
Are they winning? Jesus.
Oh, they're losing.
Are they playing? It's not Minnesota. Not Minnesota, but
Toronto
Blue Jays.
Oh, guys, isn't the AFC East? It's interesting. Other than the fact that the Yankees just hand them the AL championship now, but no, I'm kidding. Give the Rays one shot in a 3-game playoff. But even though they're running away with that division, you're still talking about the Sox, the Red Sox, the Blue Jays, and then Baltimore ends up pulling out a good pitching performance once a month.
Watch out for the Red Sox. They're coming on pretty good right now.
They're winning more than they're trending.
By the way, I was right last night. White Sox won last night. I was right.
Oh, did they?
I was right.
They beat the Giants, right?
Yeah, San Francisco.
I told Harry and Peter that, and they was iffy on that one. Don't doubt my bookie.
Hey, let me ask you guys this. Jump in, anybody. I'm gonna tell you right now. I just watched The Last Dance for the 4th time, just because the family was out of town for the weekend, and I just binged. My basketball days, sadly, until I see somebody. Zion Williamson felt like it for 5 seconds, but somebody that could mean something to the league, like a young LeBron, but basically for me, it's a Michael Jordan. But yesterday with this, he's opting in for the $375 million a year contract. Yeah, and you're like, what's going on with those contracts, guys?
Look, I'm going to say this real quick. The NBA offseason is better than the regular season.
Man. It's true.
DeAndre Ayton trade to the Pacers. You got Rudy Gobert trade to the Timberwolves. Lakers not doing anything, stagnant as always. The GM.
The thing is, just like with the NIL and college athletics, but the one and dones now, the machine schools that just pump them out with one and dones, and these kids belong getting paid as soon as possible. You never know when that's going to be not as good as or taken away from you. But now the entire league is like they spend $500 gazillion, like you said, Ben, in making the offseason the most interesting part, and then it's just a crapshoot the rest of the way. But they're buying. Is that the way they buy the public's interest in the product?
Pretty much. I mean, it's like the product doesn't matter anymore. It's what gets you to that product, and but also it's social media. It's been around for over a decade now. A lot of things come out and stuff like that. So it's a combination of things, right? It's just, when you have that, see, as an athlete now, and you have social media, you can promote yourself.
Right.
You couldn't do that with 20 years. Like Michael Jordan would have to have, you would have.
Oh my gosh.
ESPN, like
Yeah.
all the networks to promote him. But now, if he was, imagine him being on social media during his prime.
Again, let me remind everyone, it's a marathon edition, 2-show day from down here at the world famous Ferg Sports Bar and Grill down here on Central Avenue. Thanks for, no, I'm working them. But I was going to ask you, speaking of those tweets and social media posts, what's Tyreek Hill gonna say? That Viola sucks and he just left the baby goat so his life's over? He just got paid. I want to see him nursing his quarterback, and if not, then that kid would have been there in the first place, right?
When's the last time you've seen somebody actually rip a quarterback? Like just rip and not mention anything that they don't do that. Come on. We all know better. I mean,
yeah.
Especially got over 200 million reasons not to.
You know what that has been? Because they know where their bread is what?
That's right.
They know where their bread is butter, baby. Take care of that quarterback. Keep getting paid. Give me, Alex Schomburg, tell me, what's the biggest off-season free agency move? Doesn't have to be the one the universe thinks is the biggest, but is most interesting to you, Alec.
Ooh. Has to be one.
Start. You always asking that. It has to be one. I'll give you two, but give me one solid one to start.
I see.
Let's start. Is it going to be offense or defense? Because man, I pose you put Khalil Mack with Bosa out in the Chargers, and you get Herbert on his game, and oh my God, you keep what's the secondary? The player's name again. Ben, help me out here. Should have been a Buccaneer, but of course they drafted Vita Vea instead.
Derwin James.
Derwin James stays healthy. That's a pretty solid team, but
I'll give you one real quick.
Jason
Jackson.
The Bengals.
Oh, go ahead, Alec.
I was saying
wait, hold on a second.
Alex,
what's that? Alec, go ahead, brother.
I was saying Alex Cappa to the Bengals to help with that offensive line behind Joe.
Damn, you got to go right for the heart. You got to go right for the heart.
Along with Collins from Dallas, he went to Cincinnati. 2 offensive linemen.
You know what though? Where did Kappa went to Cincinnati, right?
Yeah.
We got Ryan Jensen from the same division from Baltimore, and he Jeff Christie. We could talk about great centers, Steve Brantley over the years in Buccaneer history, but right now you talk about already got a place up on that ring. What Ryan Jensen means. Maybe you guys don't agree. Am I making an argument? I'm not saying it's got to be 20 years and we're feeling sentimental because, he's president of the country now. It's talking about Ryan Jensen, who he'll be barbecuing something. He won't be president. But is that kid already putting his name up there on that Ring of Honor, guys?
Maybe. It's possible.
That didn't sound too convincing. Fight for it, man. Fight for it.
Offensive line don't get that much love.
No, they
he's
don't.
the only one on there. Gruber.
Paul Gruber, yeah.
Yeah, so, that's a tough position. Usually it kind of gets ignored. You know what I mean? It's always meant for the receivers, quarterbacks, running backs, defensive ends.
Yeah.
I don't know how many offensive linemen you see on a Ring of Honor. Well, Gruber's the only one, so.
Well, let me ask if you're 100% right. Alec, let me ask you this then. I'll give you 2 moves in the same division, and you tell me which one you think will have a bigger impact. Devontae Adams going from Green Bay to the Oakland Raiders, and Josh McDaniel. And, of course, Devontae and Carr had that chemistry. Where'd they go? Was it Fresno? Not Fresno State, guys. Fresno State, right? Guys were booming records in college. Now you reunite those two. Or Russell Wilson goes to the Broncos. Jerry Jeudy. They've got some receiving talent. Who else? And then Tyreek Hill leaving the Chiefs. But Chiefs fans don't want to hear about that.
My favorite move out of those 3 is only because they have chemistry is Derek Carr and Devontae Adams.
It's interesting.
If you have Russell Wilson going with Jerry Jeudy, and then you have I forgot what the third option was, but I blinked after that.
No, but Russell Wilson.
Yeah, but they have chemistry already with Derek Carr and Devontae Adams, and all they didn't go to jail. They had a history of
Imagine if they would have brought in Devontae Adams, and this is terrible because he killed a young lady and deserves everything he's got coming. But Henry Ruggs, if you had Ruggs and Devontae on that team with Derek Carr, you may be already packaging the NFL MVP for 2022 and shipping it to Oakland because one of them might actually be the one that wins it.
I'm going to tell you something real quick. They wouldn't have gotten Devontae if Ruggs didn't have that.
Right, I know, because it would have been too much. Yeah, no, they had to. They had to make that move.
Yeah, but
Ben,
yeah,
you live in Arizona, Ben, right?
No, Las Vegas.
Wait, where?
Vegas.
Las Vegas. Okay. So I meant Las Vegas. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Matt Coulson. He lives in a trailer down in the park somewhere writing his manifesto. We love us some Matt Coulson.
Breaking Bad,
but
yeah.
You're right there, and he's working on something. You're right there in Vegas. Does Vegas have a defense that can match up against suddenly a Josh McDaniel inspired offense with the success that they can have? They got a running game in Josh Jacobs, don't they?
They do. They got Josh. They got White, the rookie from Georgia, running back, who's going to compete for that starting job. That's a good 1-2 punch. And also, they got Chandler Jones in the offseason to team up with Max Crosby. So that defense, that front seven, legitimate. Now the question mark's going to be the secondary. It's a solid secondary, but I think they need to get a little better.
Yeah,
to match, especially when you got all those receivers in that division.
Yeah, it's going to be Air West, right? That's what they're going to have to call that now. It's Air. I'm going to trademark that. I want a shirt 2022 Air West because it's the AFC West and it's Air West. Quick, get off the airbed and go trademark. Go. I'm looking at this camera. Go get that trademark. But let's talk about the Buccaneers. And I saw a great article. I wrote an article last night, but it didn't get a chance to run on Bucs Report yet. Anyone heard about how Aaron Andrews was out there on vacation with her husband? I think it was in Montana. When the Troy Aikman, of course, moving from Fox going to ESPN, even when everyone thought it was going to be Amazon. Did anyone read a story about who she recruited right after that news was given to her?
Tom Brady.
I heard about it. I didn't read it. What was it about?
Basically, the story goes great. It was in Jimmy Traina's Train of Thoughts there on ESPN. Throwing my love out from my boys at SI.com, ESPN, SI.com. Jeez, and basically talking about what were we talking about again, Ben?
The Aaron Andrews interview.
Yeah. So sorry. I'm thinking about that second show already. If I get James Canada in here and you guys, but Aaron Andrews is out there on vacation. Yeah, it was 2 beers. I must admit it now. And the water's out, and I'm starting to sweat, so I'm going to dehydrate and fall. And Ben, you take the show over, and Ben Alec, you be a competent. Do you guys have to go anytime soon?
I'm going to go in a few minutes. I got some stuff to do. But I got
man. Okay. No, then go ahead and talk about what you want to talk about. Ask Alec and Ray anything, Ben.
Ask Alec and Ray anything.
But not basketball.
Okay, no, not basketball. The Rays, are they still going to make the playoffs?
Wow, great. So right now they're so trending down, just getting a Wander Franco back, getting a Kevin Kiermaier and starting to try to, but they've always been doing it with smoke and mirrors, and the rest of the entire Major League Baseball is now in one shape or form using analytics. So everyone's doing the shift, some teams are doing the opener. So all their bag of tricks, there's only so many you can come up with. But they've been trending down. They're playing in Montreal this weekend, as we were talking about with Alec, you pointed out. By the way, what's the score?
Well, it's a 1-0 Blue Jays.
God, son of that. Yeah, the thing is that their best hope now, because anyone else for the other 3 teams in the division is to sit yourself somewhere good for a wild card berth, a nice seeding. You're going to see if the Yankees continue to run away, you're going to see 3 teams like fighting for a seeding. Mathematically, if we lose this game, we got to go out and play against, the Angels, who suddenly got great now that they fired Jim Madden, or we have to go play against, Boston in Boston. So, but the best they could do now is a wild card. And at this moment, the way they're trending, it's looking like it's going to be a lower one, the 4th.
Yeah, unfortunately. I don't know. It just seems like this year, I think the Yankees, their injuries, they haven't had as many injuries. They finally, Garrett Cole's having a good year. Wrong time to have a good year if you're a Braves fan. Especially when they paid him all that money. Aaron Judge is getting a contract year,
they're getting
falling into place for the Yankees.
You got I was going to say, you've got to imagine, Ben, that the ghost of Yankees past, Murderers Row, Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, that there's spirits, even though it's the new Yankee Stadium, which I heard sucks compared to the old Yankee Stadium, but there's spirits. And the fact that Giancarlo Stanton looks like he's in the prime shape of his life, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks like me.
Yeah, me too. But that cat, they've been paying Giancarlo $75 million a year since 1922. The guy's been injured or had problems. Suddenly he's showing up, and he's not carrying the team on his shoulders, but he's providing that spark and coming in. But the entire team is doing that.
Right, exactly. And Giancarlo, he's always been an all or nothing hitter. It's either a home run or a fly out or a strikeout. But no, he's improved a little bit. He's playing DH as well, which I think helps. So this team, that division, listen, it's not over yet. It's July, baseball's a very long season, so I wouldn't count the Rays out yet. But if I had to pick today, if like the division, obviously the Yankees are going to take it, but I still can see the Rays squeeze into that wild card spot because the AL Central, you only got one team in Minnesota. Houston out west,
Houston's almost doing a Yankees, down west.
Yeah, so I think the AL East is going to get multiple playoff teams. That's the division.
It's going to look like the NFC West from 2021, which a lot of people want to say that the AFC West is going to look like in 2022 with all the additions and free agents. But I'm like, I still always say you put all these teams together in that division, you're going to have winners and losers. But it sounds like a whole lot of people kicking each other's butts and maybe keeping themselves the more even. The Buccaneers in the South, who knows what Arthur Smith is doing with the and of course, is Matt Rule even still employed by Carolina? I'm kidding. Of course, Dennis Allen, that defense in New Orleans scares me. But this is a division. This isn't a division I see that we always talk about teams in your division, and those always are the hardest games. Do you think the Bucs are going to have those problems in 2022, and are the Saints going to be one of them, Ben?
It'll be the Saints still, because again, they're
it has to be
built around beating us. So, but I think we're going to split with them this year. We're going to split a game. Great teams will always lose a game they shouldn't. Last year it was Washington. The Bucs, they'll probably lose one of those to like whoever's on the schedule, but. I look at that division. The Bucs should win that division. I got them 13-4, I believe. I got the Saints, I think, like at 10-7, 11-6 around that mark, and I got Atlanta I got Atlanta 6-11. I'll believe it when I see it. How much better they'll get better, but
don't tell Kyle.
Carolina's going to be like a 4 or 5 win team at best. They have no quarterback.
Wow. Will you do me a favor, Ben? Yep. I'm going to let you go because I know you have to go. If I'm still on later, or even if I don't go, please come in. But
Absolutely.
Will you share the show? Can you get the show on Facebook?
I did.
Can you share it to my page?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, brother, because it's not on my page, and maybe I have some friends here in the area that might want to come by and buy me a beer. So you never know. But hey, brother, don't forget to share. It's a share telethon. Hit the share button. We're down to one viewer, and that's my mom, Ben Cornett. Okay. Where can we find you, brother? Pump a little bit of what you got going on.
Just find me Thursday nights on the NFL edition with Mr. Humber, Mr. Dean, Mr. Loosemore. Thursday nights, we do that. I'm on Twitter as well at BENEBOY 702.
I got a question. So, I waxed right over it. Alec and I were talking about it. Got a little raunchy the other night, didn't it, man? Keep it clean. We're on a day show.
Yep, I'm keeping it clean, brother.
Can you check? I know you are, brother. Hey, can you check right now? Has it yet been deleted from YouTube, Twitter, or Facebook because of the vulgarity of that show?
I think it's still
Alec knows. Okay, so if you, and you know why that's a great thing, because while we're having a share-a-thon from down here at world famous Ferg Sports Bar and Grill, it's a Cup of Ray on a Saturday. You can also go and watch that later on between my shows, because I'm going to go get a nice shot, because there's not a whole lot of sidewalk activity, because it's July 2nd and it's like 1,000 degrees. Fergs does a great job, fans everywhere. But anyway, I appreciate you sharing the show. But tell us a little bit about what happened on Thursday night and keeping it clean there, Ben, before you exit.
We're talking about the city of Cleveland.
Talk to me. Hey, now wait a minute. Now talk to me like I'm your mother, okay? Because I'm gonna be like this.
We talked about the city of Cleveland.
It wasn't the city of Cleveland, young Ben. It was a little more than the. I guess we can't really.
Yeah, we're not going to go that far.
We can't go any further because then that crosses the line. Ben Cornett, thanks for jumping in, brother. Look to have you again soon.
All right, guys.
Take care. Take care, brother. Good to see you. Hey, Alec, let's go to week 1. Because at this point, I'm just buying time till our sponsors come on and like us so I can get paid that $10 in soap that they give us. Because it's brought to you by Dove Hand Soap. Week 1 out there in Dallas. Are you more fearful of Dallas in 2022 in week 1 at their place than maybe we were in Dallas at our place in 2021 on opening night that Thursday night?
I'm 50-50 on it because it's the typical Cowboys trend. Every year they hit their high horse in the beginning of the season. All their fans say, "Oh, we them boys every year," and they go towards they'll go to a decline mid-season, and then up end the season to get a playoff spot, and then downhill playoffs. And so I think we'll probably get the most out of the Cowboys week 1. I would have preferred mid-season when they're in their decline.
Good point. And I'm going to follow you up on that. I'll follow you up on that. You know why you're 100% right in that. I say their mid-season point on their decline is because they're playing in a really improved NFC East. I mean, you can tell me about Ron Rivera and that defense. Tell me about Brian Sabol and that Buck and Giants offense and Danny Dimes. I think that kid's got it. I think there's a reason why they drafted him in the first round out of, what was he drafted out of generic U? I'm kidding. I think it was North Carolina. No, it wasn't. No, it was a red team. But anyway, my story is that by the midseason, Dallas is going to come to a realization that even when you take those we had the Giants. Well, that beer's kicking in again. Giants, Cowboys, and the Eagles, right? So, yeah, it's going to be an improving off an NFC East. Yeah, there wasn't a question in there.
I have the Eagles winning that division.
I like it. I like what Nick Sirianni's doing there. I like this team is even only now 5 years removed from winning a Super Bowl. 6 maybe, but it was with Doug Peterson. But you're not talking about a team that was going through a generational downtrodden time and then rebuilding. They had a lot of pieces in place. I think Howie Roseman, I'm trying to remember the general manager of the Eagles, I think maybe, but brings in Nick Sirianni. They got good talent there. Yeah, I like Jalen Hurts. I like what this kid can do. Of all the quarterbacks that can pull it down and run it, I think Jalen has the most get out of the way ability or the get out ability. Does that sound right? Do you agree, or is there another mobile quarterback that can pull it down and dance in the pocket that you think is better? So it's
yeah, I ain't got nothing on.
We haven't seen Justin Fields, right? So and we want to think Evans there in Chicago, but I like the Eagles in that division, and I'm supposed to hate the Eagles, Alec. You were born in 2001.
Oh, hell. No. We're going low blows today, I see.
No, okay, that would only make it 21. So 1997, 6.
Jesus, I'm not that young. 19,
really?
It's like a year. It's like a year.
You were born. Did you say you were born in 1908? No, 1995. 1995.
Wish I was 20.
You're still a puppy. Try being 53. I swear, I woke up yesterday.
I turned 27 next week, so sorry.
So you're starting to feel it, baby. But yeah, I mean, I want to think I'm in shape. I don't know about all the insides as much as the outsides. The outsides, I seem to get a little bit of a workout there at UPS. I want to do a shout out if you don't mind, Alec.
Paredes scored. Home run.
The Ray scored?
Yeah, Perez got a home run. I betted on that one.
Who got a home run? Paredes?
Yeah, Paredes.
Paredes, yeah. That kid's about a phenomenal bring. Did Rays lose Austin Meadows? And you talk about the production in this team. We're trying so hard to put our faith in that offensive, spark plug to go along with the Kevin Kiermaier and maybe make up for a waning talent in a G-Man Choi at first base. But it's, just phenomenal. It's still a great team and a great pitching team, but having some troubles this year with some of the other teams in the East. But I forgot what I was talking about. Go ahead, Alec. So the Rays just got a home run?
Yep, and I just catch that.
Let me ask you this. Buccaneers defensive line. The day they signed Mccants. I like that kid. I talked with Fat Mike from Chicago Sports last night, and he makes, you'll get your 5 games from him. The guy had some injury issues, but of course he had Khalil Mack, who's now out and playing for the Chargers, but he was handling all that inside work. When the Bucs signed Akeem Hicks, let me ask you, Alec, when the Bucs signed Hicks, were you more excited about that than you were about obviously knowing that Ndamukong Suh would not be back again this season? Or were you I think I still would have liked Ndamukong, but it's a nice consolation prize?
I mean, between Akeem Hicks and Suh, I see the way I looked at it at first. I mean, I was happy for it because believe it or not, a week before that, me, Alex, Johnny, and Ben had conversations on the NFL edition. Even Alex called it that that Akeem Hicks would probably sign with the Bucs down the road, which happened a week after that. And then Ben broke it down for me, saying that he got to look at the age difference. He had injuries in Chicago, but Chicago, name one player that can actually stay healthy in Chicago, because would you even want to play? Any player would even want to play for them. They'll try to injure themselves.
No. And people forget, this cat played with Tom Brady on New England. I mean, this cat's got some history here too, just like Shaq Mason, their guard. But coming in here, you suddenly realized Ndamukong Suh's definitely not coming back, or for a moment did you kind of think maybe Ndamukong Suh also comes back, or what? No, I guess that's a stupid question because we got Logan Hall, we got Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. What kind of can you imagine? Let me ask you this, Alec. I'm just riffing here at this point. Beautiful flag flying up here in the background at the world famous Ferg Sports Bar and Grill. I'm right out here on Central Avenue. I don't know if you've heard, I'm just below 16th Street, and I'm right here in the Edge District of St. Petersburg. But what was I talking about again? I see it's that two beers, man. Forget it.
About the Sue and Akeem Hicks.
That wasn't ever going to happen. We weren't going to need that. But
I mean, but I think of it as like you got to look at it from like age and system wise. Because with Akeem Hicks, he won't. I'm not saying he's not going to be needed. It's like a pick and play. You can just pick and play and like bring players in. Like he's not going to play. What I think they're going to do is they're probably going to play smarter this season because you know how last season we were going all in and it caused injuries down the road. I feel like with the place of the people we got in the draft, and then you put Logan. I mean, I'm not saying Logan Hall's going to be a starter from the start. I'm not saying that 100%.
I like that kid's motor, man, and he's got a little more size.
Like you can just pick.
I know you do.
Put him in, like even like because I know Joe Tryon, he still needs to put on weight big time.
He's going to end up. Here's the thing. Let me tell you about a little experiment that happened way back in the day. The Buccaneers draft Keith Mccants out of Alabama. You ever heard of Keith Mccants, bro?
Sorry, Ray, I'm young.
Come and sit on Uncle Ray. And people share this goddamn show because I got one viewer out there. Mom, hit the share button, please. I'm trying to, and again, I'm going to do another show this afternoon. So if you'd like this material, I'm going to run the same material again in 3 hours. I'm just kidding. I'm going to see if I can get a special guest on there. But Keith Mccants was a phenomenal linebacker at Alabama, and then ends up with a knee injury. He comes in here. I think it was Floyd Peters was the defensive coordinator at the time. I don't think it was too soon to have been Wayne Fonz, but no, I think it was Floyd Peters. They tried to make him a defensive end, and the problem was he'd already had they never fully recovered from the knee injury. Different time, they still did the best they could. You can almost see Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, and we saw some of it last year with a couple of plays, becoming more of a stand-up type of a rushing type of a tight end. Maybe someone who in a couple of years is going to move to the left side when Shaq Barrett seeks greener pastures. Maybe that doesn't happen.
The way I see it, because John even broke that down for me also. Like he only has one move, and I was like, so I think yesterday I started going on YouTube, look at all his plays, and he actually does have the same move every time.
It's a speed rush.
Todd Bowles, I'm saying like I hope Todd Bowles and all like in training camp they try to maneuver that and try to like add more. Because any offensive line sees that same move over and over again, they're gonna stop them every single time. Because I'm gonna
give you a play right now. I'm gonna give you Gene Deckerhaw. His last year as the Bucs guy, he's back for. He's doing his. He already retired from the Seminoles, but he's doing 2022 for the Bucs, and then his retirement year. Am I right? Because I heard some people that came out and said, no, he's retired now, and I'm like, no. I'm pretty sure I read early on and confirmed that he was actually going to be doing in the booth for the Bucs. This you don't even know, do you? Because I don't have a clue.
I can look it up.
Look it up for me, Alec. But the reason why I said I'm gonna do it in my best voice. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. A nice answer for Joe Tryon in 2022 is. Vita Vea and Akeem Hicks blow up the inside of the offensive line. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka runs a spiral move, inside move from the other side, and plants Patrick Mahomes into the grass at Raymond James Stadium, feet up. Because that's where you could utilize that kind of a speed. Now, does he have that move? Is that a move that Todd Bowles could be teaching him how to get? Because if you're going to blow up the inside, you got offensive lines from almost the tackles, but both guards in the center that are. Go ahead, tell me.
You got it right.
I was right.
After 2 games, staying with Bucs one more season after 43 seasons as the radio play-by-play for the Florida Seminoles and basketball team. I'm
right so seldom, so I have to do my happy dance when I'm right. So what do you got going on? I don't want to Ben Cornette wouldn't touch it. I don't want you to touch it. Keep going back to the raunchiness of that show. Let me see if I can.
I mean, I'm all for it because that show was.
Yeah, but not out here. I got a family of 8 over here sitting here. Oh, darling, do you need a new Coke? No, I'm just kidding. But let's talk about Deshaun Watson.
We had more roasts than Deshaun Watson allegations.
Stop right there. Enough said. Let them go. If it's still not removed. Of course, me talking about it on the show, it's going to end up getting flagged and removed from every platform. You guys will be on, Friendster and MySpace. Yeah, no, I'm just talking about it. But you heard what the NFLPA said about if you guys want to make a deal out of Deshaun, who was never criminally convicted but has these charges that we've just settled 20 of them, then we have to talk about Rich Dalrymple and Robert Kraft, and we have to talk about Daniel Snyder and what continues to be an irony, like almost like a ship in the night, just coming straight at them. How much is the NFL scared of it? And how much do the players want to rock that boat, Alec? If you had to guess, you're going to say right in the middle. I know you are. Go ahead. Give it to me straight.
I'm right in the middle.
Right. But here's the thing, right? I was talking to Harry Rick earlier, and I'm going to because I've got a thing against legalized gambling. I'm not going to get. No, brother. No, not you.
I've been slowing down on it because.
No. But I want you to know when you're on a heater, you're good. What I mean is that instead of everybody making $5 trillion in the everything with all the sports books and the gambling and the numbers, and do you want to know if that player had an erection in the third quarter because it may increase his chances to throw a touchdown, whatever the analytics.
Yeah.
You can't just give me a 20-second commercial with the Manning boys saying, if you think you've got a gambling addiction, call this 800 number. Let me tell you about the people that I know that have a drug addiction that call that 800 number. Let me tell you about the people I know that are in domestic abuse, as we celebrated in March, what a weird thing, but domestic abuse month. But how many people are in a situation? But my point, I forgot what else, man. I got another beer, please. I forgot what was the point I was making? Oh, about no, go ahead. Save me, Alec.
About the gambling addiction?
It's got to be more than 30. It's got to be more. You better have real revenues set up so there's not a 5-year-old kid that doesn't get a Christmas morning or a meal on their table because dad's been lured in on his phone because it comes to him and it says, hey, they're giving you $2.5.
The way I follow it is the way I do mine. You can never lose because with gambling, what some people don't do, which people should be doing, is following the unit system. You gotta follow the units so you never lose, and you conserve bankroll. With some people, they'll throw like hundreds of dollars on one thing, when you can just throw like $5 here, $6.
And Alec, brother, I'm glad you said that because you just made this entire show for me spiritual.
Just like today,
but what I'm talking about is that you still. I'm gonna cut you off there, young man. I'm your mom too. You're talking about you're still having that fun. You still get that endorphin release. You're still wondering if the Yankees judge is going to hit one. They're going to cover 2.5, at Seattle or in Carolina where the Rays are playing in 5 years. I'm kidding. More news on that later. But you're having that fun. You still got a little skin in the game, but you're not doing it from a standpoint that you're addicted to it and you can't. This is something you can't control, and you're not chasing bad money with more bad money. You're just having a little fun. And let's be honest, at the end of the day, that's the reason why we all agree that legalized gambling belongs with professional and college sports or cornhole tournaments is because it's fun to watch and it gives us a little skin in that game.
See, it's only fun.
Hey, Jake, how are you? Good.
Just like with the Paredes today, I only threw some people will throw like $50 on that. I only threw $1.
Nice. So you got a little.
I don't really go big as much as I used to because God forbid, you gotta play it as if that money is gone, you're fine with it. Some people, they'll throw all their money and then they'll go into that part where they have to call that hotline number, and it's just you can't play it like that. You gotta
we just want to make sure there's resources in place. Not that if I lose $1,000, you should give me $1,000, but if I've got problems, we've got issues. Make sure that it sounds so venereal. No, it sounds so off-putting to say to make sure there are resources in place. But I mean, there's going to need to be some because here's what I'm getting at, Alec. And you're you're 95. You're like, what, 17 years old. But we're walking around and we're getting the odds on everything. And we're getting the lines on it. Well, what? Deshaun Watson, suddenly the judge reverses it. And now he's going to play in 4 hours from Cleveland. So we're constantly getting that, and you put that in a hand, and that's the addictive behavior. And let's be honest, we've all got addictive behaviors. I've got addicted. I'm addicted to having fun. But now you're putting it in there. Go ahead, brother.
It's just some people that there's. It's only the way I see it. Some people will follow somebody, just like how I think I told you this before. Like the Discord that I'm on.
Yeah.
They'll have it on each play where they pick. It says only. He's like, bet small. Don't throw everything because if it doesn't hit, I'm not liable. And some people get mad. Like even in the chat, they'll get mad when it doesn't hit. I'm like that's why you like some people just never had that mindset, which they gotta call that number.
Man, Alec, can you code? Can you write computer code? Because I can. It's IBM. It's RPG. But can you write computer code?
Mm-mm.
Because I'm setting you up for a big one, brother. Because you know I love you. The man who was on the air with me when Tom Brady came back. I'm really not Ray. My name's Ray. No. But what I'm saying is that what's the app that you open when you only want to bet pennies? Like an app that where you put like maybe $100 in a weekend. You go, I'm going to bet $100 this weekend, but I can bet 73 penny bets throughout the NFL day, half in the 1 o'clocks and half in the 4 o'clock. What's the name of that app again?
I have multiple. I have
but that's got to be the one that only lets you bet pennies. What's that one that only lets you bet pennies? You can't bet anything bigger. It's penny bets.
Oh,
what's that?
I
you know why you don't have it? You know why you don't have it? Because that's the app you need to invent. I'm looking for sponsors here on Cup of Ray. So it's a share telethon. Share the show. I got one viewer watching. This guy fell asleep. I got no comments.
I mean, but if you have penny bets, like half
it's good stuff. Hey, you caught me.
I get that. But I'll say like, if you was to actually put like a penny on a bet,
someone's got to get paid, right? The other end's got to get paid for running their app. Well, the other app's got to get paid for running their app. But you know what? I pay to have their app on my phone instead of it just being something I download for free because Archie Manning and the Manning brothers told me that if you got a problem, you can call. And this is what Fox uses in their studio, DraftKings. No, what I'm saying is that, God, I forgot what I was saying again. I swear the later show will be better. No, what I'm saying is that, what was I talking about again?
I'm not talking about the app that builds, you can use bet on.
The penny bets. You tell me right now, Aaron Donald is half a sack away from setting the NFL record in week 18. Right now, the line is, whatever to whatever. And I put $100 in there, which means I get many bets but I bet like whatever. I do a penny bet, a couple of pennies. Maybe I hit it 5 times like a slot machine in Vegas. And if he hits it, I just got an extra 10 shekels into my account. If he doesn't, I missed it. But at the end of the day, at the end of the weekend, I still have filled that.
I mean, I see what you're saying.
Filled that addictive, filled that fun skin in the game. But yet I didn't lose my hat and got to go home and tell my kids that, get your stuff because we may not have anywhere to live tomorrow.
Yeah, it's some people, Ray, they never follow that. They when they bet the house, they lose their money. It's a game that some people, it's not for everybody. It's for people some people, they'll have addiction where they think they're on a hot streak. They think, oh, yeah. I got this. I'm the god of it. No one at the house always wins. They always. Hey,
let me tell you. Hey, Alec, what you just described right there, that's marriage, baby. You talk about all in.
Yeah, because
there's no win. Like, if you're fortunate. Go on, I'm sorry.
No, like Johnny told me that he was like, the house always wins. Like you can be up, but you can be down, just like that.
And I'm glad you said that.
I really don't go into it as like I used to do it like every single day, but
right.
I just do it here and there.
Yes.
I really don't care to do it much because there's cons to it where you're just like staying home constantly, and that your social life will go in a decline.
Yes.
That's why I stay away from that. I do like.
Now, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, though. I just like today, I almost was going to do. I started off watching a movie this morning, and I was going to do a stream all day. I wasn't going to do nothing. I was just going to stream all day and not get off the couch. And it's July 4th and my independence. And then the thing about it is with the NFL gambling and what you're talking about, and you're not doing it every day. It's like, let's be honest, the NFL, if they played every day, the NFL were on every day. It's already almost on every day, and it's almost on every streaming service, but it wouldn't be the NFL. One of the reasons we love the NFL is teams can only play once a week. They're spreading them out, trying to hit time zones because it's always going to be about getting that rub, right? Got to get that. What do you call it when you tease a bet, Alec? What's a vig? What's a vig?
Only thing I think of is my terminology for that is a cuck.
A cook?
No, a cuck. Like when a team screws you over and they just cucked you. Yeah.
A cut. Oh, yeah.
C-U-C-K. Cuck.
It is painful to die by death of 1,000 cuts. I think it was 10,000. That was like a book or a movie or something like that. So what else is happening today, Alec? Man, I haven't seen you. I've kind of seen you. We've tried to hook up for the last couple of days or weeks, and we have hooked up here and there. But what have you been up to?
Oh, usual. Doing my last minute stuff for the deployment that I'm about to go on.
When do you deploy again?
Football season, basically, in a way.
Yeah. Brother, do me a favor. I'm going to run and get a glass of water because I'm dying here. I'm going to put you on full screen, but I want you to share with you and go slow because I might take a minute, but share again your story about your deployment and possibly what you're going to be down here in Tampa Bay in another couple of weeks. Only be about 30 seconds. All right, brother? Go.
Oh, so, yeah, I leave for deployment in October of 2022, and I can't really release the details on that one due to government situations. You know, don't want to ruin that one for most people. But yeah, that's about that. All I know. And lately, I've been up to working on NFL Edition with Johnny, Ben, and Alex, which you can see on Thursdays at 9 o'clock Eastern or 10 o'clock Eastern weekly. I do pop-up shows with Ray. Sometimes we do something on Fridays if you have Ben on Facebook. We usually join his live. And that's about it. Not much I can tell you on that one. But to all those that bet, you gotta follow the unit system because it's mostly in a way of betting a house is different than minimal. If you bet minimal, you never lose. You might obviously afford it, but as long as you don't bet the house, as long as you bet minimally, you never lose it in the end.
Oh, wait a second. So, no, good. Go, brother. When I left you, I put you on a hard spot. I'm like, tell everyone you're ESPN.
I can't really discuss the premise of I was like, wait a second, I can't really discuss.
I know. And you took it to the gambling, bro. That's what you should do because you know that.
No, I was like, wait, I can't really release that kind of information.
Ooh. I gotta do some exercises. I'm getting old. But so let's talk about. You know what? I want to keep it with the Bucs, but so Bradley Pinion signs with the Falcons, and dude, I love Bradley Pinion because it meant we could have a 3-foot-tall kicker that was born on Mars if he could make an extra point and field goal because Pinion always had the kickoffs locked down, 80% of his kickoffs, just below I think 79 point whatever in 2021 of his touchbacks. Right, took it over for that, so you can have a Borgales. I'm just kidding. What goes on with Borgales? Have you heard anything about? You haven't heard anything, but Ryan Suckup and Borgales. Who's your kicker? Is it 50-50? I'm going to smack you if you say that.
I haven't really. I mean, you know more than I would on Borgales. I really don't know. I really don't have any insight on him. I will find out during a training camp next month. Oh, this month because I'll be out there in July or end of July.
Yes, sir.
So I mean, I'll probably be able to see the full because I think when I get there, they won't be in pads yet. They'll be.
Hey, you're gonna be bringing me in for. Because I'll be in Carolina. I do that every year, brother. So yeah, my house, nobody's there for the last 2 weeks of July. Have at it. There's nothing you want in my house, and you'll be on video camera, and you'll be shot by the guy, the handyman we keep in the shed out back. But sorry, I can't be there with you. But I'll be in the mountains of North Carolina, and I'll promise you some of the best views. As long as when you're down in here covering it, the camp for the Bucs Report, you'll have me. God, still with the one viewer. What the heck? What'd you guys share me to? Like some kiddies group that's only open, like some day school pro group that's only open Monday through Friday? We one person. I'm kidding. I know you did, brother. Hey, it'll get. I just need. Here's the thing. As much as I want comments, I'm gonna go to my comments. Ben Cornett says 2 Michelobs. Love it. Tim Witherspoon says I like Russ going to Denver, but Denver's still gonna be third in their division. Is fourth Kansas City? I mean, can that big of a swing, or is Patrick Mahomes? Okay, I'll give you this. I hated Baby Goat. I hated next chosen one. Dude, you go back and look with Joe Burrow when he leaves Ohio State, goes down to LSU. The coaches, he walks into the office and they're like, "Who are you?" And he's like, I believe it. No, coach goes up and tells Ed Orgeron about this quarterback that wants to transfer from Ohio. And he says to the coach, "What about him?" And the coach says, This is the kid that's going to take us to the national championship." And he goes into LSU, locks it down 2 years later, goes to Cincinnati. Wait, they're not even in the same division. Where was I going with that? I gotta have some more water. But we were talking about they're not in the same division. But Patrick Mahomes there, and I'm struggling here. You think people want to share the show just to see me struggle like this? And we have no more comments. So, is the show even still live? Do you know? Like, do you see it anywhere? And if so, is there a message that says that there's been like 9 minutes have been copyrighted because you look like?
No, I haven't seen it. It's still live, Ray. It's still live.
All right, brother. So,
what I didn't know is NBA Summer League starts today. I didn't know that.
Since when does the NBA? Okay, the market takes care of their players, and these players are making their bank. I don't know how the banks got so big so fast, and I'm always going to be for the smaller guy. You've heard me rail against the National Football League and their owners, with Daniel Snyder and Rich Dalrymple and Robert Kraft. Just wrong place, wrong time, wrong strip mall, wrong time. I don't know. I'm not here to judge, but my point is that I had no point. I lost it again. Allie, save me here. What a weird weekend with sports. It's like, well, no, that's what I wanted to ask you. I'm sorry, before I got on a rant. All right, Alec. All the contracts yesterday, these players opting in they opted. It sounds like they gave something up. So-and-so opted in for his 13th year. He'll make $400 million in 2022. I'm like, I'd opt in, sure. But I understand it's like a free agency and how they move the money around. But with the NBA camp starting, wasn't going back to 95, even in your good age, great sports age, you've seen a lot. Wasn't baseball always the owner of July 4th weekend? And since when is it basketball? I mean, Wimbledon, it's over like at 11 o'clock in the morning on Sunday or Monday, so we give them a pass on that. But now it's like basketball and these contracts.
I mean, basketball's off season didn't start from free agency wise. It didn't start picking up taking over till I want to say probably a year before LeBron said he was going to go to Miami.
Right.
That's when free agency really started. I mean, I really wouldn't know about free agency being crazy because I'm a Lakers fan. We don't really get that much anymore because Russell Westbrook opted in for another year.
Is Golden State I've heard people mention it, but you follow basketball, and I'm letting you take me to basketball but has Golden State, I've heard the argument posed, but not made, that Golden State's done enough to be a dynasty. In this day and age, with teams giving up a number one center, but getting back in return the other team's next 45 first-round draft picks, I'm not even sure how that works out. It's got to be a lot of small print there. But are we ever going to see another dynasty in the NBA? Is Golden State one of the last ones, or is there going to be another one? And what team out there do you currently look at now that you think might be the next one?
Ooh.
I hit it out of the ballpark with that question. I actually I had a train of thought. I carried it and asked the question.
From what I'm seeing in the off season,
St. Louis Cardinals. Don't say it. Come on. Were you going to say it?
I'm talking about NBA. But
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. See if they play their cards right, because they were close this year. If they play their cards right in the offseason and health isn't a problem for them, I could see Boston going there. But Golden State's the only team I can respect being a dynasty because they, besides KD, forget him. They built their team through the draft. Unlike some teams where they just try to get that one player just to get a ring.
Steve Kerr's the coach out there, right?
Yeah, he's a coach in Golden State.
Oh, dude, I looked up and they got the French, what's the bike race again? Tour de France or whatever on, and they were the camera shot is above, but it's just that it's the camera above and they were going down a street. But for a minute, I thought they were going uphill like this. I guess you had to be here. So, yeah, the
Yeah,
big contracts yesterday. What was the craziest thing you heard? The craziest number for a player, or I'd still say it was that trade.
Zion. Getting all
Wait,
that
what
money
happened with
for a player.
Zion? Oh, to
He
stay
got
with the
he got
Pelicans, right?
a 5-year deal for a player that hasn't really played much due to health and can't stay healthy. In my opinion, some people probably get upset when I say this. There should be I think this is I think the NFL does this. It should be by performance in the season for you to get that max contract. Some players actually deserve that max contract. Like Devin Booker, he hasn't been to the final. He's been to the finals once. He deserves that contract because even though he gets injured, he'll still play towards the end. Like, even if it happened in the playoffs, it should be by how they play in the season and to see if they get that max contract. Jokic, he got a max contract because he's 99% of the offense for 90% of the team in Denver.
Right.
But then you got Zion, who gets a 5-year. I think he had like a super max contract for a player
Yeah.
that hasn't played all year.
Look, can I ask you something? The last I checked, there's I want to say Kemp Mutombo. He played with the Rockets back in the 1760s. The guy, this is how little basketball I watch. I'm sorry, people. I'm not saying I won't pick up a great game. I respect a great basketball game. I watch more WNBA. And it's not that I have a problem with the NBA. It's just that the WNBA, first of all, they got better stories going on. I love the narratives. It's not like WWE wrestling, but I love these women. I love what they're doing, and it's what Kobe meant to this. If Kobe Bryant were still here today, I already think that WNBA would almost be overtaking the NBA. I know I'm making a bold prediction here and maybe legalized gambling.
I agree with you on that because Gianna Bryant, she was actually doing good.
Hey, right there, buddy.
Kobe
right there.
The crazy part is I think she was 1 year away from going into the WNBA draft.
I know.
Form.
And we like that story, and that's not the reason why I follow the WNBA. The truth of the matter is, since the NBA's gone to nothing, and this is the reason why I don't understand the Zion Williamson signing for $1 quadrillion there at the Pelicans, other than the fact that he's a great, gifted Adonis of a fellow, is that all the NBA, it's all 3-point shots now. Everybody's just three, and I know Zon's hit a few, but I don't think he's hitting them. And I get you want a big guy in the middle, so maybe he closes the lanes. Maybe you got a guy as big as Zion, 3 refrigerators wide and a mountain tall, and he's blocking that middle up. Maybe you lose those crossing players to set up for those 3-point games, so you're cutting off a portion of the court. But and also, the truth of the matter is, you give the kid inside, he can put it in the hoop.
Sorry, I was trying to keep you updated on this game.
No, I think I made a point. I'm just impressing myself again. It's 1-1 right now, bottom of the fifth, top of the fifth.
But even players like the way I see it, because Ja Morant got his 5-year extension yesterday. I think it was like $190 million.
Right.
But I feel like that's why I think like their team that's a sleeper team next year is Memphis, because the way they don't do like some teams, a supermax can either hurt or either make or break the season. Is
there a salary cap in the NBA? I don't know. And again,
from these contracts, I don't see that there is.
Well, if there's a salary cap in the NBA, then there must be also a salary cap in the NHL, which the Lightning always seem to way to find around. I'm kidding. I see you wearing a Lightning jersey. It hurt. It hurt losing to Colorado. I can't believe I waited till the 1 hour 37-minute mark to get there, but it hurt. I'm not trying to move past it.
I can't really bash them for it because after the game,
you saw the injuries.
I was like,
yeah,
how could they play that whole? And I will say, Corey Perry's curse lives on.
That's the one, and I wanted to be a 3-peat champion. I'm just because Tampa Bay since 20. I'm going to go back and tell this story since I'm wasting. I mean, my phone is still streaming, so I got you going. And do you have to go, Alec, right now, or can you order in? Order Grubhub. Have them send me a burger. But what was I talking about? Oh, the Lightning, right? I want to see them get that 3-peat since 2020. March of 2020, we already realized stuff is shutting down, and a week later, Tom Brady is a Buccaneer. Cha-ching. Tom shows up in the park. Mayor Castor throws him out of the park. Cha-ching. Walks into the wrong house, trying to go to Byron Leftwich's house, and it was only going to be pick up the playbook. I'm sure Tom never went there more than once, and probably wouldn't have talked football with Coach Leftwich. But then the Rays win the American League East twice in a row, but the Lightning win 2 Stanley Cups, going for that third. So you want to see them get that, but man, they of course they sweep the Panthers. but they have a great postseason, and then they get against the Colorado Avalanche team, which was just fast.
Yeah, I can't bash like the way I saw like the Stanley Cup final, as if like, you seen it in the whole playoffs. Like I think it was the first series against Toronto, we lost Braden Point due to injury, and then you start seeing like Kucherov, who has an MCL. You see Stamkos battling injuries. You see multiple people by injuries. The fact that they still, and then you got to play against an Avs team who is fast on the ice, and they don't give you that break in between, and they'll. I'm not as much as I want to say it.
And
they are a dirty team in some ways. I will.
The Avs. Oh,
some of those plays. So you can't.
The six on the ice.
I mean, not that. It's Kadri. Like if they never injured the Blues goalie,
right?
They could have been serious in that game. And they play against the Nashville Predators. In the first series, which was it's Nashville. It's not really a competition. They play against the Blues, who they should have been. That should have been a 7-game series, but Kadri with that dirty hit. Which everyone would probably disagree with me, but that was a dirty hit on them.
Yeah.
Then you fast forward to the finals, and you've seen that same thing with Corey Perry coming back from injury in his lower body injury, and you can see them gunning for that same injury the whole game.
Dude.
No, it wasn't Corey Perry. It was Braden Point coming back from the injury, and they you see him targeting that same injury.
Yeah. No.
He's out. They play to your weaknesses,
dude. I'm telling. I just realized I'm looking up. I got this beautiful 80-inch television right here on the wall. I've been doing a show with you now for love. Thanks for coming in, Alec. It's the White Orange game, the University of Miami White Orange game right now. It's the third quarter. There's 13 minutes left, but Orange is beating White 24-21. I'm telling you what. You don't even know about the U, right? You've heard about the U, but maybe you've heard of Ray Lewis and Warren Sapp, or Vinny Blades, or greatest quarterback in NFL history, Vinny Testaverde. I'm kidding, but
wait a second, Ray. Wait a second.
So yeah, so now cut the single shot. Yeah, so I can cut the single shot. What an idiot. So yeah, I'm just glad it's spring football. Although it's got to be a repeat, obviously, right? Because we're already now. It's July 4th. First of all, they're not going to be playing a White Orange game July 4th weekend. But I never saw this one, so it looks pretty good. Miami Hurricanes. Todd Wright for you, brother. Best money can buy. I'm kidding. Let me bring him back in here and see if he's okay. Oh,
hey, Ray.
We get breaking news. Did Tom Brady retire again? Alec, don't do this to me.
No, it's a. Oh, where you going?
Oh, we're down to 0 viewers.
Oh, 0. Your mom
0.
left.
It's like Facebook displays a message and just goes, really? Do you really want to keep? Well, I'm having fun talking to you, so let's do this. What were you getting ready to say?
Rays scored 2-1.
There you go. Good news.
You scored.
Did I wax over them too much with Ben? We were talking about it. They're trending. They haven't been trending. They're trending down. They're, after trending up for so many years. Do you think it's also true that so many teams now are using analytics and doing the moves, doing the things that they, Kevin Cash's cadre of tricks, maybe they don't have the same effect as they used to. If teams maybe found a way, have teams found a way to get around the shift? I don't think they're bunting now that I know.
Some teams
bunt.
Some teams do.
Small ball, man. Play small. You play baseball, right? Alec, I know this is a personal question.
No, I didn't play baseball.
Okay.
I played football.
Yeah, you did. I played baseball, but I could. You know what? It's like I love the outfield. I love to throw. I always love to throw. Love playing quarterback. Love throwing things. She was at my sister. Thanks for reaching out on my birthday yesterday, Alec. Thanks to you for reaching out on my birthday yesterday. But
you bet. I'm calling it now. You're gonna see.
Yeah.
Paredes hit a 3-run home run.
Who's gonna hit one? Paredes again?
Yeah, I feel like he's gonna hit a 3-run homer.
Is he up right now? Bases loaded or 2 on?
Yeah.
All right. That guy's having a. Alec. Here's the thing. Now, I wasn't not selling the Rays. I'm talking about an ALE, and Ben said this, an ALE league that has multiple teams come out of it with a wild card. You get the Rays healthy and some of the new pieces they've got put into place and get that pitching right again. Wouldn't that be a great thing
I will say you guys did get robbed of the ALCS
against the Astros?
Yeah,
Wait,
I will say.
No,
y'all pulled the pitcher off the mound a little too early.
I know. That would be the $1 million. If they'd have called Bert Emanuel's reception a catch, the Bucs continue moving the ball, and we don't lose the NFC Championship game in '99 to the greatest show on turf, who beat us like 11-6. Nice job, greatest show on turf. You got 17 wide receivers that go into the Hall of Fame. You got a quarterback that's in the Hall of Fame. It's got a Disney movie or whatever the hell production company made. Yeah. It's actually good. Did you see that movie? It's a good movie.
What movie?
The Kurt Warner story. I can't pull the title. You saw it.
I haven't watched it yet.
I got it. That's it, Alec. You're out. Yeah, anyone who hasn't at this point, no, I'm just kidding, Alec. No, I'm kidding. You're good, brother. So what else is going on? It's just, you know what? There's 2 people here, so it's you, me, and 2 other people. That's a tea table for 4. Hit share on the show, please. I'm just going to go live till tomorrow morning down here, brother. That's how I do here. What do you remember as a child about July 4th weekend, Alec? I mean, you serve in our military. Thank you for your service. It obviously means that to you on that level, the commitment and the sacrifice and honor and all it takes to do that job, to serve in that role. But when you were a kid, give me a July 4th Alex Schomburg moment, something that you associate with the season.
Ooh, usually 4th of July is free agency, baseball. it's mostly that one, besides, the typical, Transformers movie that comes out on July 4th. That's about it.
There wasn't any potential future Mrs. Alex Schomburg that you remember getting your first kiss at a pool or at a hotel?
I'm not gonna go that route because that was toxic. I'm not going that route.
Come on, it's not going to be as raunchy as you guys were Thursday night talking about Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, the show on Thursday was, I will say, I'm surprised it's still on. The amount of that show was ridiculous.
You know what? I'm going to end up with, we're up to 4. It's a share-a-thon. You 4 share it to 4 people. Plead with them to sell it to 4. And it's a pyramid scheme. The first 4 people that share it will get $1 million. No, yeah, I have no idea. But let's do this. Let's get this number up. It's a Saturday. I'm going to go live straight through. It's a beautiful Saturday. The sun's behind a cloud deep enough now. It's still humid, right? It's still that Florida deep. Oh, thunder. Okay, so there's going to be some rain too. But, yeah, it's a typical Florida summer afternoon. But I'm just going to stay here, brother.
Bases loaded. Dang, good Prentice.
Oh, give me the play-by-play. Oh, wait, the game's on here. All I got to do is look around. This is the world-famous Ferg Sports Bar and Grill. Oh, wait, the Rays game was on here, and they put the orange and white game on. Hold on a minute.
No, Prentice hit a
pop fly.
A single out. A single down straight, and then they got 1 run. They had the runner off first, get out.
So it's 3-1.
No, this base is loaded right now with 2 outs.
Still 2-1.
Yeah.
All right, keep me. Who's up to bat?
Pinto.
The Nina, the Pinto, or the Santa Maria. Talking about the Nina, the Pinto, and the Santa Maria. Of course, the ships that brought our pilgrims over as we celebrate this July 4th. Did you like that transition? As we celebrate this Independence Day, July 4th, 2000. Share the damn show. I'm down to 3 people now. Somebody just died. Somebody flatlined over at St. Joseph's and their computer shut. So share the show. Let's get these numbers up because Alec and I are going. We're going to stay till. I'm either going to stay on the air till 1. No, it's not going to happen. Somebody buys me a free beer. Someone here is going to see this pop in their browser. They're going to look at this. They're going to go, this guy's an idiot, but he said buy him a free beer. You're going to walk over here. That is the power of social media, is it not, Alec?
3-1.
Yes. I was just killing time until I got that up.
4-1.
4-1. So it was a double, or it was a single that drove in 2?
No, it was a pop fly out, and they had the runner on second and third score. Now they have a runner on first and second now. And the person from first ran to second, and then the batter, Pinto, got to
nice. Hey, Alec. Who's your favorite basketball team again? It's probably gonna be Golden State, right? Maybe not.
Oh, I'm not a Golden State fan.
Who's your favorite?
I'm sadly a Lakers fan. I'll openly admit that. But every time I go
Brother.
home during basketball season, I still support the Magic. Just
I'm sorry for your loss. Well, then this question's right up your alley because you support the Magic. Oh, so this is going to burn your backside a little bit, but I'm going to ask it anyway in the hopes of getting you mad enough to watch you slam off set, which would be great for drama in theater and get more shares. But and I haven't heard any rumors. This isn't happening. I'm just posing. If the Magic moved to Tampa Bay and played in Tampa Bay, would it make a huge difference as a Magic? They're closer to you in Orlando, aren't they?
Yeah, that's the only reason why I went to the games. Because back home,
yeah,
growing up, it's like because even before they had the Amway Center, they had I think it was the TD Waterhouse.
Yeah,
here.
The house that Shaq built. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, even going to those games, it was kind of easier. Going to Tampa games is kind of rough because every single Sunday I'll have to leave the house at 8 o'clock in the morning. Actually, no, this is before Brady. I can leave the house around 10 o'clock and get there, be in traffic. But now it's you gotta leave at 8.
Yeah,
to get the time for parking.
Dude, I'll be honest with you. I admire all sorts of physical feats. In fact, you should see these two ladies off camera here. I'm kidding, but. Even if the Magic played here in Tampa Bay, would I go to a game? Yeah. I mean, I would love to go to a game. I'd love the atmosphere and being at a game. I'm sure I'd enjoy it so much, but I'm not sure. Just like the city of Tampa, the people that live in Tampa, the city of Hillsborough County, how they somehow seem to have some type of a block to coming across the Howard Franklin or the Gandy Bridge or even the Courtney Campbell to support the Rays. As St. Petersburg, I'm going off subject here, but stay with me, Alec. I think you'll have an opinion on this. The mayor here in St. Petersburg, Ken Welch, who I've invited to come on here for an interview, and his press people we're back and forth. They're going to do this at some point. Love to have him on here. Says this week because he said they had told me there's going to be a big announcement by the 30th. He won't schedule any interviews before then. Of course, the 29th on Wednesday, he announces the other two RFIDs or requests for bids. Whatever, are off the table. Let's redo it again. And I'm like, you can see, not talking about a Magic playing in Tampa, but trying to get a team to build a stadium here in St. Petersburg. You're from the area. Do you think St. Petersburg deserves it? Or do you really think if it moves over in Tampa, automatically it just all the attendance woes are solved? Man, I got to that question finally. I knew there was one in there somewhere.
So you're saying if Tampa, the Rays move to Tampa?
Yeah. Shouldn't they belong in St. Petersburg?
If they can find the building for it.
We have the building, and that's what Ken Welch, 86 acres. I'm looking directly across the street here in the back of Ferg's. Have I mentioned I'm at the world-famous Ferg Sports Bar and Grill out here on Central Avenue, just below 16th Street in the, what, Alec?
Edge District.
Oh, St. Petersburg. Bro, I love it. It's almost like a puppet master. Get it, Ben. Say it, Ben.
I could see it going from a fan, perspective. It could raise the attendance if I say raise.
Wait, you got it. Hey, if you say that, you got to follow it with pun intended. It's almost like saying I meant to say bank shot.
I don't like get trademarked or copyrighted. I could see from a fan perspective, it would suit better for them to go to Tampa,
right?
Besides St. Petersburg, because that stadium, no matter what they do to that stadium, it's
right. I'm with you.
Attendance is always low in that stadium.
Wait, in St. Petersburg, but don't you? Sorry, I'm over here. I'm off camera. I'm getting a stool. If I'm going to be doing a marathon here, how's the shot look though?
It looks good.
Okay.
No, but I'm saying if you watch, well, I mean you watch the games, but every other person that watches the games, tickets are probably dirt cheap. Going to the games, and then moving to Tampa could probably boost up the fan revenue.
They would get corporate because bedroom. There's one thing about St. Pete. You're driving in. I'm on 24th Avenue in Central, which even the Edge District of St. Petersburg. 2 decades ago, before Coach was here, Coach was the OG here. Just bought a little filling station, and if you can see what it's grown out to now, the mecca of coming to see live sports. And it's not just a group you're with, but it's many groups of many people all together with one common cause. We saw that with the Lightning Watch parties and DJ Alan McTavish and the job they were doing out here. But
because you always see even before the Lightning's Cup run, Even
Yeah.
their games are always packed no matter what. I can't say much for the Bucks because we had Winston. I have pictures of those back when we had Winston, Freeman. Stadiums were as always empty,
Yeah.
but the Bucks went to that transition to get that one player. Anybody can say that you know so that was. I mean, I kind of agree with them on that one. But the team we had before Brady got there, it was still the same players minus
Right.
draft picks and Gronk.
Hey,
But
but
in the Rays, they're going in the right direction. If they
right.
can change location to move more towards where fans are usually at, because no one really wants to go to St. Petersburg as much. They want to go for more.
Hey, Alec. Sorry, so I got a special announcement here. This is just breaking. Tom Brady, hold on, stand by. No, I just shared the show. I just shared the show, and I got you off, bro. You know that's how I do. I'm sorry. I shared the link. So anyone out there of the three, there's 5 people now. This is the largest we've gotten this show going. So first of all, raw for that. Somebody ring the tote bell. Was it a tote? Somebody must see the tote. Wait, what was it? Oh God. See, that's always Labor Day, right? That's the end of the summer, whereas July 4th is the middle or the big holiday, our Independence Day here, July 4th. But the Jerry Lewis Telethon, you saw the Jerry Lewis Telethon being born when you did, but it had already gotten to be where it was just like a one-day a deal where it was like all day Sunday, and there were like a bunch of stars that would come by, of course, for the great job that Jerry Lewis did for muscular dystrophy. You remember a little bit about that, right there, Alec?
Yeah, I remember those.
Sweet. Yeah? What do you remember about them?
I'm trying to get you a guest on here right now.
Oh, brother, you got it. I'll tell you what I remember about them. So it was the 70s, right? It's my birthday weekend. I'm allowed to reflect a little. Again, there's 7 people. Someone shared the show. You guys see Ray's going to cry. Someone saw that I'm going to lose it emotionally, so they shared the show. Oh, Teresa, hey, are you on today? Yep, Teresa. Are you trying to get Teresa in here?
No, I'm trying to bring someone else that every Bucks fan would know. I think he'll answer.
Ooh, but July 4th, we used to go over my Aunt Mary's, and of course it's hurricane season, and we've been fortunate. There's no activity really. There's some activity all of a sudden today off the coast of South Georgia, and my family, they're up in North Carolina. Luckily, it doesn't look like it's going to take that path, but there's all of a sudden, hey, by the way, you looked at the 5-day forecast for tropical activity yesterday, and there was like a couple of blips down in South America. But then all of a sudden this morning, it's like, wow, tropical storm Death is off the coast of Georgia. And you're like, it just goes to show you. And I think I'm kind of getting off sports a little bit here, but I'm trying to buy time until we get another guest in here. It seems like even though we use all these satellites and predict the weather out, and Yankee Weather does such a great job with forecasting it and trending with, there's still a lot of stuff we can't predict when it comes to the weather. So this summer, practice lightning safety. Felt like I was doing an after-school commercial. Sorry, go ahead, Alec. Give me an update on the Rays game.
As of right now, I think they have a runner on. Well, they're showing a replay right now. Kind of slow. They have a runner on first. So it's the Blue Jays at bat right now.
Hey, Alec. Hold on, let me go solo. I just realized that this shot got Fergs right in the shot, man. When you see this shot in my setup, and you think if I put any time into setting this, I literally went the only place I could go because the music's not loud enough to get. What's the secret word, Alec? We don't like here at Bucs Support. Copyrighted. But man, I centered that Fergs bar right in there, so that's solid. Teresa Baxter on 9:00 tonight, Buck Wild. We're gonna maybe have to stop in there, man. Maybe I'll go home and do a little yard work with my kid, and I'm gonna go home and watch Obi-Wan again or something, and get on there with Teresa tonight. And it seems like we have. There's a reason why Saturday nights are actually called Buck Wild, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because we bring this. This is not safe for work. It's a 3-day weekend.
No, what's not work is the Thursday show.
Yeah, that's smut. That's literally that's New York City, the 1970s, where there were a lot of buildings that you used your shoe to open. I'm sorry, I'm from New York. I'm from Staten Island, which is not the Staten Island of the Staten Island when I was born. But going back to New York City, I've great at opening doors with a foot. There's just some surfaces, and I'm not just talking about because of COVID. I'm talking about because I know I sound like a germaphobe. What were you saying there, brother?
I was saying that the Rays got a double play. And
Nice. So what? It's the 7th inning now, right?
Sixth.
Damn it! It was the top of the 5th over here that I saw it. Oh, so if you didn't give me no July 4th memory, I was finishing up with my memory, and oh my God, lightning! You're gonna hear some thunder here in a second. Watch. Give it a second. That was close. Luckily, I'm out here on the back of Ferg's, out in the exposed area, sitting on metal, covered in metal, with metal walls, and I'm connected to the electricity, so we're good. There's 5 people. Sure, the snow.
I didn't even know it was raining over there.
Tim Haynes says, "Good afternoon, Tim. Good afternoon, man. I'm glad this is. You know where I got the inspiration for this, Alec, right here. What you and I are doing right now.
Where?
Real sex. No, I'm kidding. From your guys' pop-up shows, your Friday night, Ben Cornett's having his 7th Miller Lite, just talking, because that's all we're doing is talking. But I want people to be asking stuff." Teresa says, "Because you never know what you're gonna get." That almost sounds like she's threatening, because you never know what you're gonna get. Teresa, my comment master, love Teresa. That show we did last week was awesome, wasn't it, Alec?
Yeah, it was. We actually had 2 shows that night too. That's when we had the midnight show.
I'm never gonna make a midnight show. The day my prostate got bigger than a small. I'm just kidding, but I sleep through the night. I'm just making that up. I'm doing stand-up comedy from a seated position, but midnight's just tough for me. I mean, I could now next week I'll be on vacation in 2 weeks in Carolina, so I might sneak down to the cellar there at the home there in Maggie Valley and sneak on from the electrical room and come in like real tight. But man, you guys, and I love it because that's all we're doing. We're just talking. Look at we're up to 5. We got 5 strong viewers, Alec. That tells me Tampa Bay has a heartbeat. That's.
Wait a second.
Oh, Tim Haynes has another comment. Tim, counting down the days until training camp. Tell me about. Here's the thing about training camp. Alec, you and I haven't talked about this, but I'm going to talk to you again like I'm the guy that taught you how to be a guy, and I wasn't, but someone did a good job because you're a good guy. Are you disappointed if we come into camp and automatically Blaine Gabbert's the anointed, and we hear anything? I'm sure he's been told by this point, Clyde Christensen, not to say it, but we get told, well, as far as we're concerned, it's another redshirt year for Kyle Trask. I want that kid thinking he can take Tom Brady's job. And you know what? Bury the lead. God forbid Tom has a hangnail, decides to go do a photo shoot in Bolivia with Giselle or what have you, and we need someone to step in for that one game. If he's the right guy, I want him thinking he's that right guy. Or are we all just like we're accepting in the inevitable? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Basically, you're saying it's like him to fight for that number 2 spot.
You had a full year, and I'm not saying Blaine Gabbert.
He had 2 full years. Yeah, 2 full years. Actually, no. Never mind. This was his. He drafted him after the Super Bowl run. So yeah, it was 1 full season. It was his rookie year this year.
Yeah. Oh God, don't scare me. I mean, because here's the thing. I turned 50. No, you're good. But I turned 53 yesterday. I'm like, wait a minute. I am losing my. I'm just kidding. Hey, we got some. Oh my God! I missed a comment from this cat earlier. Before I bring him in, let me bring this cat on. If you guys are if you're familiar with us here at Bucs Report, you'll know that sometimes we have those irregular nights in the bedrooms, just like you guys out there. You know this cat. Oh, where'd he go? I'm getting ready to sell him. From North Sports Dynasty, good morning, Tampa Bay. Ray born on Canada Day. I love it, Andrew. I was hoping you'd come in. I shared my birthday yesterday with Canada Day. And Andrew's celebration of Canada Day rivals that of my celebration of my birthday. Hey, we got a scammer in here. Should I put it up here in case somebody needs this loan? Don't go to this website, SM Live. Get $750 relief cash. We'll take $1,500 out of your next paycheck. Get a little bit extra now and work up front, and we'll take it all on the backside. So go to All Complete and then check email. If you do it, that's you. But don't say I didn't warn you. Hey, everyone's got to have a hustle. That's a hustle, brother, right?
Homered. 5-1 Tampa Bay Rays. Here we go.
Bring him in here, man. You can do it. Coming in here, day after Canada Day from North Sports Dynasty, Andrew Foobs Faubert. Andrew, my friend, how are you today?
Ray Kennedy. How the hell you been, buddy?
I'm just wasting. I'm up on a wire here. I'm thinking about going live until someone brings me dinner, brother. Just enjoying this. How you doing this?
So,
I know it's Canada Day, but it's the whole weekend. You got Canada Day on a Friday, and it's got to be a nice celebration, nice celebrating weekend there in Canada as well.
I mean, I had to work late last night, and I was up until 3:00 in the morning finishing Stranger Things with the fiance. So
How was it? Don't give me no spoilers because I ain't even started it.
Never spoilers.
just get the tissues ready.
Oh, bye.
What is that? Yeah, for real?
Oh, I cried at least three,
I cried 3
maybe
times.
4 different times.
So it's got to be one of the 4 die.
Well,
Not-
it's
not
not
saying
even
anything.
the death or anything like that. Alec
God
will
forbid.
know this. Alec will know this. Like, without saying obviously too much, it's just the exchange between the 2 people in that gymnasium. I bawled, man. That was just it
Wow.
was so
Yeah.
heart wrenching and stuff, and it was just so good. It's just a very good show. But I mean, where the hell are you there, Ray?
This is my backyard. I've done a little redecorating. I'm down here at the. Let me give it to you, Andrew, because maybe you missed it. You weren't here for the start of the show. I'm gonna bring it to you, and I'm gonna bring it to you real. You're down here at the world famous Ferg Sports Bar and Grill down here on Central Avenue, just below 16th Street. In the Ed. No, that sucked. Yeah, I'm down here at Ferg's, bro. How you been again, man?
I'm good, buddy. I'm good. I've missed you. I've been busy and stuff like that.
I see you,
I
man.
popped on
Dude,
my
you've been-
shows or your shows
You've been
as
doing
well.
family. I can't wait. I'm waiting for the invite. You're doing family. You're doing work. I see that, man. If it means any more, if it softens the blow, I drank way too many beers last night and I was up way too late.
Buddy, I was also going to say, like, I would totally invite you onto my show, but I'm pretty sure Alec and company would get a little bit ticked off at me if you showed up on mine before you showed up on theirs. They've been advertising one for 3 weeks.
I'll give Ray the pass. It's his birthday.
No, Alec, tell us about it because I own it. Tell us about it.
Tell you about what?
The hashtag Ray Kennedy. It's a fucking meme. Oh, it's a freaking meme at this point. Share it, Alec. You're breaking my heart here.
This is a freaking meme at this point.
Did I actually sound like I said the F1?
No.
Go ahead,
I'm
brother.
pretty sure they'll bypass that.
Because that'll also cause what, Alec?
Copyright.
Copyright. The word of the day is copyright. Every time someone says copyright, it's usually going to be Alec. You'll see, bing.
Hey, so far, I'm about to check it right now, but I think YouTube's been on a what's it called?
They pulled your show off from Thursday night. Andrew,
Why?
Who's
why
the-
did they
hasn't
do that?
reported yet. It's still there.
Andrew, who's the
Yeah.
biggest offseason move for a wide receiver for you? What moves the needle? Because there's been several. What moves the needle for the big board, Andrew Faubert?
Oh, it's Devontae for sure. I mean,
Because of that chemistry, right? You want to see Carr? And we like Carr. Carr's a gamer.
110% the chemistry because Joe and Jamar had chemistry in college for like a year. And Joe's
Right.
mentality itself was just absolutely fantastic to even have that added to just one team. And you can allow that team to basically flourish for the next few years. The problem is now, like, the Raiders have already a very good team. They're built.
Right. Yeah,
They went and they decided to spend a little bit of money and a little bit of draft
a
capital
little bit.
on some other players for some positions that their other regime, no offense, didn't necessarily draft properly. Like, who the hell
Defense.
drafts Colin Blair or whatever the heck his name is at number 4?
I remember him coming out of Clemson, right? And I'm like, they took him. That wasn't the year that we took Devin White, was it? Yeah, maybe.
It was
Maybe.
around there, but it was one of
Somewhere.
Mike Mayock and John Gruden's.
Yeah,
big-
one of those like where the Bucs saw him Booker Reese in 82, so we traded away the chance to have Dan Marino quarterback. You go! But no, I get it. But let me ask you something. I see that, the running game and the focus of that defense. Am I a little bent now looking back on it? Because I can't justify racism, sexism. But looking at what the NFL does with the Daniel Snyder investigation or the Rich Dale Rimple 1.2 cover-up or 1.4, and then they got Robert Kraft, down in a ranch somewhere. I don't want to say the whole thing in Miami. But looking back on it now, there was some emails passed, 140,000, 165,000 emails. We saw 5,000 of them, and it cost John Gruden his job. Now, I like Josh McDaniel going in there now and giving him Devontae and Josh Jacobs and a defense. But should this have been John Gruden's team to still be building? I know Mayock blew it up, but I guess it's a trick question or an easy question, no?
I mean, the one thing for sure I would say about it is I would wait until RG3's book comes out in August, because that's going to kind of have a little bit of a tell all about a little bit more of what was going on in the Commanders and their thought process as well. And
so it's a miracle.
Yeah. And with regards to John Gruden, though, it's difficult because it could be used in the same aspect as like the Colin Kaepernick situation or anything else like that is. Well, should the punishment have been as bad as what it was, and this, that, and everything else? Racism and sexism and everything that you said should never be tolerated on a scale. And at my point, then it should never be crossed. And if it crosses it, then you are subjected to the law.
Yeah. So, no, you're right.
At that point, then I would say no, it should not be his team. But now, like, Josh McDaniels has left the shadow of Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
And he gets his opportunity finally to readjust himself into the league. And I mean, that right there will be another interesting key point, is to see how much of John Gruden's, say, tenured staff he actually keeps, and how much of those guys are actually gone.
I'm glad you came in now. I got a billion questions I want to ask you. I got another Hummer coming up. I got a humdinger. How long do you got, Andrew? I don't need a commitment for 3 hours, but are you on for a little while?
Buddy, I just literally sat down. I was just working on a couple of things in the
day after Canada Day.
Yeah, like
day after Canada Day. Well, then you talked about
watching TV. I'm good. What's up?
You talked about punishment, and you talked about the equalities in the NFL, and then I work it back to Deshaun Watson. I mean, how can we not have a conversation? I haven't seen you in like forever, you crazy freaking Canadian ginger that I love so much. You can still go by that, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
But
I know it's 2022, but I'm still ginger. Don't worry.
You're beautiful, brother. What is the Deshaun Watson punishment to you look like? Is the NFL posturing when they go, well, we'd like to make it 15 years, and then the judge is going, well, if I give them 6 months, they can try to make it 10 years. Is she going to come in, or they're going to find a happy medium? And if they do find a happy medium, Andrew, what's that happy medium in the Deshaun Watson punishment?
First thing that needs to be said on that is, like I've always said on my show, is both aspects. One, a woman who has come out and says that she has been abused in any way, shape, or form, or any man, of course, as well. We got to
exactly.
But anybody who ever comes out as being abused and stuff like that should be taken with 110% honesty until proven differently. Now, with that also being said, there is a reason why courts and law and everything do their justice due diligently, is to make sure that that they don't arrest somebody or charge somebody for doing something that they may or may not have done.
Right.
That being said, even if by his account he is not guilty of any of the charges by the ruling of the charge, that's totally fine. But that just means you are given a free pass by the laws that have been stated by the country that you live in.
Jury of your peers.
Yes, that does not mean that you should not be subjected to the punishment for being a little bit of a perv. And no offense.
Having a problem.
No one's going to be.
Hey, Andrew, can I ask you something? Let me ask you this, because I jump in because I get an idea pops in and I got to get it before it loses it.
Yeah.
No matter what happens, 8 games, full game, 2 seasons. Mm-hmm. Alec, let me ask Alec first, because I see Alec there trying to keep me updated on the Rays game. Should there be? I know he's already said he's never going to focus. He's never going to ever admit that he was guilty. But if there is any chance that this punishment comes back at less than a year or some way there's got to be some type of public statement out of Deshaun Watson other than just, I didn't do it. Look, I flew them in from Atlanta. We drove them 4-star. Texas had them sign a non-disclosure, whatever. They knew what they were getting into, which is total BS, because there's those young girls trying to make a name for themselves. And why are they? They're not going to pass on Deshaun Watson. I wouldn't pass on Pee Wee Herman back in the day, and that's if he wanted me to massage his hands. You want to serve someone, that's how you build a business. But the thing about it is that I'd love to see Deshaun Watson do a public commercial, because the kid does have a problem. He needs to admit that there was 67 times he tried to get a happy ending massage. And I don't know if it goes back to a physical trainer at the high school level or before that, but he's got an issue. And if anything short of that, he's always going to, I think that if he did that, I think the public might start to be able to get over that a little bit more. Sorry, I just preached. I'm sorry, Andrew. Are you still there, brother? Oh, no, Alec.
I thought that was thrown at Alec.
Alec, my bad.
turn from a question to a statement.
I know. Andrew, what are your thoughts? Because I know I threw a question at you beforehand. Are we ever going to see Deshaun Watson gay? Look, it was. I didn't do this, but if you've got a sister, a cousin, a young lady, mother, anyone, man, boyfriend, brother, that's put into a situation like this, the person or someone that does stuff like this needs to get help. Even if he never admits that he's the one that needs the help, that would go a long way in polishing over that public opinion, I think.
1,000%. The problem is
it ain't gonna happen.
The amount of money that it was given to him and everything like that as well. Like right as all this was still going on, like if the Cleveland Browns were going to trade, and I understand that there may have been a little bit of an arms race going on at a certain point to get him out of the organization,
right?
Of the Houston Texans, but it's going to hinder them. And I know they got the caveat in the contract that if he is suspended for more than a year, that they do.
He loses.
Like,
that's right.
He loses $1 million. There is a weird like caveat in his contract for the Browns as well, where like down the road they would be given like a type of incentive if he was suspended for more than a year.
Well, I didn't. Were we all? Am I just imagining this, Alec? And you're not going to know. I'm not going to know, and Andrew probably is not going to know. That wasn't there a thing initially reported that, the contract is, he's getting paid $17 and a dozen, of Jameis's famous crab legs from the Louisiana Bayou and first year. So we protect him from the money he loses and stuff like that. But if it seemed like I remember that if it was more than a year, or especially if it happens again, which I think that's a little tongue in cheek, but hopefully it doesn't, that they don't even they can actually take him off the rolls. Oh, I guess you could get him for public detrimental to a player's, whatever that rule's called. There was no question there either. I'm so sorry, guys.
It's all good.
So, Andrew, tell me about you, man. You take over for a minute. I think I'm up on this wire. I'm starting to lose my balance a little bit.
Sorry, say that again.
How you been?
Like I said,
are you doing
good?
Yeah. So, you said Devontae Adams to the. What do you think when you hear Tyreek Hill blessing Vailoa, saying he's finally with a quarterback who's, what were the exact words, Andrew? He's more touch.
He's more accurate than
Patrick
accurate. Mahomes. And like, I get it. I mean, Andy Reid's offense we've always seen with McNabb, with Vic, with some of the other guys that he's had in that system. It's kind of like a Bruce Arians type in a way, where it's a little bit more, not say died down in the mid, but like
right.
you can run a better mid game with the passing. He's bombed it. He made his living off of an MVP season right off the bat and having good consistency after that. But he essentially has either bombed it to Tyreek Hill to win some of these games, or he's had to pass it to Travis Kelce. He's had the two things given to him. So Andy,
that's Andy Reid's offense. And I'm glad you make that point, because this guy was the witch doctor back in Philadelphia. I think offensive coordinator, I'm trying, was it not with Green Bay 1,000 years ago, but offensive witch doctor. And of course, initially he's got Donovan McNabb. So everybody's like, well, he walked into that. No, I'm talking about the offense that he ran and the way you Shady McCoy and some of the things he did. But what's the losing Tyreek Hill, even though if you get the team to buy on board, say, look, we can bring in 7 different receivers to take up for Tyreek, losing the cheetah and all that he brought to a team in coverages and the light, which some would argue maybe is not a bad thing. Is that going to have the other 52 down? Or is Andy Reid going to do Andy Reid and have them ready to go from start one in a very tough AFC West division?
Andy Reid's going to be fine. I still think the Chiefs are going to personally be fine. Patrick Mahomes is not a bad quarterback. Like he's a developing talent out of Texas A&M, where at the time they were just like, if you got talent, come here and you can utilize it and show it off and have a little bit of fun. And then he was able to like dummy it down to an actual NFL style caliber talent. And now all of a sudden he's lost one of his skill sets that is out there to make him the big bad quarterback.
The cheetah.
The cheetah and stuff like that. But I mean, Patrick Mahomes, he's going to be fine. He's still got Kelce for at least another 2 years. Brady's had to develop other wide receivers out of the gun for his career.
Great point.
All the
and the money. You got to make I did this for you. I've done this after so long in the history of the Buccaneers. I was always like, God, if Hugh Culverhouse would just spend $5 more, and we could just bring in like the Coke truck guy, the Coke delivery guy, can play offensive line. But for so many years, it was always about giving up the money. I remember going, I hate to say this because I love me some Chris Godwin, but I said, how can you justify having Mike Evans, one of the best receivers in the entire National Football League, and then also have Chris Godwin? Am I happy we have him? Sure. I'm not saying that the problem with the Bucs is that Jason Light ran a ship, that he has a strong building. They're building with these young picks, but still bringing in an Akeem Hicks, still keeping it real. Tyreek Hill leaving Kansas City, let them spend some more money on that defense, and it'll let Andy Reid continue to be a little magic, right? There was no question there. Sorry.
No, Andy, like I said, all the magic comes from Andy Reid and Eric Bieniemy and all those guys too. Like, they're going to be fine. Just like the Buccaneers are going to be fine. Bruce Arians is still in house. It's basically Todd Bowles and Byron Leftwich running things. Like, everything's going to be fine.
Did you guys hear about Aaron Andrews recruiting Tom Brady to Fox?
Yeah, I heard that.
So, yeah, that's great. I'm going to throw some shout out again to Train of Thought, Jimmy Traina there on SI.com. And a great story yesterday was just having fun talking to Aaron. She's on a podcast this week. If you haven't caught that Train of Thought podcast, I would do it. She said she was in Montana on vacation with her husband and what was supposed to be an away from the cell phone vacation, which you can imagine how hard it is for Aaron Andrews, one of the most locked down, if not locked down, sideline reporters for Fox, staying at Fox. But she gets the phone call. I think she said she actually got it from Troy Aikman. Of course, it was when Aikman had just signed with ESPN. They thought it was going to be Amazon, but it was going to be something. It didn't seem. So she was having the story goes, she was shooting tequila, and she'd had many, and she actually called one of the brass over at Fox and said, "Look, if we're going to swing," she told her flat out, "I've been drinking too much tequila, but if we're going to swing for the fences, let's get Tom Brady." I'm not saying she makes the Rupert Murdoch call, but she says that. Now, I believe also that the story goes, she actually reaches out. And, of course, once Aaron Andrews locks that story down, you start to put that into play. I'm sure he was already on the radar. But then, of course, a couple of weeks later, we hear that Tom Brady gets that 10-year. What do you think about Tom Brady going into the booth? I haven't asked you about this.
I think it's a good idea.
Tell me why.
I think because allowing Tom Brady and more of these athletes, whether they be the best or not, obviously Brady is the best, but Amazon's trying to do this thing where they're taking like Aqib Talib and Richard Sherman and Pat McAfee and some of this other raw talent that is like the new and upcomers, and they're trying to utilize that, while Fox and I guess ESPN are trying to utilize still the old guys and what they would call it, with the whole Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Tony Romo, and the guys that they put in the booth there.
Right.
Because they bring in the whole old school aspect of the game, but they're still new. They've still been subjected to the whole social media, and they know what these fans are going to want and what they're going to want to hear. So It's going to be interesting to see like the battle between not only Fox and ESPN, but when Amazon comes into the mix, because no offense, I'd much rather hear Pat McAfee drop an F-bomb with Aqib Talib and Richard Sherman and everybody else that they got.
Man, I'll tell you what. Give me a booth, Alec. Let me ask you about this. The Fox, the number 3 booth for Fox in 2022, Pat McAfee and Rob Gronkowski. Dude, who wouldn't pay for the cost of admission to that show?
That would be fun.
I mean, I already watched Pat.
What do you think? Would they clash? Go ahead, Alec. I'm sorry.
It'll turn into a DJ house in the booth.
Alec, give me Andrew. You know what? Canadian football. I turned on the ESPN the other day, and there was a Canadian football game on. And I'm sorry, bro. It's not that I don't love Canadian football or any football of any sport. I'm just so busy. I'm lucky to stream a little bit of Obi-Wan Kenobi in my off time, which is very little time. Give me your best booth of all time. It doesn't have to be someone who actually worked a booth. If Andrew Faubert was picking a booth to call games for his favorite team in 2022, Canadian or NFL, who would your booth be?
I've always joked and said that if the NFL was to ever come up to Canada, that they need to have at least 2 Canadians in the booth to call the game, and it would have to be Nate Burleson and Doug Flutie.
Well, I was thinking Bob and Doug McKenzie, but no, I'm kidding.
Bob and Doug McKenzie would be funny.
That's your Manny cast. It's called the McKenzie cast.
Yeah, no. If it was like an actual Toronto NFL team, I want Nate
That'd be awesome.
in there, and I want Doug Flutie. One guy that's kind of new age, one guy that's old age. But no,
I like it.
Straight up, if it's any of the new stuff that's going on right now, I would actually, as stupid as this would sound, I know a lot of people don't like the 3 guys in the booth talking, but if you put Tom Brady on the left, Manning on the right, and Pat McAfee in the middle to kind of guide both of them and talk games and stuff like that, that would probably lead to some of the, not only the funniest content you could ever have, because Pat would be dropping the F-bombs, Brady would kind of join him in some swearing, and Manning would still be very like professional.
Straight, and he's so funny. Exactly. And you know what? You got to give me, and because Aaron Andrews is working the mothership, the Monday Night Football game, you got to give me on the sideline. Oh, who was I talking about? Oh, having a sideline reporter and having Gronk on the side, or no, not Gronk, but on the sidelines. But let me ask you about this. Tom Brady to the booth. We've seen him get better at making fun of himself. We've seen him get better at that self-deprecation. We know the cat's going to be able to break some video down. But Tom's talking about retiring from football. That's because it's just the commitment it takes to be playing football. Physically, obviously, in the conditioning he does, which is above all else, but then also being at the facility and learning the game. This isn't going to be that simple of a transition to retirement. I mean, this is going to still require him to be on the road every week during the season, long seasons, doing breakdown of film during a week. It doesn't sound like Tom, he's just not moving too far away from actually playing, just moving as close as he can stay near football.
And if don't get me wrong, like, I mean, obviously I'm in Canada and I want to ask the question before I say my statement. Where is Fox located? That's in California, right?
Oh, good call, brother. Yeah, well, that's in California, but the games he's going to be calling every week aren't going to be, unless it's
but his, I guess, say the office space of it would be kind of based in California. And if I'm not mistaken, he has been trying to get back to the Bay Area.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it would make sense that if he does, he would probably get himself another house, at least on the west side of
West Coast.
Yeah, he'd probably stay in Tampa. I don't see Tom Brady necessarily like leaving Tampa, because there's just something about either him and the organization, or if the Dolphins eventually offer him some sort of like player personnel role within their organization and he gets that feel for building.
Yeah, no,
I said on my show that I think Bruce Arians has kind of just put his boots in the ground, and it's more his team than it ever will be Tom Brady's. And Tom Brady was kind of hoping that, you know, his success and what he brought to the Bucs would kind of get him in that back, you know, room after his career. But, you know, Bruce Arians kind of did that. So
let me tell you something. I will tell you right now, one of the reasons why Mike Florio, Jeffrey Locamfora, one of the reasons why NFL Network and every other 3-letter, 4-letter, 5-letter, not word, but network can say that the Brady to Miami ties. Number one of the co-owners of the team, the minority owners, is a great friend of his. Literally shows up in every bro pick on every little, at the Kentucky Derby. They're down at the Miami and at the Grand Formula One race. Also keeping that west or the East Coast side because of Jack living up there in New York with, of course, Bridget Moynihan, Jack's mother. And then also Giselle having access to all over the place. And the fact that Giselle's a supermodel in Miami, right? So he's not going to play for the Dolphins, but I would not be shocked to see some power move to try to put Brady in some ownership of the Dolphins. And then, like you said, still own. I guess he can't own it if he's working for Fox, though.
Yeah, it depends on what you guys got for laws or something like that. Yeah.
No, I just shot that one. Go ahead, brother. What else you got? Let me ask you this.
Yep.
Ryan Suckup or Borgalis? If you can save $2 million and it's really that important, is it worth it to take a Ryan Suckup who had a little bit of a down 2021, but is still such a phenomenal kicker, holds the Buccaneers single season scoring record, and seems clutch in the big kicks after a decade of it? Or do you save the two and go with the phenom from Miami that we kept hidden on the practice squad last year and called it COVID protocol action?
I'm going to go with you're going to keep both because you're going to keep both. There ain't no way in hell the Buccaneers are dealing with no kicking issues for this year whatsoever. I think if Suckup were to become a problem, they're like, well, here's our backup instead of us having to go out to the free agents and try and do that all over again. So whether Suckup's good this year or not, I think he's in the Bucs one more year, and then he will be joining Brady out the door, just respectively, either for retirement or for cap purposes.
He'll be maybe joining Bradley Pinion there in Atlanta. What'd you think about Pinion going there? Talk about now. The thing about it is the Falcons, they bring in Bradley Pinion after we draft Jake Camarda off the national championship Georgia Bulldog team. But now it seems like, you know, an inter-squad division team, the Atlanta Falcons are going to have all of our special teams secrets. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Kick the ball as hard as you can. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
No, I was just gonna say Kyle Yacey was kind of happy about that. He's just like, yeah, let's bring some
You see
championship
that?
caliber players into our team, and I'm like, yeah, it's a punch.
Poor Kyle. He's a Falcons fan, but he's locking it down, talking it down with the sports talk, joining all. Finally got a chance to talk to him last week, but yeah, it's like they're like, hey, we drafted so and so, and we've got Ritter versus Mariota, and there might be some things going on, and it got some pop fires in the polka. And Arthur Smith, the coach of the Falcons, comes from the Tennessee Titans, where they made a living using the tight ends with that Mike Vrabel defense, and then also buried a lead. They had a great running back in Derrick Henry, but that cat knows how to use the tight ends receiver sets. Do you find Kyle Pitts, how much of a disappointment was Kyle Pitts in 2021 to you, Alec? Was Kyle Pitts a disappointment to you in 2021, or do you think he was just a rookie tight end on a bad Atlanta team?
I mean, from my standpoint, it's a disappointment for how they used him. If that
Razor up 5-1. Sorry. Go ahead. I just saw
That
it.
was from a disappointment on how they used him. They usually use him more as he only had one touchdown this year or last season. If they would use him more because they use him more as a receive. Oh, I don't know how to explain this. They should use him as a blocking tight end also.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the size of a Gronkowski. I mean, you want to talk about size at tight end? We drafted tight end. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Andrew.
What? Sorry, what's up?
That was me.
Oh, Alec, go ahead. I'm sorry. Did you have gas? I'm just kidding.
If they're going to use him like that, how they were using me as a blocking tight end, they might as well put him at receiver at that point.
Andrew, who's a? I'm sorry, Alec. No, you're right. I 100%. And I think I want to know if it's because was Matt Ryan hearing Matt Ryan's a gamer. Of course, now Matt Ryan's no longer a quarterback now with your Atlanta Falcons. He's now with the Indianapolis Colts and going to try that Carson Wentz deal for 1 year, I think. But they'll still end up. But I mean, I don't know. Was he hearing things in the pocket? Maybe not letting Kyle Pitts and it's just on a bad Atlanta team. Teams were able to really focus on Kyle Pitts and shut him down. Now you get him. They draft. Was it Olave? They bring in from Ohio State. Was that the receiver that they? No, or did they get the one from the West Coast from USC? Andrew, do you remember? Was it
Drake London?
Drake London?
Yeah.
Did Drake London? Because Drake Olave's with the Saints. Drake London. Yeah. You got Mike Evans.
2.0.
Mike Evans clone with the Kyle Pitts. You know what Kyle Pitts is? I said this the other night, Andrew. You'll agree with this?
Mm-hmm.
Having that Drake London and a Kyle Pitts is where we should have been with Mike Evans and O.J. Howard about 4 years ago. Boom, I did that. No, I'm just kidding.
You're not wrong. Definitely not wrong. O.J. Howard definitely should have been a lot better of a prospect than what he ended up being for us. But that doesn't mean, like I've always said too, I would much rather take a couple of bad draft picks if it leads to our championship, because nobody ever gets a perfect draft class. I mean, the Jets and the Eagles, I think had really good draft classes this year. But I mean, we all know one of them is not necessarily going to pan out. They all do. Yes. I mean, hey, here's your Hall of Fame draft class that everybody eventually gets, but it's not. Anybody had the best draft class this year, and who are probably going to have 4 or 5 Hall of Famers. Let alone it's the Ravens.
Let me ask Andrew. Take the AFC West. No, the AFC West. I think they gorge themselves. You got great teams. The Broncos, Judy. I like Judy as a receiver, but take the AFC West off the table. What's the next scariest division for you, Andrew, in the AFC?
What was that? I guess that would be the East with North. The North, yeah, with Cincy and Pittsburgh and Baltimore and Cleveland there.
Yeah, well, even with so you do got Matt Ryan seemingly teaming up with the coach. Yeah, but what's the back? Frank Reich, though, teaming up with Frank Reich. Then you also have the rookie quarterback, the homegrown kid done good, competing with Mason Rudolph and some guy that just came in off the street that's homeless for quarterback there in Pittsburgh. I'm kidding. Yeah. Then you have Baltimore. They get their stuff together with Lamar Jackson. And then what's the fourth team? Oh, yeah, the Cincinnati Bengals. No, they're in the South.
No, Bengals are in there. You're thinking more of the Colts.
The Ravens were in the South. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
I was just going to say, that division, in my opinion, is going to be the hardest one just because of how good the Ravens are, just because of how good the Bengals are. And the Steelers are never going to be a bad team until Mike Tomlin leaves. And despite the Browns having to trade out for the whole Deshaun Watson thing and might not have him for a year, I do think that the Browns, despite that, will still go like 7-10 or 8-9.
Ooh.
So
No. Alec, let me ask you this. Are we looking at the light over here and keeping our eyes off the prize over here in the AFC South? You got Trevor Lawrence. You get Travis Etienne back. You got a new coach. You got Doug Peterson, the quarterback whisperer, Bruce Arians 2.7, whatever that is. But then you also have a Houston Texans team that Lovie Smith and maybe Sam Mills in his second year. You guys, is that also a division? You got a healthy Derrick Henry there at quarterback. You got Ryan Tannehill literally lets the rookie Malik Willis move into his house because he wants to mentor him so much. But is that a division that also can make some waves there, guys?
I mean, I can see the AFC South halfway because Jaguars, they can get all their draft picks. It's just how they use them. I just feel like Trevor Lawrence was put into the wrong situation, a wrong team. I would see him succeed better in Houston.
Ooh. What about you, Andrew? Have you seen enough from Sam Mills, the kid, the Stanford grad? He was smart. He was a cerebral quarterback, wasn't among the top or the gold, the big, shiny stars in 2021, but goes to Houston, gets his lumps as a rookie, and now maybe with the defense with Lovie Smith, or is that cupboard still too bare?
I will state this. If we had been able to take Davis Mills 2 picks before Kyle Trask type thing, like if we had traded up and taken Davis Mills, we wouldn't be looking at Tanner McKee, who is the next Stanford kid that is coming out in this draft class, if you know what I mean. Davis Mills is a very, very good quarterback who just needed the right type of system to develop him. And the best part is the whole Houston system and culture and franchise is literally doing a complete and utter overhaul because they got this bad taste in their mouth from the last one. So now they're bringing in this guy. They're like, we're going to bring in Lovie Smith, who is a player's coach. We're going to develop around you, which they did in the draft, which Alec knows all about kind of thing because they got a good running back. And in his dynasty that he has there, he's got 2 very good running backs that Houston has, and Alec is looking very good when it comes to next year because of that. So, yes, Houston and Davis Mills I actually like, and I do like them a lot. I don't necessarily think that they're going to make the playoffs. I don't think that they're going to be anything too crazy, but I do think they could possibly be the last year's Detroit Lions, where they're in a lot of these games a lot more than people think.
Yeah, but Alec, I'll tell you what, now I'm thinking about Darius Leonard, the linebacker for the Indianapolis Colts, and what the Bucs were able to do against them. Hey, it was very close, that game last year. That shouldn't have, for all intents and purposes, the Bucs shouldn't have won that game. Oh, they should have won it because we all want the Bucs to win it, but they very much almost did lose that game, right? Really? Or was that the year before? Did we win?
Oh, against the Cowboys?
No, against the Colts last season when we went to Indianapolis and we played against Carson Wentz.
Yeah, that was.
Wasn't that last year?
Yeah, it was last season when we came back. I think we got the.
That was our 17th game, right?
Yeah, when Leonard Fournette had that where he was trying. They were playing to run out of bounds to get the field goal to win the game. He said "F it" and went for the touchdown.
Yeah,
almost had that return back at the end of the game, which was kind of nerve-wracking.
Let me tell you, even that came down to that. And Andrew, if Carson Wentz wins that game against the Bucs last year, is Carson Wentz still quarterback in Indianapolis in 2022? I'm just kidding. It's like 2020. I'm like getting deep. Is he 20 quarterback this season?
No,
he was gone.
I
he lost it at the end. He lost it.
He had to win and get that whole locker room. I think
lost it.
Matty Ice is proper for that team.
Matty Ice is a gamer. I hated Matt. He's in our division. He's on a couple of years back with the Hard Knocks with the Falcons. And you're seeing how cool this guy is in the quarterback room and how much of a team player he is. And now you put him on that team, and I'm telling you what, just you want to see the kid have success. Go ahead. I forget where I was. Share the show. We've got 2 viewers again. I think one's about to fall asleep. Andrew, let me ask you this then about the NFC South. Yeah. Dennis Allen, is that defense, those Saints defense, going to play inspired for him like they did when he filled in for Sean Payton last season? Obviously, they're going to play good, or the Buccaneers going to be able to take both games from them this season.
No, I would be surprised if the Buccaneers take both games.
One is good.
One is fine. I think it would be the same thing that happened in the last couple of years. We'd probably take the first one and lose the second one. And then the second one, we'd probably take the third one. I think it would be the same thing that happened in the last couple of years. We'd probably take the first one and lose the second one. I think it would be the same thing that happened in the last couple of years. We'd probably take the first one or whichever one we lose to is going to have like a bit of a bad taste in our mouth, and it'll help us get to where we inevitably want to be, which is the Super Bowl.
Yes.
We beat the Saints the one time that we needed to. So
that's the one that counted. But now we're there. What about the start to that season? Week 1, we're in Dallas, prime time. Week 2, we go into the bio battery. We go into the Louisiana bio battery and telling my Forrest Gump. That's a tough 2-game start to that season. And then who do we play on week 3 at home again? Guys?
I think it's Green Bay.
Green Bay Packers? Just like, what? I mean, this
Cowboys, Saints. I think it's either.
And it's the Packers and the Chiefs. That's the first 4 weeks.
I wouldn't be surprised if we do lose to the Cowboys in week 1, though.
Oh, see, now that's kind of where I was going. Yeah, I hate that.
I know, and I do too. Obviously, I would love the Bucs to go like what Fred Moore always says, 20-0.
Right.
But the first game last year, and if Harry the Greek was here, he would know what we're talking about because we made a bet in the offseason there and we kept it going all through summer. That I said that the Cowboys would cover. And he said that the Bucs would basically like blow them out of the water. I'm like, the Cowboys won't win necessarily, but like they will cover the game. They will make it a lot closer than we want it to be. And it'll be a wake-up call week 1 where we're like, oh, we need to do something. And I think in this case, I have a weird feeling that we're going to be a little bit slower off the gate, even though a lot of people are saying we have a better defense than what we did in the championship run. I'm not saying Brady's old. I'm not saying that at all. And I'm not saying that this whole team is banged up and stuff like that. But other teams have something a little bit more to fight and win for. This team only has Brady for 1 more year, so they all need to start realizing that and start playing like that and start communicating like that in order to get back to the championship. And
there's going to be there's going to be some inspired play. I mean, there's no doubt that this Jason Light built team of leaders, Todd Bowles, loving him getting his first season. He had to be the guy. Sorry about you, Byron. I love you. Loved you back when you were a Buccaneers quarterback for 5 minutes and a cup of coffee. But they're going to play inspired, and it's going to be a potential for magic. But, man, they are seeing like 14 of 17 other teams that have that same potential for magic. So they're going to have to bring their lunchbox like Paul Gruber used to do, bring that lunchbox to work every day. Am I froze?
Nope. Sorry. I thought you were bringing that to Alec. My apologies.
Oh, Alec. No, go ahead, brother. Jump in here. By the way, can you hear me still? You froze there for me. Sorry. The reason why I want to let everyone know, you're looking at this like you're clicking in here and you're like, my God, it's like a telethon. There's 2 hours and 40 minutes. Please hit the share button. But we've been having some issues, Alec, we've been working on?
Copyright issue.
So I want to do a real long show, open and close it, and I thank my friend Andrew Felbert from North Shore Sports, North Sports, and of course Alec from the NFL Edition on Thursday nights being here with me. I wanted to do a long show and see just how many minutes of mute show I can get because they call copyright for whatever reason. I have no idea. Do you ever have that problem with the great shows that you do there, Andrew, on North Sports Dynasty?
I'm trying to figure that out, like for you guys and stuff like that too. Like I don't understand. Like maybe it's just some of the music and some of the certain things like that. Like I know when I do my shows, like I do have my intros and stuff like that, but I do use either the music from the site that essentially has like copyright free music,
right?
Or I use
and I was able to take it down to 0 viewers. Andrew. No, I agree with what you were saying. Now that I own the copyrights in perpetuity. And is it in perpetuity? In perpetuity? Yeah, in perpetuity. Yeah. I'm supposed to, and I don't know why. That might be the problem, you think?
I know StreamYard finally did some things a little differently than last time because
maybe it's StreamYard that's reporting us. That's what it is. So they're the people I have a problem. Maybe they're not all run by bots and I can actually get a person on the phone. It's funny because I was on a show, Alec, remember a couple of weeks ago, you, me, and Johnny, and I started going poo-poo on the social medias and then I got it was you, me, and Harry, right? Harry the Greek, and then I got taken off for like 4 minutes. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that one.
That was proof in the pudding right there. You piss off social media, and they've got them little scrubbers. You know they got scrubbers. They've got AI scrubbers, Andrew, don't they?
Yep. And listen, I've said this for a long time, and I'm still going to hold true to it. I still think what they should end up doing is they should have an app, almost like Spotify, almost like Napster, where you take all the music that's out there in the world. And say if Ray Kennedy wants to start off his morning show with, AC/DC's,
Back in
Sweet
Black.
Child of Mine, or Back in Black by AC/DC or something like that. If you pay, say, a blank amount dollar subscription into this, they might have like a list of songs for a normal subscription, a premium subscription, and a high subscription. And a high subscription would be those bands who are like, you're going to pay if you want to use my music. It'd be like, well, okay, so like if I really want to use Welcome to the Jungle, I'm going to have to pay the $50 or $60 subscription, right? But there's got to be a way eventually where we can all start using the artist's music and still pay them the duties that they are deserved. That's
I like
always
Andrew.
that's deserved. And
Is Justin Trudeau retiring, and are you running for prime minister? Because that was a beautiful answer, brother. That's exactly right. And it is Justin Trudeau, right?
Yeah, sadly right now, yeah.
Come on, sadly. Oh, I forgot. You're a little bit right of the center, aren't you there, AB?
No, I would say call me a little bit more right in the middle. I like to see both sides.
Yeah,
stuff like that,
right.
So.
No, and there's no problem with that. Andrew, are you a liberal or a Republican? I don't want to answer that.
If I literally had to, it would depend on the subject. I would never classify myself as one whole. It would be depending on the actual conversation at hand, because you would always find myself left on one and right on another, right?
Can I, only because I don't want to go into it, I saw on social media, I thought you had a sensible take on the whole Roe v. Wade situation. And since I'm doing a marathon, we're up to one viewer. Mom's back. Mom, share the show. You do talk about that. Tell me, what were your thoughts when the Supreme Court of the United States, or SCOTUS, because everything's got to be an acronym now to put in our 244 characters, overturned Roe v. Wade this week, Andrew?
Now, obviously, I'm Canadian for the viewers that you have there, and I will not necessarily mince my words, but I will not obviously insult my Americans to the south. We're gonna get this show copyrighted for sure, fellas. Go ahead, Andrew. Obviously, when I was younger, and this happens to a lot of people, just being young in general and stuff like that, you fall into some of the stereotypes that exist out there regarding some of things like that, your beliefs and where you're persuaded to, and this, that, and everything else. You guys have your rights to bear arms, and everybody has their opinions on that, and they'll always have their opinions on that, and just as well as the woman's body, her choice. I have always been that, and I say this as a Canadian, and with a caveat on the end of it, I have always been on the side of every life should have.
Hey, by the way, that caveat, what you have to do is whatever you say, I'm sure it's going to be a knowledgeable and thought out thought. You got to end it with John Candy. Okay. So that's the Canadian caveat, my friend. Go ahead.
I have always been on the side of every life should have a chance, but you're never going to tell a woman what to do with her body, John Candy.
Okay. There you go. There it is. Now, Alec, you serve our country. You're in the military. I don't think you have to have a stereotypical political belief or not, but since we've waded in these waters, what are your thoughts there to a young guy who still so virulent and can find himself in? No, I'm just kidding. What are your thoughts there, Alec?
I mean, I kind of agree with Andrew on that, because in this day and age, you guys see how this is a sensitive topic to some people, but say for instance, the rape goes up, it's always been going up lately, and then you leave a woman in that kind of situation.
Yeah, 100%. It comes down. Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
I agree with their decision on that one, because that
comes down to a woman's decision. I think that you can't draw the line male female, because fortunately we at least, even though politically we don't have one, we have a Supreme Court that's starting to be reflective of our society, and having different people from different cultures and races, and being able to hopefully get to a place where you're not stupid enough to pull away. I did hear someone this week. I don't want to go there. I did hear someone say this week, because in Canada, like other third world or other big countries, democratic countries, Andrew, Canada doesn't do it with a national decree or whatever you would call it, or a policy or a Supreme Court ruling. It's done democratically. Is that like by obviously it's over the entire country, but is that done by zone?
Kind of. I think in this aspect, and I think if a Canadian were to come in here and watch this eventually, they would probably correct me if I am wrong. But just like say with the cannabis that is legal here in Canada.
By the way, Ray, I have to step out.
Brother, you got to go?
Yeah, I gotta go. I put it in the private chat, but I know you're kind of busy.
Oh, Andrew, I'm sorry, brother. Oh, Andrew. Alec, tell us where we can find you before you jump out of here, before I let Andrew get me in all kinds of warm, hot water.
You can catch me on Thursdays with Johnny, Ben, and Alex on FL Edition around 9-10 Eastern on Thursdays, weekly. And occasionally you can catch me on Ben's Live on Fridays.
Almost caught. Oh, I'll do it. Stop. Let me produce it. He's so good. He's so good. Him and I always step on each other with that because Alec is so good at making his exit and then exiting stage right, and then I end up bringing him back. Brother, thanks for coming in here. I appreciate you. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. See you later, Ray.
Oh, he didn't get to say bye to you, Andrew.
That's all good.
Yeah, at this point, I'm just freewheeling everything. So I'm like that uncle that comes for the holidays and doesn't want to go home after. I mean, we're coming up on 2 hours and 49 minutes, and I'm having a good time. But see if we can wade into these waters a little bit. In Canada, let's put it this way: it's part of covered under their internet. It's part of covered under their healthcare system, is it not?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like if something is federal, that means that like every province will have to allow it, but they can put their own rulings
spin on things.
Yeah, for example, with say the cannabis. Cannabis is federally legal in all across Canada. Like I can fly anywhere in Canada with a little bit on me, which is absolutely nice. Problem now becomes is if I'm going to have a problem with the plane and it has to divert to the States, I got to go flush that down the toilet. Like I got to not have it in my possession. That's just legitimately
Which breaks my heart because I know the kind of stuff that you're rolling with, and that right there alone just makes. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead, brother.
But I mean, even me and myself, I probably would be one of those people where, like, if the plane came down and stuff like that, I would just like put myself to the side and be like, nope, I have stuff in my possession because that's the law in my country and stuff like that. I'll allow you guys to take it or whatever you need to do and process whatever. But no, like for example, in my town, I'm not allowed to smoke it outside. I think I'm allowed in my backyard technically, but if my neighbor has a problem with it, they can have a problem with it. But in other cities, you can smoke it basically wherever you want, except obviously playgrounds and schoolyards and at any time. Like if you're caught in a playground or a schoolyard at any time, because
is there designated areas though? Because I mean,
no, and that's one thing that it was more when it was voted on in Canada. There was the whole legalization process and decriminalization process, and having places in public to smoke it would have fallen more under the decriminalization.
I mean, it's not like you're turning into the red district or anything like that.
No, of course not.
In Amsterdam. But, here's one thing. I'm saying this right now, and I'm glad I'm able to say this. Hopefully it's reflective of my generation, but also reflective that I'm 53 and I'm going the opposite direction. Mm-hmm. I don't want to go to any kind of concert. I don't care if it's Ozzy Osbourne, Kiss, Def Leppard, that I think they're the Def Leppard's in Jacksonville tonight, or if it's fine Def Leppard, fine music and Mozart and something being played in the park. I don't want to go to an outdoor concert no more where I don't at some point or another get a nice smell of somebody's getting a little herbal intense. And I'll tell you why. Takes me back to '86 going and seeing the Who at the old Tampa Stadium, but the thing is, it draws those memories, which is what we're supposed to get and stuff like that. But I'll bet they're in Canada, let's be honest, unless is it a constable? Local police officer, a constable? It's Canada today. I'm learning a lot of stuff. Or just a police officer.
It'd be a police officer, RCMP more than anything, or if it's in your district, like out here, it's the EPS, I think, for us. But Ontario would be like OPP, but the big guys.
Yo, you town with OPP?
Yes, sir.
You're supposed to say, you know me.
You know me.
Look at it. We're back to 0 viewers, brother. Are we this boring? So I want to talk a little bit more.
I talk sports to myself, buddy. If I go live and I got nobody, it's all good. You got to also understand me talking sports or me just looking for sports to talk with other people is what led me eventually all these years ago to meeting you and Peter Blake.
Hell yeah, brother.
All those guys back in the day. And may he rest in peace, Alex Fleming, because you will always
Alex
get
Fleming.
a
Hey, you know
from
what?
me.
I got a time. Seriously, that's a little bit from my boy AF. Always locking it down with the Magic coverage, and I love talking with Alex.
Yeah. Nick Citro and all the people from back in the day and stuff.
No,
like
some
that.
of those guys are just total. No, I'm just kidding. Nick's Dr. Nick. Dr. Nick now. It's Dr. Nick. So yeah, we see that he announces it. It's so funny because we called him Doctor just because when he's working, getting his whatever. When he's working on his when he was working on his doctorate, his first of many doctorates, and we started calling Nick our draft analyst guy and our Twitter guy. I don't know. Is that insulting to say, hey, he's our Twitter guy? It actually sounds like. For
a bit there, he was the Twitter guy. Like he was getting talked about on the Pat McAfee show there for a bit.
Oh, with what's his face there in Chicago? What an idiot that guy was! Yeah. Because all it was that he had it purported that he had gotten through a source.
Jameis Winston was possibly
talking to Pittsburgh.
Yep, and the more. I think it's been about 2 years that's passed. There's been more and more news that was actually true. And if Jameis Winston was a free agent this year, Mike Tomlin would have jumped all over that.
Ooh, man.
All over that.
I'll tell you what, with Najee Harris and, of course, a Mike Tomlin defense, I don't know, man. This is definitely the make or break year for Jameis. He's getting paid some money. Yep. He's not going to have Kamara for a few games, maybe up to 6. I don't know. If Deshaun comes in at 8, maybe they lose Kamara for the first month. Yep. It depends. Is there actual video of him continuously kicking this guy? I mean, I know there's
I know.
TMZ Sports hasn't shown that thing yet, but I hate to use it as a comparison because it was such a terrible thing. But like when Ray Rice hits his girlfriend there in the elevator, but without Kamara now, and that defense is going to play conservative. They're just going to need Jameis to just do everything right. Because if Jameis even does 1/4 of the old Jameis, meaning instead of 30 interceptions, it's 12. Well, I said that'd be half.
Yep.
That could be hard for a Dennis Allen team that's going to be predicated upon defense and not having Kamara. They got Michael Thomas back now, and, of course, they do draft a receiver from Ohio State. So they've got their possibilities.
Yep. Well, and then you add the wide receiver core that they had in there that kind of make it like the depth. So if you basically took their wide receiving core and you compared it to ours last year without Antonio Brown, Chris Godwin, and Mike Evans, they probably would have been a little bit better. So now all of a sudden you've brought in Michael Thomas, who every Saint fan will say is better than Mike Evans, but that's just because they're delusional. Hello, Alec. Welcome back.
Hey, Andrew, can I ask you something?
Of course.
When it was Antonio Brown, I was like, oh, yeah, no, sure. Tom had talked to him in Boston, and I get it, and AB and all this and that. But the OBJ crap, unless the Bucs and Jason Light can sell OBJ on just getting, first of all, revenge on the Rams, and second of all, playing them when they travel here in 2022.
No.
Right? I mean, so especially with Gage.
I was going to say, they gave Gage the contract. Like,
yes.
Gage has the contract. I still think, because here's the other side of it too. Everyone, and you know this for a fact, and Alec knows this for a fact, everyone was complaining and biatching about, oh, we're going to overpay Chris Godwin. What are we going to do? And then we gave Chris Godwin his extension, and everybody was like, oh, now we can't pay for anything. Do you see his contract compared to the Devontae Adams and the Tyreek?
Oh, heck yeah. That's team friendly. I think that it's got an out after 2, and I think that cat realized, man, there's nothing. And the thing is, if he was in hockey, we'd say that Chris Godwin is the kid that clears the front porch. Right, Andrew?
1,000%.
He goes across the middle, of course, without Gronkowski in 2022. Is Gronk? Go ahead, I'll save that for a minute. Go ahead, Andrew.
I was going to say, I'll get to that whole Gronk thing in a minute, because I still think in his retirement little letter, he basically announced when he is coming back.
When the call's made.
Well, when the call's made, and he says he's going to sail the 7 seas. And when do we go over to London to play? Week 8. Week 9.
Andrew. Tell me more. Did she put up a fight? That was awesome. ahead.
I'm holding true because I think that Gronk obviously doesn't want to be part of training camp. He just wants to come in fresh, completely healed. And he can't. It's a weird thing because he can't actually say that though. You know what I mean? He can't say that he's injured. He can't say that he's banged up, and he can't say that he's technically retired. He's doing the same thing that Brady's doing, but
Brady never signed any pay. Oh, God, I'm sorry.
No, and it's true. And Gronk technically has not signed anything either. That's why the 87 jersey is not being touched this upcoming season. No one is going to wear 87, and I don't think anyone's going to wear 87 for the next couple of years, just in respect anyway. But in that retirement speech, little letter that he dropped on Instagram or Twitter or wherever it was, there's just at the end of it where he says he's going to sail the 7 seas.
I didn't catch that, dude.
It's right at the end or in there somewhere where he says he's going to do that. And
I get it. No,
time and stuff.
I got it. I got it because of the Buccaneer and the Pirate tie-in.
Yep.
But that would be the perfect time.
The perfect timing. You get all the time 7 weeks off, and then you get to go to London, and then you get another bye. So there's 7 games that you only have to play right there, and then you add in the playoff games. Your incentives would be insane. Here's
the thing, too, Alec. Gronk and Brady are going to stay on the same page, right? Every time those two cats are within a three-state vacation vicinity of each other, they're going to get together and throw, right?
I mean, they are a duo, so
that dynamic duo. And I'll tell you what, Andrew, even if Gronkowski doesn't play in Germany, even if Gronk just sits on the sideline because he just signs that week, which we know he probably could play, and maybe he does if he does come back, but then the very following week is a bye week. And then really what you got is after the bye week, almost a la 2020, this team just gets on a tear and gets themselves positioned, wins the NFC South, and then possibly wins that. I want that home field advantage in an NFC Championship game. I sure as hell want to make sure that the road to Arizona doesn't go through SoFi Stadium. I don't want them to be the first team in history to host a home Super Bowl and then the next year host the championship game. Plus, there'll only be on one team who did it first, and that would be your Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Let me just say, we're over the 3-hour mark. I am doing a marathon session. I asked the 0 people that are watching, share the show. Wait, someone just popped in. No, you didn't. You probably got on the wrong page. But if you're here, do me a favor before you exit, share the show. Doing a marathon here. I'm joined by North Sports Dynasty, Andrew Faubert, and the NFL Edition's Alex Schomburg. Andrew.
Yeah.
I have nothing. Ask me something, man. You're the guy that does all these shows too. Put me on a spot or give me a question.
You see, okay, well, first things first, but not even sports. I live up in Canada, and I am still every damn day bewildered when you do these outdoor. When you do these live at location shots and stuff like that. How do you have these bars with no walls? How do you have these things just exposed? Do you guys have rain? And you just allow rain to go on these bars all the time? That's okay.
Not only that, but lining the entire sidewalk from here to across the street to Tropicana Field.
Yeah.
We have little known maple trees. So not only do we have open bar platforms, we also got maple syrup. So you guys in Canada ain't the only ones with that. But no, brother, I'll tell you what, Fergs is locking it down out here. And next time you're in Tampa Bay in St. Pete, you got to come over here. There's a tunnel that goes underneath First Avenue South that takes you right over to Tropicana Field, home of your Tampa Bay or home of the Tampa Bay Rays. And St. Pete's blowing up, and this week the mayor Welch announces that they're going back to the drawing board. Of course, Mayor Kreisman, before he exited, said, "Look, these are the 2." And of course, the one out from the West Coast, a nice contingent of local pastors and pastoral families and stuff traveled out to see the way they're developing. You know, Andrew, do you mind if I give you a history lesson for just 1 second? Did you say sure or no?
I said, of course, yeah.
I'm gonna bore the heck out of you. This used to be the gas plant district. So when it used to be a gas plant. And when they shut it down, the promises to all the families around here, a lot of African-American families, a lot of people that live down here that been here for generations, of all kinds of people, promised that this was the new stadium was going to bring in all this revenue. And it did. It built. Fergs locked it down and came here. Fergs started off as a small place, and now it's huge. But Fergs is just because it's the world famous Ferg Sports Bar and Grill. With the now 86 acres across the street that Mayor Ken Welch is looking at the new request for proposals, they're wanting to make sure that if it is a stadium that's done here and he's asked for it to be included in the plans, the most is done for the community because the waterfront's coming off. I'm at 16th Street. Used to be waterfront was only waterfront. Waterfront's all the way up here now and pushing west by the day. Mm-hmm. We want to make sure we get this right because this would end up being the heart of St. Petersburg here when you come down to the Berg. And if it's got a new stadium for the Rays, that would be a wonderful thing. But when you come to Fergs, you'll have to come out here and enjoy some of the fare, brother.
Buddy, I know that we are, me and the fiance are going to Detroit in 2024 for the draft. And for some odd reason that year, I can get even more time off. That is when I'm going to try for sure to come down to Tampa. Obviously, if any point in time, because now that COVID's over, and when our Tampa Bay Buccaneers won the Super Bowl, I was locked in my basement because I couldn't go anywhere.
Are you guys, how are you now with the COVID things? Have you guys gotten...
Good. I'm in the right province, that's for damn sure.
Well, I mean, but like here in Florida, have you guys gotten back to doing the orgies? I mean, have you gotten back to the public orgies on the street corners and stuff? Because here it's just a party. We're just ready to roll.
I mean, being the fiance, I guess we're kind of doing some orgies. No, I'm just kidding.
You always take it there, brother. 100%. Who's the big board? Tell me on the big board. I'm sorry, I transitioned without asking you.
No,
who's the big board? Who do you got on the big board for to have the success at the next? Who's going to be your top quarterback or top three quarterbacks coming out in 2022? Give me one name.
Oh, the kid out of Kentucky. I keep forgetting his name. I think it's Will Likely. No, give me 1 second.
I'm asking this for a reason because I'm watching the Carolina Tar Heels game, and I know the kid from North Carolina has been getting a little bit of run, but I'm asking. I didn't get his name, so I apologize for that.
There's the North Carolina kid. I mean, also, like, I know you said top three, and I'm just trying to find the other kid's name so I know him.
Well, let me ask you this, though. Why you find that? Yeah. If they get another wide receiver or another five blue chip athlete there in Texas, is Archie Manning going to be like Rookie of the Year for the name, image, and likeness at the NCAA level or what?
Okay, so first off, the guy's name is where did I just have it there? Will Levis, not Will Likely. Levis.
From Kentucky, yes.
Yeah. So Will Levis, in my opinion, this upcoming draft class has a couple of guys. You obviously have your CJ Stroud and your Bryce Young, who to a lot of people, Bryce Young is a franchise quarterback, and the only thing that makes it not that great is the fact that he's from Alabama. CJ Stroud is supposed to be the next best thing because he's a little bit more agile and stuff. I just don't necessarily know if that's going to translate to the NFL as well, kind of like the Justin Fields situation. I think he just needs to go to the proper fit. The Will Likely, though, or Will Levis, though, that's your next Josh Allen. And then there's another guy in Miami who may also be that type of style. But my favorite, and this is just a little bit of a bias, I don't care, but the kid from Florida, Anthony Richardson, if he puts up anything what he's supposed to be, like he was supposed to be like last year, he's going to be our NFL's next Lamar Jackson, and it's going to be very interesting to see which quarterback and which team actually takes the chance on him and puts him in that RPO type style offense. And
maybe it's the Baltimore Ravens. They go and they get Lamar Jackson at 32 in 2018, and maybe now they don't give him the long-term contract. Alec Schallenberg, aren't you a Gators fan as well?
Oh, you're sadly mistaken on that one.
Wait, you're a Florida State fan?
Wrong again.
UCF?
I'm a Oregon Ducks fan.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Oregon Ducks. Get out of here. That's because of Nike.
It's not the Oregon Ducks. It's the Oregon Sucks.
Oh.
Well, I mean.
They still got, they've got 75 of the best uniforms in the league.
You didn't hear the news that broke the other day?
No.
Right now USC and UCLA are headed towards
Pac-10 or Big Ten. What's going on with that?
Apparently now Oregon is now in the running to go to Big Ten also, which I'm not liking that idea because we're going to get throttled every single week.
I just realized how could I be doing a marathon show here from the world famous Ferg Sports Bar and Grill, and I've got literally two of the guys who can speak that gambling language. Two of the guys that can speak things. And I'm not asking you guys questions related to this. Let me ask you this, Andrew.
Yep.
you talk about teams jumping to the Big Ten and leaving conferences or SEC editions. That's the team that it is Arch Manning, right? He's the rookie or the grandson of Archie Manning.
Yeah.
It's Texas Longhorns, right? God, it shows you how I've been so busy this week. They'll be in the SEC. They'll be in the SEC. Yeah, no, they're in the SEC. What was it?
Yeah, they will. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Alec can help me on this too. I think in his first or second season,
third year. Oh yeah, the third year is the year they conference jump. But is it the SEC? What's Texas in now? The come on, Big West,
Big 12.
Everything's big in Texas.
I was gonna say I'm not actually too sure of that.
SWAC. No, I'm kidding. The reason why you're not too sure because I'm throwing questions at you guys. But do me a favor right now. You guys take the show over. What's that?
Yeah, Big 12.
Big 12.
Yep.
What's going on with all these free agent colleges moving around like the players in the transfer portals with name, image, and likeness? When are we going to stop requiring these kids to even go to class? Why are we going to? I want these kids to have that college experience where they may meet the woman or man of their dreams or have memories for their lifetime instead of it being racing from morning ice to morning workout, weightlifting to practice to class to some type of tutoring, which is always second off the cuff, and then back to practice again. Now that's a job, and they're free agents. It's free NFL. Andrew, I look at it and I think that college football is free agency without a salary cap. Is that weird?
Yeah, the NIL program is a little. I understand it, and I was one of the people that said that it needed to happen, but I was also one of the people that said it needed to happen because of the fact that there was no. The players couldn't get fined and lose their whole entire ability to play professional football because of them taking like $1,000 or their mom taking $1,000 and stuff like that. Like that was the stuff that needed to be changed, and I'm glad that has been. But now the fact that we're just like, yo, you want $1 million or you want $2 million kind of thing. You come to this college, you come to this college. It's like that's not necessarily the way it was supposed to be. So, hello, Alec. This is now your show, Alec.
This is surprisingly not my show. I don't want to get copyright laws.
What do you mean copyright laws?
Yeah, you never know. It's freaking Facebook. If I even say happy birthday, it turns into a law.
Oh, okay. Well, with that being said, I do have to go. I do appreciate you guys having me on, and I will talk to you later. Do. Thank you for having me on.
All right. Now it's just me on here. This is going to be very thin. Probably going to lose that viewer. Any questions in the comments? No. Let's give a live shot to Ray in there. Yeah. Live shot. People walking in. Yeah. All right. Here he comes. The man of the hour. Here he is, guys. The man of the hour.
What happened, Alec? Did Andrew quit on me?
No, Andrew, had to step out.
Had to go.
There it goes.
Alec, go full screen for 1 second for me. Stay there.
All right. Well,
I'm in several states of undress. Hold on, bear with me one time. I'm gonna get these underwear back on. I'm backstage right now, changing into the evening gown that I'm wearing for the second portion of the show. And again, thanks for joining me. We got that one person watching us, Alec. I'm sure it's many people across the other platforms. I can't wait to see the total views for this. What's now is my longest show. Oh, I've done pregame or postgame. I've done postgame shows for the Bucs that have gone over 3 hours, but not much more. That's what Peter Blake and the Sports Web doing our Buccaneer Pro postgame shows, which ironically enough was right here from world famous Ferg Sports Bar and Grill. So what are your plans for this weekend, Alec? I mean, are you off on Monday for the 4th? And what are you going to do? Go to a barbecue? Go out? Do something?
Sadly, no. I work Monday.
Oh, okay. No, yeah, brother. Sorry. I don't have to work Monday, but I had to work my butt off yesterday, but no, what a great week. Saw it. I wanted to do a shout out earlier. I work with the best young group of people at UPS on the sort aisle. It keeps me young. And I'm being a bit reflective this weekend again because, yesterday was my birthday. And I'm still technically, Alec, if your birthday's on a Friday during the holiday weekend, and I don't take anything away from the Independence celebration on the 4th, technically, don't I get like a birthday weekend?
I mean, technically it falls under that.
You got to make it a technicality. But yeah, and the thing is, talking about these young kids, I think it's something to do with the economy. It's the dark. Summers are always the slowest time. Of course, the holidays we get going crazy at UPS, delivering all those great packages and presents and gifts. It's a year-round job. Yeah, listen to me. This is a promotional video for your job at UPS. Welcome to the family and get to work. But we seem to slow down this week. Usually by the end of the month, but something tells me after the 3-day weekend, go back in next Tuesday night. It's gonna. That's the thing about it. That this is one of those jobs that the stuff accumulates. So. You take off an extra day. It's still a holiday, but it just makes all the ends get revved up a little more to really jump on that day after the holiday.
Yeah.
So
Sadly, at least I have off on my birthday next week.
It's your birthday, and you'll be 28 years old.
27.
Wait, you said you were born in 95. Okay, right. Okay. 27. Man, I can remember 27. I almost did that. Oh, I've got underwear older than 27, but no, that would be gross, and I don't. What have we not talked? Oh, Rays won. First game against the Toronto Blue Jays. So here I was talking earlier when it was 1-1. I said the Rays are kind of trending a little bit down, but they're in Montreal. They get game 1 of the series. That's pretty good news, bro.
Yeah, Mccants had like 10 Ks.
What was Paredes' final numbers for the day? Because I know you said he had that 2-run single.
Oh,
Bet he had probably 4 RBI.
Oh, he had 1 home run. Let's see.
4 RBI.
He had 1 RBI, 1 hit, 1 run, and 5 at bats.
Didn't he have the big? No, he didn't. He didn't have. Who had the big single that drove into 2 runs in the 6th? There it wasn't Paredes, obviously, because his 1 run is the home run that he hit.
It was I think it was Pinto.
Was it? So the Rays are starting to get help from other areas of a team that,
and
again,
Wander Franco had a home run.
Love to see Wander getting going again. Talk about the Lightning. You did talk about the amount of injuries the Lightning had. Of course, they do all their injury because nobody's going to – this is why it's the stupidest thing. And I get it. It's because of legalized gambling, so they have to know injuries. Just like – wasn't it – let me go ahead. I'm jumping on you here, Alec, but I want to make this point. Wasn't it total BS back in 2020 or 2021 after the 2020 season that Tom Brady wore a brace the entire season on the left leg that he had injured back in 2010 or whatever, 8, whatever, and ended up getting a little work. Of course, it was a little more than a little work after the season, but they didn't report him on the injured reserve list all season. But you had made a good point earlier that the very nature of hockey is you don't tell your opponents your weaknesses. I mean, you do have an injury list during the season, but when you get in the Stanley Cups, you just try to keep everything in-house.
I mean, I could see why they would keep it in-house kind of thing because it's more of like a distraction. You know how media eats that one up.
Do you think Do you think it's necessary? Let me see if I got any comments. Maybe I got some comments in. I got a new comment. Hold on. Do you think? Oh, Teresa, I did too. But Tim Haynes said Big 12. That was the the answer to the Texas.
I was trying to get your boy JC Allen in here, but
yeah, he's probably. I think I messaged him yesterday, and I didn't have anything set in stone. You know what? Hold on. Let me do one thing real quick. You don't mind, do you?
No problem. Just
stay with me. It's a marathon. I'm going to copy to the clipboard, and I am going to minimize my screen. This is really going to press the data passage on his computer. Keep talking to me, Alex, so I can hear you and know that I still have connectivity. I'll keep looking at the camera.
Gotcha.
Sing to me, Alec.
Well, I can't even do that either. It's copyright.
There's a damn copyright. I'm gonna have copyright nightmares tonight.
I feel like if you sneeze, it's considered copyright.
Wait, where's my boy? Okay, because I had spoke earlier to James Canada today, but he was busy. But I told him I'd share the show And I told him he's the reason why I was doing a double decker today, but instead I decided just to stay live for 3 hours. And I'm let's go even further. I'll just send him that in case he could jump in here. I know he had an opinion on, a lot of stuff because, big game sports buzz on Thursday nights at Chop Shop on Tuesdays. Of course, James Canada, former Buccaneer defensive lineman, number 98 in your program, number 1 in your hearts. It seems like every time I do this long intro, he'll pop in there. But if he's doing something with family, then we wish him to do that instead here on a holiday weekend. So you have to work on Monday. Don't get too crazy, or don't make me scared, or don't throw something hard at me. But what is it that you do, if you can describe it without giving away any state secrets?
I don't think I can even do that. I can't even do that.
You carry that nuclear football for the president of the United States. I'm kidding. We just got copyrighted. We just got the show. You know what? Of course, we have all of no viewers on our page, but the show just sailed off into the sunset, brother.
Yeah, I can't even. It's like so strict nowadays. I can't even say certain stuff without getting.
I can't believe we have no. I can't believe we have no comments. This is breaking my heart. I just wanted to hear what people thought. Okay. Nah, no biggie. We'll just give James a little while in case for some reason Mr. Canada can jump in here. But yeah, of course, I said he's locking it down with the big game sports buzz, and we love us some James Canada. Because he brings it, he not only, I always use this because it's easy to say when you have a professional athlete that you're friends with. And God, I feel so fortunate to call James a friend. But you say, because they were in the locker room. They get it. They understand what it took to sacrifice coming from Nevada and going to University of Nevada and coming to the Buccaneers in the 98 draft. But being in the room, you always say, this guy knows what it's like to be in a room. But he was in the room in Buccaneer history. We're talking Tony Dungy and that time frame of team. So not only does he tell great stories, but when he does, he tells it with such authority because it comes from you and I talked about this. You wanted to the last time we say it. Who was your worst coach in history of the Buccaneers, Alec? I'm just going to riff a little before we get off here. I'm going to take this thing to 3:30, and then I'll see if we get any copyright issues.
I would say, it had to be Lovie Smith.
Why didn't I see that coming? So Lovie was your least favorite, worst?
Yeah, it was least favorite. Oh, actually, it was worst.
It was weird because he kind of ruled with an iron fist, if you will. They were a terrible team. They get the number 1 overall draft pick in 2015. That was Lovie's last year as head coach. But, yeah, it wasn't like you didn't get any. And not that Tony Dungy ever gave you warm and fuzzies, but it seems like everybody wanted to go, well, Lovie Smith, he came from Tony's tree, and he's been here. He knows how to do this. But yet there was none of that communications. But I think that may have been the fact that the only person you had on the team that you could go to for a quote, or the media tried to go to for a quote most of the time, was Gerald McCoy, right? And I'm not putting Gerald down. Gerald's doing well. Did you get to see Gerald when he was on Good Morning Football or on the NFL Network the other day or last week?
Oh, my bad.
It's okay. I was going to wait until you got in there. Did you get to see Gerald McCoy when he made his national media debut and went on and did a couple
of shows? On NFL Network?
Yeah.
I saw the video after.
He looked good? He looks happy? He's at a good place?
Yeah, he's in a good place.
Good for him.
I really don't follow. Good Morning Football is too early for me to watch. I don't wake up that early. I watch First Take more than anything. I
like First Take. Although, Stephen A., God, I cannot figure him out. He's like that boyfriend or girlfriend that you had back in high school. Speaking of course, for the guys and girls out there, whomever, whether that was just, it was never going to work, but there was so many fireworks you couldn't stand. And Stephen A's like that. I sometimes want to hate his takes, but then sometimes I'm just entranced with how he talks and the drops that he makes. But more often than not, it feels like I'm agitated.
Surprisingly, he's not on the show right now.
Probably because of what he did.
He's taking his little break for
okay.
NFL and NBA startup back up again.
That's got to be a hard job, Alec. Little old me, I just work for the city and then work part-time at UPS and then try to be a parent and then try to do all this stuff. And of course, always have a good time talking with you. But I've got it nowhere near as hard as what some of these athletes and some of the, what were we talking about? I'm sorry, I was reading a comment. Who were we talking about there? Oh, Help me out here, Alec. I'm keeping you on your toes today.
Oh, I'm trying to look something on my phone real quick.
You got Spotify loaded? Am I that boring now that you're listening to the Run DMC album on Spotify? I'm just kidding.
No, I was trying to check something on my phone. So I was trying to delete something off of this. It was annoying me.
Hey, we're up to 2 viewers, so keep it going, everybody. Remember, it's a live marathon rave from down here at the world-famous Ferg Sports Bar and Grill out here on Central Avenue, just below 16th Street in the Edge District of St. Petersburg. We're going on our 3rd hour and 23 minutes, and we're down to 1. Okay, somebody went, oh shit, went to this page wrong. Share the show. Let's get some. Tim Haynes. Tim, you're in charge of comments. Please, Alec, from now on. I'm missing these comments, but Tim talking about the worst coach in Buccaneer history, Lehman Bennett. Yeah. Oh, God. I didn't even know what that was. I still try to look. I mean, I remember Lehman Bennett, how he looked, his cadence, how he talked. I was everything Bucs, man. And back then it was such a limited as far as what you got on. There was, social media back then was a big rock and a chisel. You had to like, but Lehman Bennett was tough. Everybody says Greg Schiano. He had some issues, but I kind of liked a little bit the team. He had to deal with Josh Freeman at quarterback, and he's got, Martin at running back, the muscle hamster. He was trying to establish an identity here. Is Greg Schiano in your top 3 of least favorite coaches of all time, Buccaneer coaches out? I know you said number 1 one night, didn't you? Or was it Lehman Bennett and someone else?
It was. I had Lovie Smith and
Dirk Cotter.
Yeah.
No. Dirk Cotter. Yeah, I mean he was kind of a control freak. Had some success, was developing a Jameis, not as fast as some would have wished, and most don't really blame him for all of that. But you go back and think about the fact that the reason why, of course, well, no, you can't say him because then it went from the worst coach to the second worst coach, and that would have been terrible for you, Alec. Having already said Lovie Smith, I didn't mind Lovie Smith. Why did Lovie Smith get a bad knock, in your opinion?
Mostly because from what Johnny said, how he was getting rid of players left and right. It's like Donald Penn. He tried to have a
Penn hurt.
Pro football, Pro Bowl career the next season. Yeah,
every time I'd see Penn for the next 72 years out there locking it down at left tackle for the Oakland Raiders at the time they were Oakland, I'm like, that hurt. I never figured that one out. I don't know how you get rid of but of course, you end up that was well before. Yeah, I don't know. There was some decisions. It all comes back to money. I mean, right now, what I love about this Buccaneers 2022 team is that even with some of the future years and some of the outs and some of the other things, I still don't see a team that is all of a sudden going to wake up one day and have to have a fire sale because we've got too much contract locked up and too many good players. Plus, I see a lot of young players that, even with good contracts and stuff, may end up playing for another team. I mean, the NFL showed, if one thing that it showed this entire offseason, how are you? Is that trading players now has suddenly become in vogue. And if what happens in the NBA with yesterday, with players dropping and opting in and literally the whole league changing divisions, maybe that's a way they move forward with the NFL too. And just offseason, teams acquiring that one strength and they need, like that one piece that they feel they're away from a championship team. Right, Alec?
Yeah, I can see it.
Oh, I hope I don't get copyrighted, but I'm. There you go. Now I'm going to get copyrighted. Yeah, that's a low rider. Yeah, I am starting to get tired now. I appreciate you. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. This show would have been like 20 minutes long had I not had you to talk to, brother, and bounce things off of. Before I get off here, if you don't mind, I'll do a little review. I want to read all of our comments. You know what? I can actually go back and read all of our comments. Do you mind? There's only like 6 of them. Christopher Cole says, hey, Ray. Alec, you read this one.
Watson situation, not good, George.
Yeah, Deshaun Watson. Peter Blake says, what up, Ray? Of course, I was on with Peter and Harry last night. That was fun. Try to get on with you and Ben. That was a little more of a private. That almost felt like a private chat room back in the old AOL days. Like you and Ben and I were trying to get together in like some little, hey, we're going to do, I don't want to sell it too much, but yeah, I was sorry I couldn't get in. I was having connectivity issues on my end. Harry Burke said Robert Kraft had a video and still got out of it. Wait, did you just take that off? If they don't do anything to Jones or Snyder, they'll have riots. I truly believe this rate. It's total BS. Watson should definitely be suspended. He's a sick individual. You and I have talked about this. What is your idea of punishment for Deshaun? Let's end with that. Since I started with that dark conversation on a beautiful overcast day here in Florida, got some clouds rolling in. It's typical. Again, happy Independence Day out there. Hope you're having a great weekend, enjoying your family and friends. Find your beach. Wherever you are, beach doesn't necessarily, it can be a beach. I just wanted to say beach.
But
But
my opinion, the Deshaun Watson situation.
yeah, as far as suspension, what do you think he should get, and what do you think he's gonna get? There, I put it like that.
Probably gonna get like a worst case scenario, a year suspension, or probably a ban. Best or like probably 8 games on best case. But
Yeah,
then again, it's not. Apparently, it's up to the judge now to make a decision. Then it goes straight to the Goodell. And that whole conduct policy can
right.
be very detrimental to that. So he'll probably say like a year suspension.
How do the owners? It actually states in the NFL bylaws that the owners will be held to a higher standard. And let's just take. I'm gonna go here again. I went here. This might be a little controversial for some, but let's just take the Dallas Cowboy thing. Rich Dalrymple and Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. This guy was a big shot for Dallas, Jerry Jones guy, and did a lot to build that team over the years. Last 20 years, some would say pretty sadly, but has a key card. It's all security coded. He actually walks into now the girls had just ran from a photo shoot, the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. They had half an hour to get ready to get back to a luncheon, because that's how it works for these cheerleaders that are doing this on a volunteer basis, or maybe they can find a little bit of a hustle, make a little bit of, and also have the prestige and honor and being so talented to be a Buccaneer cheerleader, a swashbuckler, if you will, right? Or why not? Or a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader. But these girls ain't making, in some cases, not much at all, and nothing like they're on the field brethren. And I would pose that there's been times in Buccaneer history that those swashbucklers were every bit as important as the players that field was teaming that team that the Buccaneers were fielding that week. I kid. They had a half an hour to get ready for a luncheon. They ran back in the locker room. Dalrymple goes in there, uses the key code to get in there because there's bathroom. Hey, guess what? Good call. There's bathrooms in the cheerleaders, the female cheerleaders. But it actually says that the men's bathroom were 20 feet further down. So, did I see video? Some girls said they saw him holding a phone out. Look, we're up to 1 viewer. Share the show because I'm going to get fined by the NFL for this. Roger Goodell's going to call me to his basement and make me sit in his lazy boy. Girls saw a phone come out, and they say there was video taken. But let's just take that beside the point. Just like when Deshaun Watson, and I'm sorry, am I ranting? Am I okay, Alec? I'm not boring you too much, am I?
No, you're not. You're good.
Okay. Just like the first day I heard about Deshaun Watson, and I heard that these girls, in some cases, they were meeting online and in different forums and flying out of Atlanta into Houston and going out to the hotel. And the moment that happened, I looked at someone, I said, all I need to see is one receipt. One receipt. Not getting the massages or the care at the team level, but doing his own, but flying these young ladies in and then doing what he did. Whether one of them had no problem with it or one ended it in a sexual encounter, which I guess a couple actually did. Whether those girls were forced to or felt they were doing something or actually enjoyed it, because Deshaun's a good-looking cat. Let's be honest. He's got some bank. He still has bank, even though he may not play in 2022. It doesn't mean that they're going to sleep with him. I'm just saying they may have been taken in by the whole, it's Deshaun Watson, and had a great, guy had a problem. But the fact that $1.2 million or 1.4 can make Dalrymple go away, when that I never heard the answers to that question, suddenly make it harder for me to go, I know where there's smoke, there's fire, but when it's the owners, they seem to look away. Don't worry, there's no fire. It's just some smoke coming up. But when it's the player, they got to jump on it. And we, the people, I just did a We the People take on Independence Day weekend 2022. Happy Independence Day weekend, everybody. We the people have to make our decisions. Don't gamble on the games. Imagine, Alec, I'm going to go and end this now. I asked this earlier in the show when you and I were talking. Imagine if we get another year or two along with legalized gambling and all there's always going to be someone trying to get a cut of something, but the entire world decided that we are not going to gamble today. Imagine the dent just one day that would do in what legalized gambling has already become across the entire league. Is that pretty good math there? That would be a huge day, right?
For like the all sports?
I mean, are we standing up for our sisters and our moms and our friends, our guys that are assaulted? Because we can't depend on Roger Goodell to do his thing because he works for 32 owners and the Shield. We can't rely on him. The players didn't in the collective bargaining agreement rely on him to hand down his enforcement. Then we do this. We do this retired judge. Oh. Go ahead, brother. What'd you say?
No, I was saying. So you said like, if it was all sports, would it be a detrimental or just one single sport?
Oh yeah, you got me from here. Just NFL football. What if who else is gonna who's gonna? And the thing is, Alec, we're not gonna do that, are we? We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna not gamble on football for 1 week or any other sport. I mean, we're the ones that back in 2020 when COVID was striking, we were trying to get the lines on the cornhole tournaments that were on TV, even though they've been taped the year before. Well, actually, no, cornhole. Actually, we were trying to get the lines on those to try to put a little coin on them. We're not going to boycott the NFL. I'm not saying it makes it any less right to what happened to those young girls. My problem is that where can the NFL afford to come down on this? I know what the NFL said this week. We'd like to make it. We'd like to make it 2 years, maybe even a commissioner's exempt list so he doesn't get paid. And then the other story is, well, the judge knows that if she passes any kind of punishment, the NFL can then appeal that to Roger Goodell, and of course, he's the final say. I think even if it did that, even if she came in with like 4 games, 3 Hail Marys and Our Father and an act of contrition, and the NFL went to Goodell and said, we want the entire season, I think that would give Roger Goodell a chance to go, let's do 8 games. Let's do half the season. You struggle in what's a pretty stacked AFC North division. Bengals are in there. Steelers are developing a quarterback. If you guys can hold your own at 4-4, 500 at week 9, call it 8 games. Deshaun comes back in. But here's the thing. Here's the caveat for me. He's already at camp right now. He doesn't get to report to training camp. And here's what I'm getting with that. I'm not saying a kid doesn't deserve a chance. I'm not saying he's not going to Tom Brady into Byron Leftwich's house and still be getting the playbooks and learning the offense or doing his thing at the facility. My thing is that other quarterbacks that serve suspension, Buccaneers have had a few players that have served suspensions, and a 4-game suspension. Was it Doug Martin with the 4-game PED suspension, right? Coming back that year. And he was allowed to go to camp and work out, but then, the day the season started, he had to go out. Deshaun doesn't get to go to camp. I want to see his ass out of there. I don't want him near it. I don't want to see his face. I don't want to see it because I already know how this is going to play out. Even in the court of public opinion, the NFL, people say, well, the NFL's, and Johnny Dean, I love you, the professor, but the NFL's got to come down hard on Deshaun Watson. I get it. I wish they would. But at the end of the day, whether it's legalized gambling or broadcasting or just competitive races in all the divisions in football, it's always going to come down to money. And you've got to imagine that the NFL really doesn't want a 2022 season with no Deshaun Watson. That's bank right there. Imagine the lines that are going to move on opening day that Deshaun Watson plays. How big do you think? Would you think it'd be out of the realm to say that in 2022, the day that Deshaun Watson comes back, if he does come back in 2022, will be the biggest gambling day other than like maybe week 1 that season when the money starts moving for and against that kid? He's such a polarized figure. Isn't that going to play right into the hands of legalized gambling? We have 2 watchers. Share the show. I just ate mushrooms, Mark, not for. So, hey, and stay with me, brother, because I've been on mushrooms all day. It feels like a scatterbrain forgetting stuff. Sorry, Mom, never hugged you. Keith Larson, are these comments fresh? Wait, where are you finding these, Alec?
Listen to your comments.
Dude, I didn't think we had any. Keep going.
What's?
Oh, that's it. That sucks. And now we've lost our viewers again. It's always that person that jumps in and they go, "Hey, my phone just popped me. What the Jesus Christ?" Let me go back to streaming, Yellowstone on whatever. brother, I can't thank you enough. I've purposely been pushing it. Should we go 4 hours? Should we go another 23, 22 minutes, Alec? Just to cap it at 4 hours? What do you think?
I mean, it's up to you. It's your show. I mean,
do you got it? I mean, it's off the rails at this point. Ain't no one caring. There's been some pearls in these oysters, but other than that, it's been a lot of murky water today. I try to get. That's what the entire show was about: Deshaun Watson and our national and our independence, And for me, I remember I was in. Welcome back, Mom. I used to, God, I remember these girls. They were twins born on the 4th of July and had them in elementary school, Orange Grove Elementary School. And God, I wish I remember their names. I want to say like one of them was Cindy, but they were such beautiful young little girls and twins born on the 4th of July. It just sounded so American. Alec, what movie do you think about? Like if you've been home on the 4th of July or, years that you haven't had to work and you're looking at the kind of things that TV puts on, give me a movie that you've watched. Have you seen Born on the 4th of July with Tom Cruise?
No, I have not.
Watch it. And I'll tell you what, it's dark. But it's dark with a good message and a good picture. But he basically plays a Vietnam veteran and came back to the States. And you know who else is also in it is, God, I was going to say Gary Sinise, but that was Forrest Gump. That's terrible. But no, it's a great movie. And I'm not saying that's what defines for me, it was always Independence Day with Will Smith, right? Born as far as a 4th of July movie, because it takes place on 4th of July. But it's a great movie sometimes. You want to talk about going back and what it means when we celebrate the independence of our country. And what it means that in 2022, while half the people are lining up over here and thinking this, and half the people are lining up over there and thinking that, because, that's kind of where they want us, right? They want one side going against the other because, if you got that, then you don't get that middle ground and that understanding. And, of course, I'm talking about January 6th. And I'm not going to refer to it like Jack Del Rio does and gets fine. What I'm saying is that in a time when everything's coming apart, celebrations like this, a weekend like National Independence or Independence Day or 4th of July, reminds us all that it wasn't about parties. When we were, it was because, they were the founding fathers, but declaring our independence from England and what it takes to be a country together. And hopefully we're going to continue working on finding a way to get that togetherness back in government moving forward. I did not realize this was going to turn into an after-school special on ABC. Alec, you got anything you want to add before I take my tired butt out of here? Can't believe I'm still rambling.
Yeah, I have nothing left.
I just love to ramble and then bring it back to you to see if you're still with me. Oh, Mark Knopfler, I'm going to say that.
It's giving me flashbacks to the NFL draft with Johnny and Alex.
Wait a minute. How long ago do you think Knopfler ate those mushrooms? That's people around here. Wait, how about this? All right, brother. Man, I'll tell you what. I'm glad we got together today. We got absolutely nothing accomplished, but we did have some good sports talk, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
We even had 7 viewers at one point. That was the highlight of my show on this specific page because we're working on what issues again, Alec? Trying to figure out what?
Copyright.
Got to figure it out, man. Facebook, tell me what I'm doing wrong. Don't just say 6 minutes of your broadcast were censored because it has something that's... No. Come on, man. I'm out here hustling. And I'm not getting paid much for this. I got 3 free waters today, but I'm still going to go tip the girl. Which reminds me, we're still looking for places to get sponsors to come on here. So when football season hits and people actually start really digging into this awesome content and shows are bringing you, your name is right there, front and center, right there. Joe Schmo's Lawn Service, or let's see, Footage Bound Productions Videography, or Ferg's world famous Sports Bar and Grill down here on Central Avenue, just below 16th Street. In the Edge district of St. Petersburg. Alec, I know I've done this to you once already when you had to get out, but you came back to me, brother. Tell everyone when they can find Alec's number.
You can find me on Thursday with Johnny, Ben, and Alex on the NFL edition on every week on Thursday at 9, 10 o'clock Eastern.
And where else?
You can find me on a couple of right here and there, or as pop-up shows weekly.
And where else?
On Ben's live show on Fridays.
And what's the name of the website? A Lot of Fish?
I'm definitely not on that.
That's where my profile's at. That's where I love it. We'll be doing this and, Can I say that we're media? I mean, we are. I mean, in some strange form of the in some strange. There goes our viewer again. Oh, there he's back. No, please stay. Don't go away. Let me see the one. But Alec, I know you get that from doing the shows here on Bucs Report, and I get it. You get that follower on Instagram, and you're like, oh, so and so wants to follow you, and you're like, and the name kind of sounds like, whatever. And of course, we have legitimate Buccaneer fans and Tampa Bay sports fans, and then St. Petersburg fans, with not only here, but also with me on the Tampa St. Pete Sports Connection with Mike Rickard out here in front at Ferg's every Saturday, from the Pee Wee's preps to the pros. But, you'll click on it. It's like, oh, a follow on Instagram. And then I follow them back because we all want to be in that same, hey, when the season starts, if you're at the game or you're somewhere live or at a party or things are happening, or Tom Brady comes into your Publix to buy some wheat germ or whatever I guess he would buy that's healthy, that we're all in that same boat. But then you get there and you go over and you're like, oh, look, she's got, she follows 10,000 people and she only has one follower. And even that person probably made a mistake. And you're like, oh, wait, that's a bot. That was a lot of explanation for nothing, wasn't it? I do say a lot of stuff that doesn't need to be said. Because I said we were going to 4 o'clock, and now I'm starting to smell bacon in the air. So now I feel like I could do another 16 minutes. So you have to work on Monday. Do you work tomorrow? You're obviously not working today.
Yeah, I'm off tomorrow.
What are you going to do?
Probably a boatload of nothing.
After that, you perv. God, you're still taking it to Thursday night. I'm kidding. Let me add, of all the stuff that happened Thursday night, I know Johnny Dean. He thinks that, Watson's going to be suspended till 2030. But what was the consensus out of everybody when you weren't going with the polls and whatever else you guys were doing? That was, and in fact, is it still on YouTube? Have you checked lately?
Yeah, I checked. It's still there.
Don't check too much. It gets,
to be honest with you, that wasn't even in the whole show. That wasn't even the
raunchiest part? Wait, what did you guys? It wasn't about Deshaun Watson, so there was other raunch?
No, it was. We were going through the comments, and then someone brought it up, a comment, and then it went downhill from there.
Debauchery. Can you at least hint toward the comment without offending anybody? Come on.
Well, I can't say the word, but it's initials, C.S.
Okay.
That's my drift. Think of the city, and then pick in the.
And they said that about Deshaun Watson or about.
You know what? I got you. I'll put in the private chat for you.
I don't have private chat open. Oh wait, on my phone I do. Yeah, send it to me in private chat. Let me see if I can relay it to what we have like 10,000 people watching right now, as the number is at 0. All right, let me see here. So you put it in our off the rails, right?
No, it was. I put it in the private chat on the StreamYard.
Oh, I don't have access to private chat on the StreamYard.
Well, I'll process it off the rails.
Yeah, because you don't want to put it in there because it might end up in a regular comment. So send it to me on off the rails. Okay, hold on. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. We have breaking news coming in once again. Oh my God, that's right. You know what's funny? It takes 3 people. Does it take 3 people for that position? I mean, 2 can do it, but it takes a lot of saran wrap. Okay, now I remember talking to Johnny about this. So that's what took it really off the rails? Oh my God. Johnny seemed to allude to
flowing.
Johnny seemed to allude to the fact that it worked back to 2 girls, 1 cup, which is, I could say that. I mean, it's literally, it could be, in fact, 2 girls and 1 cup is terrible. Yeah, this show, how much further off the beaten rail or path can we get before I get out of here? I'm going to go 4 hours straight, man. Thanks again for staying here with me, Alec.
Yeah, that was the iceberg of that day. And
I could see the reason why is because it has the Cleveland tie-in. But that's all I'm gonna say. Hey,
I didn't even know about. I didn't know what that was until Alex told me to look it up. And then I saw it.
Wait. And you don't. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. You can't unsee it.
Surprisingly, it was off my mind until you brought it back up today, and then it went back in my mind again.
I'm sorry, man, but yeah, that's oof. Nah, you know what? Yeah, I'm sorry, my friend. I didn't mean to bring that back down. I thought it was just, excuse me, because of the Deshaun Watson. I'll tell you what. What are you gonna do the rest of that? Have you watched? Getting around to what we've watched now. Did you say you've watched Obi-Wan Kenobi on Disney Plus, or you don't have Disney Plus?
I have not watched it yet.
You do have Disney Plus.
Yeah, I do. I haven't watched it yet. I'm still trying to wait till Miss Marvel's over with so I can watch that. 'Cause I'm on, like
Miss
episode 2.
Marvel, nice.
And
I like
finished
that.
them yesterday morning.
I watched. Now tell me this. Let me ask you this, because Miss Marvel, it's the young high school girl, right?
Yeah.
And I love that. I've watched 2 episodes of it. The young Indian girl, young Indian high school girl, and she's got the Bengal, and it gives her this powers. And it's just I just watched up to the point where she actually gets to meet. I don't want to spoil anything, but she starts to really learn about some powers. But that's not the same character, Miss Marvel. What's the character that was in Doctor Strange 2, the multiverse, America?
American Chavez.
She's Captain Marvel. No?
Ooh, you would have to ask Johnny Dean on that one.
Yeah, Johnny Dean's the one to ask. In fact, I'm surprised we didn't have a Johnny Dean showing up in here today.
Yeah, I tried messaging him earlier, but I think his phone's off.
Yeah, I'm gonna share it again in case somebody I guess it's tough when no one's watching, but in case somebody wants to come in here and sing here at the end for us, just click on the link, load it into your phone. All you have to do is allow us to have access to your contacts and all of your safe banking information and PIN numbers, and then come on and chat with Alec and I as we close out this. It will be the longest show I've ever done straight, and my voice, I'm gonna lose it. Gonna get to celebrate my birthday tomorrow. Gonna see my mom and my Uncle Bill. It's gonna be really great, and probably gonna go home the rest of today. And I've got a couple of projects I've already started, and but really probably gonna stream something. But I've been getting a lot of my stuff off of ESPN Plus lately, Alec. I mean, if you don't have ESPN Plus, and I'm sure you're on a budget, like we all are, it's only like $5.99 a month if they can keep the price there, the price range. There's some great stuff on there. The Tuck Rule alone, even though it's all available on ESPN when it comes on and you can tape it, but to have it all centralized in one location and go on and watch, of course, looking at that Tuck Rule going back, and what a fantastic piece that was. I guess it's under the 30 for 30s, but I'm enjoying all of them, man. I mean, how do you get your sports fix other than watching baseball and stuff? Are you getting any off-season stuff as far as watching video or last season stuff, or on the NFL Network watching classical games or anything, or football history or football life?
I mostly just watch baseball, mostly that and UFC.
I'll never get UFC, man. I'm sad to say that. I'll come down here. I mean, Fergs has some of the best parties out here and huge UFC fights and stuff like that, but I don't know. I think it's. I just don't get. I get it. It's man over man, or a woman. It's the fight, almost seeming like to the death and all. But maybe like in a previous life, thousands of years ago, maybe I was like a Christian running through the Coliseum away from a tiger. And I mean, back then those odds weren't very fair. But when it comes to the UFC, I think I just needed to see that one guy get. Was it the UFC where that poor guy got the skull caved in when his skull cracked because he took the knee to the head?
Oh, that part I wouldn't know. I like go in and out of the UFC here and there. I just go for like the pay-per-views.
Oh man, you should smell the smell out here right now, Alec. Best of the Bay wing. I'm out here at the world famous Ferg Sports Bar and Grill. I got here, it was really slow, but starting to get a nice crowd, and they're taking advantage of an overcast day. I've been out here 4 hours now. In 9 minutes, I'm live, and look at this. I'll be honest, I'm wearing my wife's secret. I mean, shoot, it's strong enough for a man, but made for a woman. But I'm not sweating at all, and I'm not back out here on the back deck here. I think the condos there now shade me from the afternoon sun, but even the humidity's nice because Fergs has got so many fans moving the air around out here. But I just got a whiff of some of those wings and whatever else he got cooking going on, and now I'm thinking I'm gonna have to get me a to-go bag. Gonna get something to go, brother. What do you think? What should I get? Wings, burger. Philly steak and cheese. They have a beef pot roast dip sandwich. They have some of the world's best fried grouper, fresh off the boats. What do you think, Alec? I should take home with me for my food today.
I mean, you can never go wrong with the wings.
What was that? Was that Tone Loc?
No, it was on YouTube.
Oh, Wait, I almost sound like Fat Boys. Fat Boys are back, and you know it can never be whack. Did you ever hear the Fat Boys?
Mm-mm.
Sounds like,
I have-
if you don't know who the Fat Boys are, it sounds like a setup question. Yeah, Christopher Cole, I'm still on. Christopher was our first comment. I hope he's our last comment now. I'm going till 4 hours, Christopher. Trying to test the Facebook algorithms, because here's the thing. I never get a chance to do research. And Alec was kind enough to join me all afternoon. I also had Harry the Greek earlier on, and then we also had Andrew Faubert from North Sports Dynasty. But we got to get these algorithms worked out on this what issue again. One more time for me, Alec. The what issue?
Copyright.
We got to get it figured out because, how else are we going to continue to be the number one place for pre and post game Buccaneer shows and then bury the lead? Great Buccaneer and sports and NFL content throughout the week. If we can't figure out the reason why Facebook just goes, man. So yeah, what's it like where you're at, Alec? Tell people where you've always tell us where they can find you. Where are you at? What's the weather like right now? And what are you thinking about doing after this show?
I'm in Virginia. It is hot.
It sounds like 90 degrees, 92 degrees today there in Virginia.
It is 90.
Yeah, I saw that on the Weather Channel. I'm like, And don't forget, Virginia is for lovers. You ever hear that? Do people in Virginia still? Is there still bumper stickers on a car? Because there used to be just bumper stickers down every car down here back in the 70s and 80s. Like Virginia is for lovers. Is there a lot? You ever seen
it as much?
Have you seen one?
I seen like one or two.
Isn't it on your state plate, license plate? It is on a license plate. Is there a license plate? Look it up right now, Alec.
I mean, mine just said Virginia on it. Yeah,
you got the one I got. No, I got the Reef. No, I got the Share the Road thing. I like it because all the funds generated from the tag go towards the continuing building of bicycle paths and path maintenances. But do me a favor right now before we end this show, because I think our captive audience of 2 out there they're gonna want to know. With 4 minutes and 51 seconds left, is there a license plate in Virginia that has the Virginia is for lovers? Virginia, a conservative state or a liberal state? I mean, it's mostly conservative, isn't it?
It's a Commonwealth state.
Damn, you got to throw those big words at me. Alec, throwing those SAT words at me. Is there a license plate? I could Google it myself, but let me know if you can Google the Virginia state license plate site and then search for Virginia's for lovers license plate.
Let me see.
In the meantime, I will remind you that this has been a 4-hour marathon Buck Cups of Rag. This family's out for the day, gone for the day. I'm on my own. It was my birthday yesterday, so it's my birthday, and I'll cry more on if I want to, but got to test to see for these. And so, again, share the show, because here's the thing. Even if I don't.
Oh, my God. I just realized that.
What?
Oh, my freaking plates say that.
Virginia is for lovers?
Yeah. I saw a picture of my car. I just saw it. It says it on the bottom.
So you do have that sexy plate. Alex Schomburg rolling with that sexy Virginia plate. That's okay. My plate says down here, mine's a Florida, but it's inspired by Governor DeSantis. And it says Florida. Used to say Sunshine State. Now it just says try me. Actually, no, it says Florida, man. Because it seems like everybody wants to crack on Florida. Everyone wants to come here on vacation. Everyone wants to come down here and enjoy the Bucs and Tom Brady, which we love having you down here. That's what this is all about. But Florida, man, gets such a bad run. And I know, Alec, being a Florida man, being from Florida yourself, but serving the military there in Virginia, you've probably had people refer to you as Florida man here or there, just kidding around once, right?
Yeah, I've had about 3 or 4 times.
Kick their butt. I'll do it for you. So I'm gonna really end this straight at 4 hours. I am exhausted. Are you exhausted?
I'm hanging in. I'm barely hanging in there.
Brother, I'm gonna take an old man nap when I get home. But maybe I'll take it out by the pool. No, I think I'm gonna put something on the TV, and then I'll get up and do something later on later on. I got to mow the lawn last night, Alec. It was beautiful. You remember how those Florida thunderstorms, and it happens everywhere, how those Florida thunderstorms roll up in the summertime from the east and then they roll over toward the west with that sea breeze, right?
Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
So, yeah, yesterday, UPS, again, I said was slow this week. Again, shout out to the some of the best kids. guys, girls, great team. And my ladies know who I'm talking about. But rolled home, still made it home with about 45 minutes of daylight, and the storms were starting to roll in from the east. And I got out and I was able to mow the entire lawn. And then I realized, with open eyes, I realized just how much lawn work I have to do this weekend, which is probably what I'm actually going to be going home to do right now after this show. I got to get it started, brother, because if my yard were a musician right now, it's a 1960s Beatle. As far as my yard's all overgrown, I got things I could cut back, and I really got to get working on it. I want to surprise the family, so when they return, it looks really good. So what we learned on the show today, Alec, is that Virginia is for what?
Lovers.
Well, when you say it like that, it almost sounds as raunchy as Thursday night. I appreciate you, brother. I'm going to get you out of here. You can find Alec on Thursday nights on the NFL edition, and a lot of other places here on Bucs Report. Brother, I appreciate you.
No problem, Ray.
See ya. All right, I'm gonna stand up so I can end this as dignifying. There was nothing dignifying. There's no dignity about this show except it was a 4-hour test to see where I'm getting. What is it again? Oh, Alec. What am I trying to avoid again, Alec?
Copyright.
Thank you. Trying to avoid copyright. I love Alec. Man, I love working with that kid. So I'm coming up on 3 hours, 59 minutes, 17 seconds. So I want to thank y'all. I really do. Oh, wait, I got another comment. Christopher Coles is always outside setting up for our 4th of July party. Brother, I'm glad to hear you're having a 4th of July party. Hope it's overcast where you are here in Florida, Christopher, like it is here, because it makes it bearable. I'm going to go over to 4 hour. But, again, you guys know how I end every one of these things on July 4th weekend. Again, I felt the fuzzies, warms, and fuzzies. I told you guys last night that all the birthday wishes, sure, algorithms remind us of a friend, the great person we went to school with and shared so many good times with and have memories with, and maybe just cross paths, but we remember them when we cross paths. Maybe it's even cross paths here on social media. Sure, an algorithm tells you it's my birthday. I appreciate that. I don't expect you to remember that my birthday's Canada Day, although now I expect you to always remember that my birthday is Canada Day. But seeing all the comments coming in from Uncle Roy in the beginning, first off, my mom and all the friends, Arnie, all my friends throughout the afternoon, Joe McCaffrey, but Mike Casciato, brother, that was special. I appreciate you. But all the posts that I see reminds me of those special times in life when our paths have crossed. And I really hope that our paths will continue to cross moving in the future because, again, you know how I end every one of these things. Everyone needs to know someone cares. Today, I know that you guys did. I really appreciated those. Those were great birthday wishes. Caused me to take the entire day off today. Now I'm going to go take it a little time. I'm going to get some food here first. So Alec didn't answer. I got time for one more comment. No comment. I think I'm going to get the grouper bites. Those things are fried up, fresh off the boats. Oh, hand breaded. So it's a couple right from down here, world famous Ferg Sports Bar and Grill. Let me do that right again. I want to thank Jake and the staff here at World. Okay, now hold on a minute. I want to thank my server, first of all. God, I wish I had her name, but I want to thank Jake and the staff here at world famous Ferg Sports Bar and Grill, which is out here on Central Avenue, just below 16th Street in the Edge District of St. Petersburg. Hope you guys have a great Independence Day. Who knows? Maybe I'll see you again tomorrow. Probably not, but maybe. Yeah, I'm just kidding. Why are you still watching? I was going to see. I got that one person. Is that Alec? Alec, are you now watching the show? Is that where I see one person still watching? Have a great Saturday afternoon, everybody. Find your beach. Alec, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Why did I just see it says the Rays are playing a doubleheader game in Toronto? Is that true? They won game one of a doubleheader 6-2?
Yeah.
So they're playing again.
Yeah, they're playing again at 6:08.
Dude, we could actually. Oh, okay. Yeah. Shoot, I might stick it down here and give me a cold one and actually watch the game out here at the world famous Ferg Sports Bar and Grill out here on Central. I thought the camera was right there. You want to hear something really weird? I know it's happened, but it happens so rarely. But we saw it with the abbreviated start to the baseball season with the, call it a lockout, but with the late season start and how there was some funky scheduling going on and you're always going to have a doubleheader. Usually not a doubleheader here because we have a stadium with a roof on it. And more baseball is trying to get stadiums with roofs on it. Yeah, I guess I brought it back. Sorry. But I don't remember the last time I watched the Rays play a doubleheader. That's weird. Honest to goodness. I can't even tell you what year. I'm trying to think of a season where we had bad weather. Should have been in the 2008 World Series. That's when the officials started screwing us that night against the Philadelphia Phillies, and they started making some outrageous calls. I swear that's where the series turned. But that was just some bad weather coming in toward the end of that game. But, man, a doubleheader. All right. Sorry I ended my out thing, but I'm like, dude, doubleheader, that's good. So we know what you and I are both going to be doing. We're going to be keeping an eye on that second game of the doubleheader between the Rays and the Jays, aren't we?
It depends on if I'm home for that part.
Whoa, you're going out?
Possibly.
Got some brothers, sisters? You guys going out as a group thing, or you're just going to freewheel it down to the corner bar and throw a few back? Nice. Listen to me. I'm talking about you going to a corner bar and freewheel it. I've literally been out here at Fergus for 5 hours now. Like I'm judging you. Like, Alec, enjoy your day off. Enjoy your day off tomorrow, brother. I'm sorry you have to work on Monday, Independence Day, but I do appreciate your service. All right, brother?
It's all good. Thank you.
See you soon.